From its very conception, My Babysitter's a Vampire was created to fill a quota. Teletoon was a specialty channel that focused exclusively on animation, importing Cartoon Network shows and hosting its own series, the most notable being Total Drama, 16, and Stoked, all of which aired on Cartoon Network in the United States. They also had licensing agreements with Cartoon Network, Disney Channel, and Nickelodeon, the big three of children's entertaining programs in the United States. So it was the one-stop shop for Canadian children to watch their favorite television shows. Since these two channels were already swapping TV shows with each other, it makes sense that eventually, on March 27, 2023, Teletoon was officially rebranded as Cartoon Network on Canadian television. Fresh TV is the production company behind all of these projects. Yes, Total Drama, 16, and Stoked, that's all them. But in 2010, they were looking to expand into creating live-action programming, and that's where we get the cult classic television series, My Babysitter's a Vampire. Today we're going to be talking about the tumultuous history of My Babysitter's a Vampire's creation, and attempting to understand and explain why it was inevitably cancelled. Hello, I'm the Cringe Critic, where I'll be cringe so you don't have to. Happy Halloween, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the topic of this video so far. Oh, you can see like the lemon slices in my mug. Just pretend they're not there, okay? This is another overly meta reference to a previous Halloween costume of mine. One year for Halloween, I was a devil, and it was just like some cheap Party City outfit that I bought. And then I had to go to a Halloween party for my Bible study class, and my mom said I couldn't show up as a devil for Bible study, so I dressed up as an angel. Ironically enough, in an angel costume that my mom had stolen from like the Jesus Mary play that we had done in Christmas the previous year. So I was wearing a stolen angel costume, and she made me look like a chola because my mom was a chola, so she just like did her normal everyday makeup on me, and I looked adorable. So this is me referencing that. I think the headband is so stupid that it's come back around to being funny to me. I didn't think it was gonna come like this when I bought it online. One more glasses reveal to show the makeup. Can you guys see? I attempted to do one side 1960s kind of style makeup and the other side like modern 2020s e-girl. I don't think you can see it because of the glasses, but there we go. Also, I straightened it, guys. Look at my straight hair. It's not going to be fully straight by the end of the video, that's for sure. Just like this show we're talking about today. If you don't get that reference, go watch my previous video, okay? To give a brief history of Teletoon and to provide some context up to this point, Teletoon was a network owned by Chorus Entertainment, which is a Canadian company that does a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not gonna kid and pretend like I know anything about business and stuff that pertains to it, but what I do know is that Chorus is essentially the company that imports most of the United States television programming and airs it on their various networks, with up to 33 specialty networks being under their control. Teletoon was controlled by multiple Canadian specialty channels that were all later scooped up by Chorus in the years before mbav's conception. It wasn't until 2013 that Chorus was able to get full control of the network by finally buying Astral Media, a company that was chopped into bits and spread about all the other Canadian networks, out of their shares and taking full ownership of Teletoon. I'm not sure if this complete buyout had anything to do with Teletoon no longer working with Fresh TV afterwards, but the timing seems to line up. So even though I have no evidence of this, it's my personal conspiracy that I'm going to go with. Fresh TV was originally an animation studio, with its first ever projects, all of which being created and co-written by Tom McGillis and Jennifer Perch, being big successes on a global scale. At a certain point, however, they expanded their roster to include live-action programming, and at least from what research I've done, it's unknown why they decided to make this pivot. Maybe Teletoon asked for live-action shows, or maybe Fresh TV came up with the idea and convinced Teletoon to get on board, but either way, it was a go. So in 2009, Teletoon was finally ready to create their first ever live-action TV show, and they cast Matthew Knight in the lead role of the project. And that series was Cartoon Gene. Yes, I am not joking. The Teletoon network decided to try and create their own brand new live-action television show, and they came up with Cartoon Gene. And yes, it does star Matthew Knight in the lead role. There is very little known about Cartoon Gene out there. There is a teaser, sort of like pilot episode advertisement that has been uploaded to YouTube, which I can only assume was something they aired to get test audience reactions, and maybe a full pilot exists out there, but there has been no archive of it. What is the general plot of Cartoon Gene, you may ask? It's fucking wild. It's crazy, guys. So Matthew Knight plays Gene, a kid who is half cartoon, half human. How did he get that way, you may ask? You don't want to know the answer. Gene's father is a mad scientist who is also obsessed with comic books, and he figures out a way to bring to life a comic book character into the real world. And then he has sex with it, and then they have a child, and that child is Gene. That is a crazy plotline, and that is a disgusting revelation. Can I say disgusting? Because it's disgusting. And they're married too. Like, they got married and then had a child. He didn't just, like, immediately bring her to life and bang her. I'm assuming they grew a bond and became loving husband and wife. I don't know. So anyways, because of this, Gene has, like, cartoons that appear around him and in the real life when he feels certain emotions. When he sees the girl he has a crush on at school, hearts appear around him, and he has to, like, wave them away so no one sees. When he's sad, a cloud with rain appears over his head, and this is, like, some secret he has to keep from everyone around him. You would have to assume that, like, he would develop superpowers over time, or some other more difficult reason as to why he would need to keep this a secret. I mean, I understand it's weird that, like, cartoons would appear in the real world, but I feel like it'd be easily explained. Like, you could do a Teen Wolf thing about it, you know? So there has to be some reason why they would want to keep this secret. There's a lot of Degrassi stars in the main cast, and also, like, the peripheral cast, which is very funny. mbav has always had, like, a peripheral relationship with Degrassi. To me, this is so clearly a riff on Reanimated, which was Cartoon Network's first stab at live-action programming. I think they did, like, a 2010s later version of this as well. To kind of ease people into the idea of having live-action programming on the network, you know, you kind of include a live-action sitcom with animated elements in there. So it's sort of like, has a reason to be on an animation-only network. And Reanimated has been, like, panned critically and commercially. No one wanted this, and no one wanted Cartoon Gene because clearly the network decided to go in a different direction. That is where you get Tom McGillis and Jennifer Perch, who then pitched a vampire live-action television show to the network. So this is going to be a bit of a recap of my other video, which if you haven't seen, that's perfectly fine. But I will be getting into the nitty-gritty, so some context on the series as a whole may be helpful if you want to better understand this video's context. So to give a quick recap, My Babysitter's a Vampire is a show about a teenage boy named Ethan Morgan, whose parents hire a babysitter to embarrass him once he's left his young sister Jane alone one night as she witnessed a teenage boy die by the hands of a vampire. This babysitter is Sarah, who was previously dating a 200-year-old pastor named Jesse, who turned her into a vampire and recruited her best friend Erica, along with Ethan and Benny's friend Rory. Oh, yeah, and Benny is a character who is also there. And it's later revealed that he is a spellmaster, and his grandma is an earth priestess, and the two use magic throughout the series. Very little, but enough for it to be important to the story. Sarah, Ethan, and Benny band together to defeat Jesse, and the series continues with the main group working together to stop Monsters of the Week in a semi-episodic format. The show is notable for its cliffhanger ending after leaning heavily into serialized storytelling in the final two-parter episode, where it's implied that everyone except Erica and Rory perished in a giant purple explosion by a cult leader who wanted to rid the town they live in called Whitechapel of vampires for good. Cue probably over 24 hours of mbav analysis and discussion on my channel over 10 years later. The casting was an integral part of the show's success in my opinion. Vanessa Morgan was set to play Sarah and had experience on television in the past, starring in the hit Canadian sitcom The Latest Buzz, which ran for many seasons and aired on the Family Channel. The Family Channel was one of the companies that had part ownership of Teletoon before getting completely absorbed by Chorus. Also, fun fact, Cameron Kennedy guest starred in an episode of The Latest Buzz. He ended up getting the role of Rory. Matthew Knight was most likely picked again because of his involvement with Cartoon Gene, but he also had an extensive acting history as a child, starring in straight-to-DVD movies and cult horror flicks until mbav got picked up. He starred in the best movie ever, Gooby. Kate Todd is the only other person with notable previous acting experience. She had a recurring role in Life with Derek, along with
Joe Dinicol,
who played Jesse, and she also starred in the show Radio Free Roscoe with Nathan Stevenson, the guy who played Gord in the movie. Yes, that character does have a name, and yes, his name is Gord. He's my favorite character. I wish he stuck around more. My Babysitter's a Vampire was an experiment with live-action programming for the network and production company, which is something that is very important to understand going forwards. In the late 2000s, things for television were shaken by the 2007 Writers Guild of America strike, which taught companies the lesson of, since we have to start paying our writers more, we're only going to create television that doesn't need writers to work on it. Which is why so many reality TV shows cropped up and network decay commenced, which coincided with the internet taking over and networks now groveling to get people to keep their cable packages. Does this have anything to do with Canadian television? I have no idea. I'm not Canadian, if that wasn't already obvious, so I'm not sure if the American writers' strike affected all of North American productions or if it was just the United States. Again, the timing just seems to line up very well. Animation is expensive and time-consuming, so why not, as a way to maximize profits, start including TV shows with very cheap budgets and high turnaround times on your roster, because if they're popular, then the money just starts rolling in. At least that's what's supposed to happen. So the first season of the show originally aired on the French dub channel in February of 2011, and then a month later in March it aired in English on Teletoon. And then in June is when it first aired on Disney Channel. The movie, of course, originally had aired in October of 2010 on Teletoon and in June of 2011 on Disney Channel, just a few weeks before season 1 started airing. Not to spoil things later on, but the show was not that successful on Teletoon in Canada, and I'll give you 3 guesses as to why. In 2011, Disney Channel got the rights to air mbav on their network in the United States. They aired it during Disney Channel Summer, which is when they have the most eyeballs on their channel, yet unceremoniously dumped the whole show in one go in quick succession, seemingly unwilling to give it the full red carpet treatment until it proved itself worthy of such. And it did. The series was a huge success, and that led to many bumper promotionals and primetime airing, and continued placement on Disney Channel's Monstober up until the modern day. My favorite little fun fact to tell people is that the premiere episode of Gravity Falls aired on the same day as the season 2 premiere episode of mbav, and a lot of the promotionals around the time kind of anchored Gravity Falls to this show to get people interested in it. I don't know if that was the intention behind these bumpers, but that's the intention that I got. Like, here's an episode of mbav that you already know and love. Here's an episode of Ant Farm starring an actor from My Babysitter's a Vampire. And then here's a brand new TV show. And we're hoping that the success of those other 2 shows will then get people to watch this brand new one.
Next Friday, Disney Channel summons you.
Is anyone else getting the creeps here?
Hello! For chills and heart-pounding thrills.
There's something behind me, isn't there?
Including the premiere of Disney Channel's brand new series, Gravity Falls.
Go, 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 go!
The night ignites with the return of Sarah in an all-new Babysitter.
Aren't you gonna invite me in?
And not everyone is happy to see her.
Quiet! Pipe down before you get eaten.
But wait, think you're seeing double?
All I have to do is show up with my face on.
Babysitter's Vanessa Morgan guest stars in a brand new Ant Farm.
I don't understand why everyone is so upset.
Try and guess Cameron's girlfriend's secret.
I was just pulling my mother's ship.
I don't feel so well.
You monster! Then it's a full hour of the brand new series, Gravity Falls.
Look alive, people.
Enter the Mystery Shack to meet Dipper and Mabel.
What the?
And stay for an all-new mystery.
Monster hunt! Are you scared?
Find out what creature lurks in the lake. Be here for one big night of premieres.
Whoa! I'm in!
Me too!
Next Friday, starting at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
Anyways, I've had Gravity Falls on the mind because my podcast with my friends we're now reviewing all of Gravity Falls, so make sure to go check out that first episode. It hopefully should be out by now. We previously reviewed every episode of My Babysitter's a Vampire, if you're wondering. Yes, I really do talk about this show that often. It is to be theorized that one of the big inspirations of mbav was the movie My Best Friend is a Vampire. I mean, it's literally the same name. Like, it's so close. My Best Friend is a Vampire is a movie from the 1980s, and it stars the guy from House MD and a bunch of other stuff too, of course. And he gets turned into a vampire. It's quite a fun watch. It's very 1980s in a lot of elements, so, be aware of that. But, like, the 2 main characters' dynamic is literally just Ethan and Benny, and you can tell that there's a lot of inspiration being pulled from this movie into the My Babysitter's a Vampire movie. To get into conspiracy mode for a second, I think it would be very funny if they originally pitched, the duo, pitched a My Best Friend is a Vampire movie remake, and then Teletoon was like, we can't afford to like get the rights to do an official remake. And then they were just like, okay, well, we'll just like change a few things and we'll just like rub the serial numbers off, and then it'll be a new movie. And it's like not that well remembered of a film, so it's very possible that, you know, people could have gone a long time without noticing. But the movie is for free to watch on YouTube as far as I'm aware, so go check it out. It's a great little piece of mbav history if you're interested. I was involved in this project starting shortly after Ground Zero. Tom McGillis and Jen Perch had the original idea for Babysitter. I think they'd come up with that with Brian Irving and George Eliot. But it was quite different when it first started. They already had this fantastic 3-page pitch about the fundamentals of what the series is, all the core ideas of the story. I came in about early 2009 when Fresh TV wanted to do the movie. I looked at what they had and had some ideas of my own that involved adding some characters and changing some characters. If I think back to the original pitch, I think Ethan was a bit more of an average, skateboard crazy, everyman kid. I'm more of a geek. I ate at the nerd table in the cafeteria and had many nerdy friends, and we were always on the outside, so I pitched a version that was a little bit more about these outsiders. That was where I started, drawing from my own background. I brought that into the movie when I wrote it. The humor also comes from playing off the super serious and mundane. The 3 nerds may die trying to fight off a demon, but at the same time, they fail their math test and can't tell their teacher the reason is because they were up all night saving the world. If there's too much horror, we lose the funny, Burns adds. If characters are too stupid, they become unlikable because they don't take anything seriously. It's all about managing and balancing the little moments page by page. Let's talk about the mbav Facebook group page, okay? Because it is a very, very important aspect of the whole history of mbav and understanding what happened at the end of the day. There is a lot of information on the Facebook page, a lot of fan creation, a lot of very fun things if you're into mbav. I don't know if it's possible to go in there and look for things anymore. The problem with the Facebook page and wanting to go back and look through things is that there is just so much spam and so much just like random crap in there that's at the very top. The reason for this is because there's no longer a moderator on there. Originally, all the social media from mbav was created by the social media team at Fresh TV. So somebody who worked on their social media team called Christine was the moderator. But then she ended up getting a different job, so she decided to give the moderation up to a fan, and that person ran it for like a year, and then they stopped posting as well. So now there's just like random crap and spam in there. And what blows my mind, what boggles the mind, is that like people who worked on the show will still go to the Facebook page to like try and share things with fans. Like in 2022, right as I was making my original mbav video, Tim Burns posted in the Facebook group page a picture of the Lucifractor, and he was like, "Ha, look, I still got it. It's a great paperweight." And like I was pissed off because I was like, no one fucking saw this. I mean, of course I did, but that's because I'm me. No one saw this. It would have been nice if he put it on fucking Twitter, or I know people don't post on Tumblr, like official people, but like if you would have put it on Tumblr, that shit would have gone nuclear. Like everyone would have been talking about it. And that's just because the people who worked on this show, they don't know. They don't know that there's still a fandom and that it's on Tumblr or a little bit on Twitter and a little bit on TikTok. They're just not aware, and that's fine. They don't need to be aware, but like, I don't know, if you want to post something, make sure you post it in the right places. Back in the day, right as Season 2 was airing, there was a lot of posts happening. A lot of stuff, including about the ship wars, which still blows my mind. Like, I still can't believe that people watched the 2-parter finale, and instead of caring about whether everyone was alive or not, or what happened in the explosion, people were too busy ranting about if you shipped Ethera or Bethan. It blows my mind. There was apparently this whole drama that happened in late 2012, early 2013. Apparently things were getting toxic in there because there's a lot of archive posts on Tumblr of people being like, I gotta stop going on the Facebook group page because it's just like toxic as hell in there. Which again is funny. It's like, this is mbav. Like, is it that serious, guys? I mean, it's serious to me, but like the fandom stuff at least, I don't know. When you get a bunch of 12-year-olds to care about Seraphon, and then you get a bunch of other 12-year-olds to care about Bethan, things get crazy. So Mike Kiss was one of the lead writers on My Babysitter's Vampire. He was the McFingers guy in that episode about the coffee zombies. This is a great show, guys. I love it so much. He was also somebody who commented a lot on the Facebook page under people's posts. You would constantly see people be going, "Hey, Mike Kiss, what do you think about this?" or "What's your opinion on this?" and he responded to a lot of people. And then of course there's Ellen Fine. I love you, bestie. She was the main editor for the series. Apparently some drama went down with Mike Kiss. We don't have the context because people only screenshotted his comments and not the posts that he was commenting under. Again, the same problem that happened with the Tim Burns post, where everyone got his comment and didn't include the context as to why he was saying this. So we don't know what provoked Mike Kiss to say all of these things, but he essentially went on a rant about why mbav wasn't getting a season 3 and what was going on with it. And what's weird is that when I went into the Facebook group page and keyword searched Mike Kiss, none of the posts that he had made or nothing about his account was coming up. So what it seems like is that in February of 2013, a bunch of drama was happening. There was stuff about shipping and where's the 3rd season, what's going on, guys, and Mike Kiss went on a rant. And these comments were screenshotted and archived on Tumblr. They're nowhere to be found anymore. And then, at some point in February, I think Mike Kiss deleted his Facebook page, because in February of 2013, there was a person who made a post in the Facebook group page like, hey, where are you, Mike Kiss? I saw you were doing a lot of talking in the comment sections of posts, and now they're all gone. And do you guys know where he is? Because I've seen these comments on Tumblr, but I can't find them on the Facebook group page. And Julie Giles was like, oh yeah, that was him that made those comments. And that's it. She just like confirmed that they weren't fake screenshots, that they were real screenshots. And then that's it. So I think he said a bunch of shit. He ran his mouth on Facebook and deleted his account, or was told to delete his account, which is even more spooky. I mean, what he said in those comments is very revealing and has a lot to do with why mbav was canceled, but we'll talk more about those comments later on in the video. So the Facebook group page is an integral part of understanding the culture of the mbav fandom and mbav as a whole. Knowing that mbav was made by Teletoon informs a big chunk of this section, which is that the show had to be censored to air on Disney Channel in America, and it's still got a PG rating. So originally the only clues of the fact that mbav was censored was a video uploaded to YouTube comparing certain scenes that people had found. A person who had watched the show in America was friends with somebody who watched it on Teletoon in Canada, and as they were watching it live on TV together, they noticed that there were certain differences. So they compiled the differences that they noticed and they put it into a YouTube video, and that blew my mind as a kid. When I was a young person and I was going on YouTube trying to find mbav stuff, and that was like one of the first things I saw, it blew my mind. Because like so many criticisms I had of the show as like an edgy middle schooler was that it wasn't like edgy enough, it wasn't rebellious enough, it didn't like lean into the vampirism as much as you thought it would, and it totally did. It's just that Disney Channel cut it all out. And then the problem with DVDs of the show was that they were all made after it aired on Disney Channel, and a lot of the DVDs were made by Disney Channel. So many DVD copies and many releases of mbav was from the American Disney Channel edit. And I'm saying American edition because like America's whole thing around censorship and children's media is like a bit wackadoo. So like in other countries, this version would be just fine for television for children, but in America, it's like too risque. But because Disney Channel was like one of the main like global distributors, that meant that like globally, the show was released censored. When it came to the movie, the only places you could find the movie uncensored was from a DVD release before season 1 had come out, specifically by the company Phase 4 Films. Luckily, Anakin was able to purchase a copy of mbav that was released by Phase 4 Productions, and so we have the uncensored movie in its entirety. Originally, the only way you could find the movie and series as a whole uncensored was in the French dub, because mbav actually aired in French before it aired in English on Teletoon. Teletoon has a French-only, like, sister channel, and mbav aired on there first, so they did not make the edits, they did not do the edits in the French version. We then learned that DVD releases of the show in the UK were fully uncensored, because again, the whole rating system everywhere but America is a little bit more logical. So we have the uncensored moments. If you want to watch a comparison video, it's again on my friend Anakin's YouTube channel. Go check it out. I helped contribute making it. In short, it's just like a bunch of like them drinking blood and inappropriate jokes. Like Jesse calls them all virgins in the original movie. It's so funny. The prevailing theory so far is that all of season 2 has no uncensored moments because it was the first time the show was being created with the understanding that it was going to air in America. So they specifically wrote the scripts or maybe cut out things from the script that relayed that understanding. I think I mentioned this later in the video as well, but I wanted to, mention it here just in case. Speaking of season 2, it happened. It got released at some point in time. To be specific, season 2 of mbav actually released earlier on Disney Channel than it did on Teletoon. My theories for this is that the show was doing much better in Disney Channel. Well, that's not a theory, that's like real, that is true. The show was doing better on Disney Channel than it was on Teletoon, but my theory as to why season 2 aired earlier on Disney Channel is that reason. So in June of 2012 is when it aired on Disney Channel, and in September of 2012 is when it aired on Teletoon, a good few months after, and it didn't air on the French channel until October of 2012. Oh, how the tables have turned, I guess. I realize what I look like right now, okay? In my mind, this is a genius, very meta Halloween costume I've gone for. In like 2009 or sometime around the time mbav aired, I dressed up as a vampire for Halloween, as I did for probably around 5 years in a row in my adolescence. And I tried to recreate the look the best I can today. Let me take the glasses off so you can like truly appreciate the the full extent that I tried to go to for this. Sadly, I don't have the fedora anymore, so you're just gonna have to suffer without that. I am very hyped for this Halloween season, if you can't tell already. And because of my excitement, I have decided to attempt to upload one video a week throughout the entire month of October. This is gonna be very hard for me, considering I can barely get a video out a month these days. But that's because I'm a full-time student, and I just dropped a merch store. There's going to be special merch for this occasion, by the way. And of course, that takes time to work on as well. Go to comicbookddr.shopify.com if you want to check out some really cool handmade buttons and bracelets. Everything is under $5 right now, and I'm currently holding a Halloween sale where everything that is mbav related at my merch store is 25% off. There's also exclusive merch that will only be available for this month, so go check it out. I'm genuinely so excited to get into this, and you're probably also wondering, I wonder what the topics of these Halloween themed videos are going to be. Well, My Babysitter's a Vampire themed, of course. I am a My Babysitter's a Vampire channel at the end of the day. Yeah, I may talk about music and other Disney Channel shows and movies or whatever, but at my core, I'm a mbav YouTuber, okay? I want people to know that right now. Every video I make is me just biding my time until I can talk about mbav again. So I thought I would just go head first into it for the month of October. Again, no promises that I can actually do this. I'm really just, hoping. I'm gonna try my best, guys. October is seeming like it's gonna be a very busy month for me because like I said, I'm a college student. Midterms are like the first week of October, and then I'm actually moving. Not out of here. This is my dorm where I live on campus. My dad is moving, and a lot of my stuff is at my dad's house still. So I'm, moving that to a new house as well. So yeah, I'm gonna be very, very busy during this month, accidentally. I had this planned like months and months ago, and this all just kind of ended up happening around this time. No one make fun of me if I don't actually get it done. So, on to the topic of today's video. We are going to be doing some color analysis for the characters in My Babysitter's a Vampire. The two specific channels I want to shout out are Art by Midnight and Modern Girls. I love all of their videos, and whenever they upload, I'm immediately sat and ready to watch. So, huge shout out to them for being my inspiration. The problem with mbav being so short and being cut off so soon, on a cliffhanger, if you weren't aware already, is that it's actually quite hard to tell how much of the show was a deliberate element of storytelling and how much of it was just kind of an accidental element of post-production. The show had a very, very low budget and not a lot of eyeballs on it while it was being created. So I want to preface that, I want to set that up, I understand the show I'm talking about and how the costume designers maybe just had to work with what they had. What does it mean to apply color and style theory to a show like mbav? That's what we're here to find out. So, I've seen plenty of people do style and color analysis videos for much more prestigious series and movies like Euphoria or Game of Thrones. But since I'm the My Babysitter's a Vampire YouTuber, it seemed only fair that I do the same for this series. For those who don't know, I have made many videos on mbav in the past and hosted a podcast with two of my friends where we reviewed every episode of the show, including the movie, so if you want to check that out for more context on the show, then feel free to. You don't have to have seen the show to get this video, but there will be spoilers ahead, just be aware of that. So I'm very aware that the fashion in this show isn't all that revolutionary or anything. All of the clothes are very trendy looking for the time, which makes them look very dated today, and are not fashion forward at all. But in my opinion, this element of the show does make it feel more relatable and realistic for a bunch of Canadian teenagers who are pretty average and have bigger things to worry about than the clothes they might be wearing and what the kids at school might think of them. The boys especially dress more utilitarian than anything else, except for Rory, but we'll get to that later, and everything looks like they got it for a decent price at the mall or maybe even a place like Kmart. I'm kind of sad that Kmart doesn't exist in the United States anymore because that is 100% where I got all of my clothes growing up when I was watching this show. Luckily, we do have some behind-the-scenes information on how the costumes are picked, so we don't have much, but we have a few DVD exclusive and behind-the-scenes interviews. A great resource for this video was a mutual that I have on Tumblr called Fantastic Girl, who has a posted series of mbav style finds on their account, detailing specific clothing items and where they came from. Also, another mutual of mine, Your Bro, has uploaded all of the DVD special features to YouTube for easy viewing, so I recommend checking their channel out, since there's plenty more amazing mbav videos on there, including the unearthing of the uncensored movie. Yes, you're right, you've watched this censored version of the movie your whole life. So anyways, let's get into the character, color, and style analysis. Sarah is the character I wanted to start with because I think she has the most interesting and evolved style throughout the series as a whole. As someone who's going through a lot in the background of the show, her clothing and color choices can be seen as more of a reflection of her inner psyche than compared to the others. She generally wears quite feminine clothing, opting for things like heels, cropped jackets, and sometimes shorter skirts. Her standard school clothes show her in denim jeans and layered shirts with tank tops or vests, which in contrast to her best friend Erica, who is often not seen in layers and showing more skin in her outfits, can be seen as Sarah being more reserved and a guarded person in general in contrast to her friend. In season 1 especially, Sarah is in somewhat of an awkward place since she's neither fully a vampire yet nor immortal anymore. A runner for her during this season is her conflict with finding where she fits in, all while having to beat up a new monster of the week and be a babysitter for the Morgan household. In my opinion, I see this conflict represented well in the colors she wears during the beginning of this arc in the season. The main colors we see Sarah in are pink, purple, and blue. She is sometimes also seen wearing black, muted green, and beiges as well, but especially early on in the show, the first three colors I mentioned seem to be what they are consistently putting her in. Pink is her most true color, and lighter saturations and pastel versions seem to be what she wears the most often. Pink can represent femininity in the modern day, as well as innocence and tenderness. We don't get to meet Sarah before she's been turned into a fledgling, but we pick up from dialogue and her general disposition that her only goals were to be an average, normal, everyday girl. Pink as a color represents this for her character very well, and after the corruption of her life by the hands of Jesse, her wearing pink can be seen as an effort on her part to feel normal again, or like her old self again. When she wears pink, it's very often complemented with white or gray, white being seen as a youthful and innocent color, which she feels like she's lost both, so it seems like her wearing white and gray helps her try to strive for that again. I've always interpreted Sarah as this character who was thoughtful and not that aggressive, and vampirism for the main three vampires as a whole has changed their personalities a lot in this way, with aggression being one of the more notable examples for me. Both Rory and Erica aren't portrayed as violent in the few moments we see them before they're turned in the movie, and while Sarah's a fledgling, she only resorts to violence when she has to, never picking a fight or being the instigator in any plots. That's very much not the case for season 2, if you know, you know. So Sarah wearing pink is just a callback to her thoughtfulness and tender nature that came easier to her before she turned into a vampire. To quote colorpsychology.org, the most prestigious place to get research from, while red represents passion, pink stands for tenderness. Keep that in mind when we talk about Erica. We also see Sarah in a lot of purple, which I would argue is her main color association throughout the show. Her iconic winter formal dress is purple with a little bit of green in there, and just from memory, I would say I think it's the color she wears the most throughout the show. Her iconic winter formal dress is purple, and just from memory, I would say that it's the color she wears the most throughout the show. Purple is a very complex color, and we see it have many different meanings and interpretations throughout history. Purple has been associated with royalty and luxury, but also death in many cultures, specifically in Latin America. Imagination and exploration are also associations, showing how she's exploring her new life after death. Her winter formal dress also specifically has green in it, which can signify growth and moving on from a past life, which is what she's forced into after having to save Ethan's life and sacrificing her own. Also, purple can be seen as a mix of the two other colors she wears, both blue and pink. I know technically it's red and blue, but just go with it, okay? Let me have this. Sarah mainly wears blue when she's sad or in a serious situation, and it's usually paired with black. It's not that often, but often enough to get a quick mention. Ethan's main color is also blue, so we'll talk about that color and the associations with it when we get to him. Season 2 shows Sarah in much different costuming than in the first and in the movie. While she keeps her signature layers of boots and skinny jeans, those are all pretty basic trends of the time, so it's obvious that would transition into the next season. We see her in a lot more boho styles of clothing with looser fits and busier patterns, all with a very feminine edge there to tie it all together. Overall, you can interpret this boho style as being something that was popular at the beginning of the 2010s as well as the 2000s. But I would say that her styling is much more reminiscent of Vanessa Hudgens at Coachella, so you can definitely tell the difference in years in clothing choices between the seasons. I'll talk more about that when we get to Rory. But overall, this sort of boho style shift can be seen as the writers trying to visually represent that she's a lot more calm and collected now as a vampire, and that they were going to put that arc of her not being comfortable with being immortal on the back burner, essentially. At the beginning of season 2, she literally tells Ethan, I don't want to worry about the season 1 drama, I'm just here to have fun.
But what happened? Did you find Jesse and make him pay for turning into a vampire? And
I'm fine.
Okay.
I have some new challenges, but I've accepted it, so let's just move on, okay?
So it can be interpreted that they were maybe going to comment and analyze more of her conflictions with being a vampire in season 3, but the show got canceled after season 2, so that is all her style evolution gets to be. I would argue that the vampires are the most well-dressed characters throughout the show, so we're going to talk about them first, and now we're going to get into Erica. Erica also dresses very feminine, but her style is a lot more seductive and risque than Sarah's, who is more soft and reserved. Erica favors bold colors and high contrast outfits, which fits her personality and transformation over time. I would say her color palette is the most obvious out of all of the cast, with her main colors being red, black, and white. She also has a smattering of light blue in there, but it's very small. Erica's color palette reflects her personality since she's vivacious, aggressive, and lustful. And when I use the word lusting, I mainly mean the second definition, not entirely in a sexual way. I mean lusting as in an overwhelming desire or craving. She seems to be constantly wanting or desiring something, whether it's blood or attention, popularity, and also boys. I'll admit that too. But I just wanted to clarify that. I'll just say it is a bit weird that they're portraying a high schooler like this. I fully am aware of that. Erica's actress, Kate Todd, specifically is a few years older and over the age of 18 compared to the rest of the cast, so it makes me think that they hired an older actress for this character specifically so they could sexualize her more, which is weird, guys. Don't do that. Red seems to be her main color even before she turns into a vampire, but it becomes a lot more obvious once she has turned. Her famous thin red glasses and red overcoat highlight the fact that this is a dormant part of her personality that I think would be more prevalent if she had the chance, which she does get when she gets turned into a vampire. Her light blue I Love Boys Who Sparkle t-shirt is pretty iconic, and I would say it was important to have her not in red during her transformation scene so it can come across of this corruption of character because she's in light colors. She also seems to be in a lot of silver, which I quite enjoy. Her silver Cinderella style transformation dress that we see later on in the movie is an example of this, as well as later in season 1. Red, as we know, is a very passionate and aggressive color. It is the color of blood. and is also associated more with lustfulness, which we see when she's constantly chasing after boys in season 1. Overall, Erica is the only character to not be in every episode of season 1. She's missing from 2 episodes, and most often than not, she's not involved in the plots at all, and only really shows up for a scene or 2 before disappearing for the rest of the episode. So I think her outfits were constructed to give her a very eye-catching look that gives a shorthand on who she is as a character and her relationship with everybody else in the series. By season 2, she has sort of warmed up to the gang as a whole and seems to be more comfortable hanging out with Benny, Ethan, and Rory, which she was not at all in the movie or season 1. She very much has this idea that she is a popular girl and she likes to withhold the social order within high school, and likes the fact that she now has power because she was powerless back when she was a nerd with glasses and her hair in a ponytail. By season 2, she seems to be embracing more earth tones, more grays and browns, which I think maybe shows her leaning more into a connection with a more normal sense of self rather than being constantly obsessed with gaining power over others and drinking other people's blood. Not that she doesn't do that anymore, but that does seem to be the case. She also wears a lot more feminine clothing and a lot more animal print, which I think is fine. Some of the outfits are a bit gauche in my opinion, but I do like her when she's in a little bit more feminine clothing and lighter colors. She doesn't need to be in red in literally every single outfit, so I can appreciate these dresses, and she really does love a statement necklace. Although I will say that they do put her in a lot of business casual, which I know was popular at the time, but it does make her look old. Maybe this was an implication of her maturing more and dressing more like a grown-up. Again, this is something they maybe could have explored in season 3 more. Overall, I love Erica. She's my queen. I'm okay with her killing people. It's legal when Erica kills people, and I love her. She's mainly a background character who is somewhat one note, but shows evolution throughout her style and cooperation with the other characters. Next, we have Rory, one of my favorite style icons in the show. I had to pause there for a second because I was like, am I actually going to call Rory a style icon? And the answer is yes, I definitely am. Now that we're getting into the boys of the show, there's not going to be as much to say about their clothing choices because they're already supposed to dress like nerds, and on top of that, men's fashion, especially for teenage boys, is like non-existent. So, if I'm seen to be reading into things too much, I'm sorry. So in the movie, all of the boys, but especially Rory, are seen in very, very stereotypically nerdy clothing choices. He wears a lot of plaid short-sleeve collared shirts, buttoned up all the way to the top. That neckline is tight. And we sometimes see him in a blue and black striped zip-up jacket. This is supposed to be September when the movie starts, so it's supposed to be a little bit cold outside. Something you pick up on in the movie is that Rory really wants to be friends with Ethan and Benny, but they don't really like him at all, and they just see him as like a peripheral friend, even though he wants them to be like a trio of sorts. So in a lot of ways, you could see his styling trying to mimic and replicate what his friends are wearing. But after Rory turns into a vampire, he has a very dramatic clothing shift to replicate how he feels about becoming a full vampire. He is in classic rapper swag clothing with chains and oversized zip-ups and graphic t-shirts. Also, he literally styled his hair like Alice from Twilight. That cannot be anything other than a reference point, and I think that's iconic. So we see him in a lot more swaggy clothing throughout the movie, but this is pretty much dropped for season 1, where he's back to his more sort of nerdy clothing choices. Although I specifically noticed that Rory is really into color coordination, so instead of having those plaid short-sleeve collared shirts buttoned up, they're opened and they have graphic t-shirts underneath them, and the graphic t-shirt and the flannel are always matching each other. Rory is a joke character. His whole goal within the show is to provide runner gags throughout episodes, so because of that, he is a sort of court jester role, even more than Benny in that sense. So because of that, Rory's main colors are the primary colors of red, yellow, and blue. Red is a color that he wears when he's in his most vampiric state of mind. We see that famous red and black zip-up at the end of the movie. And blue and yellow are his more average colors that he wears when he's hanging out with the gang or when he's put on a new persona, like Rory Vampire or Vampire Ninja. And I would argue that he wears blue the most often when he's hanging out with Benny and Ethan and is maybe trying to be their friends more often than not. The other color he wears the most, which I would say is his actual main color out of the three, is yellow. Yellow is of course the color of sunshine and is associated with happiness and joy, and Rory is a very bubbly character at the end of the day. He doesn't really seem to have any qualms or cares about being a vampire or caring about revenge like Erica. He's just having a good time and is vibing. So he is constantly wearing yellow to represent that. And by season 2, they really seem to lean more into a more emo, kind of, dare I say, crunkcore style of clothing. I know I bring up crunkcore too many times in my videos for it to be a coincidence. I'm sorry guys, don't come for me. But in season 2, we see this melding of more nerdy styles with the more swag styles, and we see a lot more emo culture elements come out. He wears a lot of black skinny jeans as well as colorful skinny jeans in general, and a lot of women's graphic t-shirts. This kind of, to me, signals the sort of emo style that was happening around the time. It had started to fade by the late 2000s and early 2010s, but it was definitely still a subculture that existed, and the sort of androgynous style was very popular at the time, so the boys and girls wore the exact same things, and what Rory is wearing in all of these episodes is exactly what like an emo scene queen girl would wear, minus like a tiara or something. And I think the scene queen styling is a reference to how he dramatically shifted clothing choices in the movie and how that those two styles have molded together. Kind of like how his average ordinary sunshine lifestyle has now molded with his vampire lifestyle. Rory's a style icon. I still wear red Converse to this day, probably because I saw him wearing them back in 2012 when my brain was still moldable. I most definitely owned a pair of colorful skinny jeans and also that Galaxy Cat t-shirt. There's no way I did not own that as a kid. I wish I had a photo to prove it. Now let's talk about Benny Weir, who I don't have much to say on his actual style, but I do have a lot to say about stripes. So if you weren't aware of this already, Benny as a character exclusively wears clothing items with stripes on them. There is very rarely, if ever, a situation where he isn't wearing something that has stripes on them, specifically horizontal stripes. Why is this the case, you ask? It's literally in every single episode, so it has to be intentional, right? Well, I'm glad you asked. The history of stripes can be traced back to the beginning of textiles, with wool yarn that had a slight color variation being used in the same textile, creating a warped stripe effect, which would be done intentionally if that was the goal. The invention of dyed yarns is, of course, what the true origin of striped clothing was, although it was not the most popular throughout society, even up to antiquity. In the European Middle Ages, stripes began in association with deviance and abasement. Just to clarify real quick, I'm getting all of this information from an article published on LoveToKnow.com, written by John S. Major. Their main source of information from this article is a book written by Michael Pastoureau, sorry I don't know how to pronounce French names, called The Devil's Cloth, A History of Stripes and Striped Fabric. I tried to find a copy of this book under $30 and I couldn't, so I'm sorry I didn't get to actually read the main source from this article. I wanted to for this video, but like I said, I had a hard time finding a copy. So all the information is going to be coming from that article written by Major. So to quote John S. Major, a loose, lightweight pajama-like union suit with a brightly striped cloth with a broad collar and cuffs is the iconic outfit of the clown, a figure whose humor derives from his license to transgress the boundaries of orderly society. So yes, Benny is a literal clown. Specifically, the costume designers have gone for the most nerdy and lame clothing choices they could possibly go for the boys early on in the series, with those ugly army brown shoes and ill-fitting denim/sweatpants. I really hate all of the brown Benny wears in season 1. It was a running joke on our podcast that we hated all of his brown outfits, so even though their horrible style is intentional, that doesn't mean it's fun. So I think all of the stripes and plaid was mainly to give the association of Benny as a big loser, since a lot of his behavior, especially towards women, is embarrassing and should not be seen as aspirational. He is also the main comic relief character, since he is constantly cracking jokes and trying to get attention for himself, so that's where his clownish behavior is the most obvious. I called Rory a court jester, and Benny is much of the same. However, Benny is more of a clown in the same way that they are in Shakespeare plays, where they're irreverent and constantly commenting on the other characters and making fun of them, yet everyone doesn't just kick him out and they still give him money for whatever reason. Season 2 fares a lot better with the two mortal characters maturing and growing up more. We see less polo shirts and more crew necks and intentional layering, instead of just looking like Grandma Weir forced a long sleeve or jacket on him before he ran out the door. While the polo shirts were very trendy for their time, I'm glad to be mostly rid of them by the end. Benny was supposed to grow more as a magic user and force of knowledge regarding those topics, so while his stripes are too iconic to ever rid the character of, his slightly more tailored and deliberate choices in Season 2 seem to reflect that. Sadly, we never get to see Benny actually stop becoming a douchebag and actually become good at magic, but I would like to think that his style would reflect more of his maturing sentiment and growth of knowledge over time, considering he is so ignorant and dumb throughout most of the early parts of the series. And I like Benny in this series. I think his dynamic with Ethan is amazing. They're meant to be, they're in love, whatever you want to say. But just because I like him as a character in a TV show does not mean I would want to like the person in real life, and that's very much the case for this character. Last but not least, we have Ethan. Ethan is such a 1980s supernatural movie main character lead, isn't he? We all talk about how much he looks like Winona Ryder, and his ethos as a character is definitely built on this Karate Kid sentiment that the quiet wallflower could become the one who saves the world. Or at least attempt to save the world. I think there's a 1980s teen main character influence on his style with his denim jackets and plain nerdy style. Although I will admit, it is impossible to ignore the intensely 2000s graphic t-shirts he wears throughout the series, which I would argue is his lasting legacy that he has in fashion in the modern day. These vaguely trendy t-shirts speak to his desire to be a boring, normal high school kid, who blends into the background and doesn't call much attention to himself. I know it's hard to believe, but these extremely busy shirts would have made him look more normal than anything else at this point in time. Ethan's main colors we see seem to be blue and black, with a little bit of maroon and gray sometimes in there as well. While blue can be seen as a color of sadness, it is also a color that represents leadership and intelligence, which is what Ethan represents in his friend group. He's the main problem solver of the gang, and his second sight gives him wisdom that the other characters don't have. He's the analytical, while the others are the action doers. People may call me a crackpot for this, and I'm completely fine with that. I'm in too deep when it comes to the mbav overthinking lore. I think Ethan and Sarah have a lot of commonality when it comes to what they want to be and who they see themselves being as they quote-unquote grow up. And so, because Ethan's main color is blue, and Sarah sometimes wears blue, I see it as a color that they connect with each other, and a color that represents their kind of emotions, both sadness and their smarts, as well as their role of leadership among the group. They can relate to the feeling of being normal teenagers who are caught up in the mess of supernatural fighting and lore, both with these supernatural powers that they didn't ask for and didn't think they were going to have in the first place, which greatly affect their ability to live normally. So I think the quiet moments they have with each other throughout the show represent their relationship well with this color. Blue is also seen as a calm and soothing color, similar to the color of the ocean and sereneness. Even though Sarah doesn't seem to have feelings like that for Ethan, she does agree to go on a date with him, in my opinion, because it'll make her feel more like a normal teenage girl who casually dates and has a relationship that isn't all tied up in this supernatural trauma and mess like she did with Jesse. And Ethan is what represents that state of normalcy for her, what she could be and what she could achieve with her powers and with her life, because Ethan seems to have it all put together, but that is until the Lucifactor comes into detail. Over time, Ethan moves from little to no patterns at all in his clothing, and, in the same way as Benny, has more intentional layering and attention to items of clothing placed together. Whether or not this was the costume designers realizing this in real time is beyond the point in my opinion. Ethan's denim jackets specifically are my favorite element of his style, since it's the perfect balance of nostalgic and timelessness, which a lot of other things he wears lacks in my opinion. Ethan is the audience insert character in the series, yet he still has his own distinct personality and style that all tie in with the other characters and the overall message of the entire show. If you want to know more about those other elements of the series, feel free to watch my extremely long deep dive video into the entire series, including character breakdowns and more. Shout out to Patrick Antosh for his costume design work, since I bet the stunts and budget restrictions really limited what they were able to do, and this fun and complex creation was able to come out of it all nonetheless. I just realized that my microphone has not been recording this whole time. Awesome! I need to wash this off my face, so we're just gonna pretend that the intro and outro don't sound like ass, okay? Please guys, please bear with me here.
Wake the fuck up, Tumblr bitches. Where you at? You awake?
I really hope the microphone isn't picking up the crazy thunder that's happening right now. I mean, I already did my face up, so like, this video's happening. I'm not gonna record another day, so I'm sorry if there's ominous thunder throughout this video. I might not be able to record today. Oh my gosh. Hello everybody, welcome back to Monster Fest, or Monstober, where I attempt to make a video a week about My Babysitter's a Vampire. See, I don't even have to pay for the sound effects for this video. They're coming naturally to me. Last week we did a color and style analysis, and this week we're going to be doing a fandom discussion. So y'all ever notice how most people in the mbav fandom are, you know. So yes, for some reason that we're going to attempt to understand and explain today, a majority, if not all, of the people who are fans of My Babysitter's a Vampire are queer. So this isn't new or special to mbav. There are plenty of fandoms for quote-unquote normal shows that have nothing to do with the LGBTQ+ community, yet harbor a large queer fan base. I'm going to be using the terms queer and the LGBTQ+ community interchangeably. I hope no one minds that. This show is for the queer people. It's for the gays. And yeah, why is that? And why are there so many headcanons and fanon about characters within the show being queer themselves? These are all questions I want to look into. I have my note cards. I'm testing out different ways that I will feel comfortable with, like having a list of things to say while on camera. We're testing this out now. I also reached out to my two podcast hosts of the Vampy Wampy Campy podcast, where we reviewed every episode of My Babysitter's a Vampire, who are both queer themselves and are willing to give some insight, who have also experienced this sort of thing in different fandoms as well. Speaking of different fandoms, we've decided to relaunch the podcast now that we're done reviewing all of mbav, and we decided we're going to do the same thing but with Gravity Falls. And if I planned things right, the first episode where we talk about the pilot episode of Gravity Falls should be up on the official Vampy Wampy Campy podcast YouTube channel right now. Oh god, okay. Let's hope all that mess is behind us. So I guess one thing I should really clarify right out the gate is that, yes, the mbav fandom does still exist. The thing about a show that got cancelled prematurely and hasn't been on the air for over a decade and doesn't even have a legitimate way to stream it anymore is that people just assume that no one knows it exists. Which, fair enough, a lot of people don't, but just for clarification to make everybody's lives a whole lot easier, the whole series is available to watch in HD, in full, on YouTube. Check out Ethan's upload channel, which is a great resource for the whole series, along with the movie. So you do have a way to watch the film, even though technically, I don't know how legal that is, but let's just not say anything, okay? But yes, the mbav fandom does still exist, and it mainly exists on tumblr.com. Tumblr has had somewhat of a resurgence. It never really went away, per se, but I would say that the mbav fandom, at least in my eyes, has definitely increased in the past 4 or 5 years or so. There used to be a large fandom on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure, like, post-pandemic, that hasn't really been much of a thing anymore. Although if you're in the mbav fandom on Twitter, then please let me know. I think people post things on TikTok, but what I've been told by other fandom members who have TikTok, I don't. But what I've been told is that it's mainly just like pretty surface level stuff, like stuff you'd see for shows like Good Luck Charlie, you know, like there's no core fandom really. But Tumblr's where it's at. Which makes a lot of sense because it is arguable that originally, as the show was airing, Tumblr was the original place that most people gathered for fandom discussion. However, there's a big elephant in the room that apparently no one else but me and a few other people can see, which is that the mbav Facebook group did 100% exist and was very active at the time. Technically, the mbav Facebook group was the main place that the people were supposed to gather in the fandom. It was moderated and ran by Fresh TV and Teletoon, the people who created My Babysitter's a Vampire. And writers and people who worked on the show would constantly be responding to fans' questions and posting stuff in the fan group page. So if you wanted a behind-the-scenes look at the show and questions answered as to, hey, where's the 3rd season, then that is where everyone went. I'm probably going to expand on this more in my video next week, which will hopefully come out next week. It's a pretty big project that's been working on for a while now. But other than the Facebook group page, I would say Tumblr was the fandom's main squeeze. Genuinely, I can't express how happy I am that people have gone back and found and dug up these old posts. Because what you slowly start to learn about the mbav fandom while the show was still airing is that it behaved pretty much exactly like many other Tumblr fandoms did at the time. It was essentially like the little kid brother of Super Hulock. It was like the children's table at Thanksgiving, because everything that happened in Super Hulock that people know about and mention these days also happened in the mbav fandom. The biggest fandom discourse at the time was, of course, the difference between the ships. It's always about the ships, isn't it? And that is where the queer fandom and queer codedness of the show comes into play. Obviously, people were shipping the two cishet white male leads together because this is 2012 after all.
And then another thing when it comes to headcanons, just like as food for thought, is like no one has ever really confirmed cishet either unless explicitly stated. So on a technicality, these characters being perceived as cishet is merely a headcanon too. Society at large kind of views queerness as still being something other than the default or normal or whatever. So seeing characters as queer is what's considered the headcanon, while being cishet is just assumed to be the case, even if it's something that isn't stated.
Beethan was this huge ship, and there was a lot of hate derived at Sarah because she was considered as a love interest for Ethan. Beethan is a perfectly fine ship, and there are a lot of elements of Beethan within the actual show. We'll talk about the legitimacy of them in a little bit. The main reason for this phenomenon is very vast and has been discussed quite often. A lot of times in these shows, the female characters aren't written as well as the male main leads are, and I'm not going to deny that that's not the case for My Babysitter's a Vampire. I think they had a lot of interesting ideas for Sarah, and they tried their best, but at a certain point, there just wasn't enough maybe female perspective to add more complexity to her, or they were focused on the male characters more, and her writing ended up getting pushed on the back burner. I fully mentioned this in my previous video. Like, there's a whole arc of hers in season 1 that just gets discarded at the beginning of season 2 and then is maybe supposed to come back for season 3, but of course the show ends and they all die, so. But if you're a teenager and you decide to go on Tumblr and look up the mbav tag, which is what I did back in the day.
Back in 2012.
You're essentially mainly hit with Beethan stuff, with the occasional discourse about how Beethan is real and no, Ethera is real. My friend Anakin actually did find a block list of Ethera fans for the Beethan shippers. Like, I forget how serious all this was back in the day. Nowadays in the mbav fandom, like, everyone ships everyone with each other. It's a common joke that, like, the whole fan gang is just in a polycule. So there's no hate over, like, well, if Ethan is with Sarah, then we can't also ship Beethan. Like, none of it's real. Like, the show's been over for over a decade now, and none of these are going to become canon anymore. The show's gone for forever. So it just kind of left this, like, existential, whatever, let's just do whatever we want kind of mentality to the culture, which I think is nice and refreshing. Just to touch on the hetero-ness for a little bit, just a little bit there, I think for a lot of people, Ethera, or Sarathan, whatever ship name you prefer, was probably seen as just as likely as Beethan, because at least early on in the show, Sarah and Ethan are such different characters on opposite spectrums of, like, willingness to date each other. Like, Ethan seems to have this crush on Sarah that doesn't seem to be materializing in anything. Like, she's a few years older than him, she's out of his league, and there doesn't really seem to be any reciprocation of that romantic interest on her part, even when they go on a date at the end of the show. Even though I've mentioned time and time again that as characters they have a lot of similarities, that was clearly not supposed to be obvious and present until way later in the show. But were they ever endgame? Who knows? My theory is no. There's too many complications, and maybe they just wouldn't have brought up the fact that she's immortal and he's just gonna get older. But because of that quirk, it's like, well, them just being gay and dating seem on the same level of like hard to ride around. You know what I mean? Why were fandoms mainly comprised of teenage girls so obsessed with shipping cishet white men together? It's a question that people have been asking for a very long time now. As time goes on, it's been revealed that most of these teenage girls were either gay or trans. So in my unprofessional opinion, that is where I think this sort of influx of obsessing over gay ships and shows that have nothing to do with gayness at all comes into play.
I think with a lot of TV shows, oftentimes their fandom tends to grow just a little collection of queer people, like, over time. That's just kind of like I think just like a normal thing that's going to happen eventually. With mbav, I think it's a special case just because it's a show that a lot of people watched in their childhood. Or like people will watch media that's made for children just to kind of reconnect to a childhood they didn't get to have. And I noticed, well, at least personally, that this tends to happen a lot with queer people, or like neurodivergent people who had to grow up too quickly. Situations with like people who had just traumatic childhood. So I think that's also another part of it, just because a lot of, especially like queer people, especially nowadays, tend to want to reconnect to their childhood. To be quite honest, I didn't see a whole lot of representation in the show itself, just because being queer was still considered like kind of taboo at the time. It's really more a lot of the fandom that I really saw representation in, just because so many people kind of interpret the character in their own ways.
It's this idea of representation, and this idea of misconstruing on purpose, not because you're misguided or don't understand social cues, a purposeful misinterpretation of what the actual text is for your own personal gain, of the kind of joke queer elements of the show becoming real. That seems to be a more realistic representation than the very obvious and very kind of sanitized and annoying version of representation that a lot of companies do nowadays. No offense to Love, Simon, but like that's a gay movie made for straight people. That's for grandma to watch. That's grandma's gay movie, you know? Versus the queerness and the subtext within mbav is a lot more juicy and complicated.
So I guess when it comes to like my own identity and elements of representation I see, of course there's just like the general queerness of everything. I myself like to headcanon characters as Ariel or Ace, just because that's what I am. Ethan is my main victim, and like, I don't know, he's just like so like bi Ace to me. But also it could just be kind of projecting. I do see some of myself in characters like Ethan or Rory, but it's more due to personality or other things, like Ethan dealing with panic attacks towards the finale. But I know a lot of other people do see more parts of their queer identity or headcanon it in these characters as well.
There are many jokes in mbav where Benny and Ethan are shown as having queer subtext, and it's played for laughs as a punching down sort of joke. Like, haha, they're role-playing asking each other out on a date, and Ross is confused by it, but, you know, he doesn't want to judge his teenage son. It makes me think, why was this so common in shows like Sherlock? I also think there's this sort of element of kind of trying to read the room, maybe, but also say, like, hashtag no homo. When I think of Moffat sitting down and being like, we're gonna write a modern interpretation of Sherlock, one of the things someone mentions is, like, you know, people think that they're gay? That Sherlock and Watson are gay? And he's like, right, we need to acknowledge that because people think gay people are fine now, which is back in the day, like, it was not even talked about. People think gay people are cool now. So we have to, like, mention the fact that, like, yes, these two characters could be gay, but they're not in this show. And that arrives in jokes that are making fun of queer-codedness and making them queer-coded, but then going hashtag no homo about it. So, like, for example, Benny and Ethan becoming Betty and Veronica, which, yes, is a very funny Archie Comics joke. that is seen as a more complex and interesting representation of transness than something that's very sanitized and easy to consume. Corporate media are mainly making these projects not out of a necessity of wanting to represent people and wanting to tell diverse stories, but of getting money from those diverse crowds. It's kind of a common joke among the mbav fandom nowadays that, like, we reclaim the 3 Cheers for Evil episode.
Oftentimes, a lot of older shows like this didn't really have characters to portray in that way in a positive light, especially like I noticed a lot of times with trans characters, especially trans women, they were seen as like the quote-unquote drag queens or like the weirdos or even just like like trans people in general were often seen as like the weirdos. Same with the queer people or just like cis queer people. They were often seen as like the butt of a joke, or like they were the outcasts, or like the nerds, or like people who were bullied very often weren't really the main characters. They're often portrayed as like the kooky side character that no one wants to really talk to, or like they're annoyed at being talked to by them. And so of course people like they want to see themselves in that show, in that media, in that music, in that book, things like that. Things like that.
One thing I will say is that headcanoning Benny Weir as actually a trans person does make him seem a lot more interesting and fully realized. Like, there are a lot of weird quirks throughout the show that are just mean and nasty and are intentionally supposed to make the character a little bit of a weirdo, actually make the character more interesting and explains a lot of those things as being, you know, complex emotions being played out. Same goes for Beethan. Like, a lot of the weird ways that Benny acts around women can just be explained as him overcompensating, trying to overemphasize his attraction to women, when in reality, he wants to date Ethan. That joke where Grandma Weir is like, Sarah is the person you care the most about, Ethan, and Benny's like, but I'm his best friend, and how they've essentially created a friendship is magic throuple at the end of the show. So, like, why do people headcanon Ethan as trans so much? He is specifically portrayed as this scrawny, smaller, nerdy, less masculine person on the show, and yet he is still a hero. He is still important and well valued among all the members. So because of that, championing him as some sort of trans representation can feel very validating for a lot of people. And again, because the fandom is so old and the show has been off air for so many years, no one actually wants this to become real within the canon because there is no more canon to be made real. It's just general fan discussion and fan works being created with this idea in mind.
And I think a lot of times people in fandom will do this just because they want to feel a lot closer to the media they enjoy or like the characters they really like. I tend to do this myself also, especially, for example, like with trans Ethan Morgan. Like, a lot of people growing up who did not identify as men at the time, like, I noticed, tend to grow up and really identify with Ethan Morgan just because, especially with like a lot of the nerdy tropes, they're seen as like inferior or like weak, or like not manly because they're nerds. And so that really kind of like in my head connects with a lot of like the trans experience, because of course growing up with that feminine identity, it really feels like you have to live up to being manly, even though a lot of the time you are like considered feminine. A lot of people will tend to do this just because they want to feel closer to the media they're watching, or like see themselves in a character that they really like.
To talk more about Serica, that's where I really think this sort of fan creation has blossomed the most. I would argue it's the ship that has benefited the most from collective creation. Like, in the actual canon of the show, Erica's a horrible friend to Sarah. I've called this out multiple times already. She's kind of supposed to be a bad person. She's a complex character, okay? I don't mind when she kills people. But see, the thing is, since there's so much implied history between the two characters, that means there's a whole lot of stuff to discover outside of the actual show. And on purpose, because I don't know if I really want the show to delve more into the relationship between the two. I want it to improve. I want them to not get in a fight in literally every episode. But I also don't think they need to like have a full-on gay relationship arc. So I think Serica is really where this fan creation element is most important to me. It's an element of the show that like necessarily doesn't need to actually be present within it, but is something that I 100% love to see created by fans. So there's this constant dynamic between both fully realizing characters and trying to make them more 3D by making them queer or having some sort of secret element that they're not explaining to everybody else. But then there's also an element of flattening characters. I seem to see this a lot with the gender divide. So like male characters being headcanoned as queer or members of the LGBTQ plus community make them more fully realized in 3D, versus female characters being headcanoned as gay makes them flattened. It flattens them. It makes them stereotypes. This is two different kinds of conversations happening on Tumblr around the time. There's this famous post that's like, whenever a character has a certain archetype, they immediately assign the stereotype associated with a queer identity. Now, I don't necessarily agree with this, I'm just bringing it up as a point that I've seen on the internet. How automatically associating a character with a queer identity can flatten their identity. It's definitely a lot less of a common discussion than the whole-roundedness approach that we've talked about. While I can see this being an element of the mbav fandom that people do, I would love to have a conversation in the comments below about maybe the reason why, or even if it's that prevalent within the mbav fandom, because I think it can be said both ways. I don't want to outright say that it doesn't happen at all among mbav fans, but I don't think it is as prevalent as it is in other fandoms, although I don't have much education on other fandoms. So yes, I would love to hear people's opinions in the comments below. Please let me know what you think about this topic. If I'm, putting too much emphasis on it, then I apologize. I just wasn't sure how much I should mention on this specific element of queer headcanoning.
When it comes to headcanons, I personally love it. It's something I actively do with any fictional media I fall in love with. And to me, it adds something more to these characters. I like being able to take them into my hands and put a little bit of myself or the people I know into them, or just random things I find fun or interesting. Perhaps there could be negatives in general if there's like extreme negative stereotyping that happens with these headcanons. And then of course, for whatever reason, there's always been discourse around having headcanons about characters being trans or queer, and that being brought up to showrunners and actors. And then also just interpersonal fandom drama, petty fandom drama. In general, I don't see much negative about headcanon characters as LGBT as concept. I think it's a fun fandom thing to do. It's hard to say why people fandom and do this, because everyone kind of has their own reasons. From anything where it's just a fun activity to partake in, while others maybe want to project it. I mean this positively, but project their identities onto their faves. It could come from a desire to have more characters like them on screen. Like I said earlier, I myself like to headcanon characters as aro ace or generally queer, because it's something that I am, and I think it would be neat to have characters I know and love be as such. Plus, on the fun side, it could be fun to draw from life experiences, give those to these characters, and just do all that, given that they're so moldable. And the mbav characters are just so moldable. They fill certain archetypes, and that leaves a lot open for interpretation, and for the fandom to kind of take these characters into their grubby little hands and make them their own.
And with anything being negative, I don't think there's really anything negative with the headcanons themselves, just because a lot of the fandom itself is queer, so there's not really a lot of bigotry going on with that. When I say bigotry, not as much I hate the gays kind of thing. It's more just with the toxicity in shipping. I've seen it a few times with Ethan. I notice it tends to happen in toxic spaces with male ships. Of course, Ethan and Sarah, it's the close to canon ship that a lot of people, of course, are going to ship just because it's the closest to being canon. But oftentimes with Beethan, not oftentimes, sometimes with Beethan shippers, the really toxic ones, they tend to kind of push Sarah out of the picture just because she's quote unquote in the way of the male relationship. And this isn't just something I've seen with Beethan. A lot of people saw Lawrence, the ship that was with Lance from Voltron, they saw her in the way of Clance. Now that I think about it, there's not really any other ones I've seen besides Clance that I actually wrote down. But it's a thing that I've noticed happens really often in fandom. It's mainly with like the shipping aspect. There's not really any negatives with the headcanons of being trans and queer themselves.
The supernatural element, I think, is also a thing that affects a lot of this. mbav is a coming-of-age story. All of these characters are reaching their maturity in that influx period where they start to become grown-ups, and they're learning brand new things about each other that they didn't know existed, and they're not really comfortable with fully. Let's go! The children's show gay allegory continues! It's just like High School Musical all over again. If I reach 1,000 subscribers, I'll definitely make a video about High School Musical, I promise. So there's a sort of transgressiveness about vampirism, about being a seer, about being a spellmaster, about learning this new part of your identity that is completely different from everyone you're surrounded by. So I think that accidental allegory, and I'm going to say accidental on purpose because there's no way the people who created this show thought of that on purpose, unless there was maybe some woke king in the writer's room. This accidental allegory speaks to a lot of people, and that comes out in their fan-in and fan creation, art, fanfic, and other works, which I find to be very beautiful. Nothing sparks joy more in my life than seeing some new mbav art or fanfic or discussion, because since the show is pretty hard to find in the modern day, I feel like the fans' passion for the project is what keeps it alive. Kind of like Candyman. You know, you can't forget about it, because if you do, that's when the power goes away.
I think part of it is the inherently queer nature of vampires, movie monsters, and just horror in general. Especially when it comes to monsters, there's always a factor of like othering that occurs that a lot of queer people find relatability in. These creatures aren't typically perceived as normal, and they can be ostracized because of it. In the case of vampires, it could be something like intrinsic or in their nature, like their weakness to the sun, that makes it hard to exist among the general population. Or it could be someone discovering their true nature and turning away from them because of this perception of being a monstrosity. While it's not pleasant to live through, many find that they relate to this aspect. There's also like a factor of vampires having a certain like gothic or just generally alternative quality to them, which are subcultures that have often been a refuge for queer people, with a large part of what they stand for being acceptance for marginalized groups. Even old vampire examples like Carmilla are just very queer stories.
Another thing, especially with Monster High being a new thing recently, a lot of queer people tend to really like, not really like horror, but just like the monster, like kooky, like monster, campy kind of thing. I think we've discussed this before, but in a lot of supernatural tropes tend to have like some queer subtext, especially with like vampires and things like that. Werewolves is another one. They tend to have a lot of queer subtext where a lot of supernatural creatures tend to be like the outcast or like the quote-unquote other that a lot of people are afraid of or like tend to, well, I think discriminate's a strong word, but discriminate against. And I think that's part of a couple of reasons why mbav and their whole fandom just in general tends to be a little bit more like queer-coded in that way.
Anyways, I'm not the most qualified person to talk about this, which is why I called in my friends for some help. And I really wanted this video to spark up a conversation and discussion about this, specifically relating to mbav, but also to online fandom as a whole. So please feel free to comment below what your personal opinions are. If I said something wrong or, offended anybody, please let me know. I want to make sure, I get called out so I don't just keep doing it, Famously, I made a video about My Babysitter's a Vampire all the way back in 2023, and I called it a deep dive into My Babysitter's a Vampire, and it was 2.5 hours long. And I still don't think that was long enough to talk about this series, specifically the character analysis sections. While I still agree with everything I said, there's a lot more there to kind of parse through. So because of that, we're gonna make a video for each character. So welcome to the Benny Weir video, if that wasn't obvious already. This is probably going to be one of my most controversial videos, if not my most controversial video, just because I know for a fact that a lot of people are going to be really mad with what I have to say, which I mean, fair enough. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. And my opinion happens to be that the character of Benny Weir is, to use a video essay modern day term, problematic. Specifically, I don't think I've done my due diligence properly analyzing and getting into the weeds of things that were problematic about the series. Mainly because I'm scared. I'm scared of people being mad at me, and I don't like talking about serious issues famously. I like to be a relatively lighthearted channel here, but I think we need to get into some more serious, deeper topics. So today we're going to be talking about Benny Weir, and more specifically, the things that have aged quite awkwardly about his character, and really kind of dive into what I mean by that. More specifically, I think a lot of the comic relief side characters in these early 2010s children's TV shows represent a lot of chauvinistic behavior and relatively sexist attitudes towards women specifically, and they all do so under the guise that it is satire and satirical and a farce, when in reality they don't do the actual work to make it a real satire. And also, does satire even work in a genre like a kid's TV show? Is that even a place you can be satirical in? This is a deep thing that I've been thinking a lot about, and when I applied it to Benny Weir, it just broke my brain. So yeah, we're here to talk about it. Let's get into it, y'all. First thing I want to make very clear before I get into my, personal sponsorships and such, and that is that I am not really going to actually be touching on incel culture and the manosphere in this video. I'm sorry you've been clickbaited. My reasoning for that is because, I don't want to do research into that. I don't want to have to look up the manosphere and learn about it. And also, I don't want to get comments from incels on my channel. Although, there's two likely things. The first possible situation is that not a single person who is an incel or is part of the manosphere or whatever you call it, is gonna watch this video, because it's gonna be very clearly very video essay-y, and I don't know if they interact with that stuff. And the second option is that they love to interact with anything that mentions their name, and I will get hate comments from people for me even bothering to question their ideology and behavior. And I guess I'll just have to deal with either one. But I guess what I'm mainly interested in and looking at is the fact that a large swath of masculine-leaning people have really pushed away from the Me Too movement, respecting women, feminism, all that stuff, and have just really gone full throttle into misogyny and sexism. Misogyny, I'll say it, yeah. Full-on misogyny. And a big part of my brain wonders if the shows that we watched as children affected that in any way, and if that's even something that children's TV shows and sitcoms as a whole can do. We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. One thing I really want to hype up and mention is the fact that we're also going to be doing a mbav style thing on the podcast, the Vampy Wampy Campy podcast. For those who don't know, the Vampy Wampy Campy podcast is still going, but on its own channel on YouTube, so feel free to check it out if you haven't seen that channel yet, if you're wondering where the podcast went, because it used to be hosted on this channel. It now has its own dedicated channel, and we will be doing the same thing, where we talk about mbav and upload a new episode of the podcast once a week. And on Halloween, if everything goes right, we're going to be reviewing the Halloween episode of Gravity Falls, because if you don't know, right now we're reviewing every episode of Gravity Falls, because we finished mbav, because famously, mbav doesn't have that many episodes. So yes, go check that out if you haven't yet. Okay, I'm so excited. We got some really good stuff coming for the podcast. So I'm feeding you guys this month, okay? Eat up. Secondly, do you notice this cool bracelet I'm wearing? I make them now. I make them. You can buy them on my store. I am famously horrible mentioning the fact that I have a merch store. I have a merch store. For a year now, I've had a merch store, and I have basically not advertised it that well in any of my videos. So yes, please go check out my merch store. I'm going to be selling character-specific bracelets with their names and without their names, with these really cool, eclectic charms. I'll put a picture of it, because it's probably not in focus on camera. But they're really cool, and I'm really proud of it, and yeah, I mean, it's a great way to support the channel, because I don't know if I should ever do like memberships or a Patreon or whatever. You guys can let me know about that in the comments below. But this is a great way to support me because I have so much fun making them, and I hand make everything. Everything's a pretty good price in my opinion. I try to keep my prices low, especially these days, right? So yeah, go check it out. It's shopify.com/comicbookddr or something like that. I'll have it linked in the description for sure. And with that, let's get into Benny Weir. What you were here for, what you're here to watch. So I want to preface with the fact that the character of Benny Weir is, at least was, and probably still is, very, very well beloved within the My Babysitter Vampire fandom, and is probably the first character that comes to most people's minds when they think about the show. And that is because he is a very memorable character by design. He is the comic relief side character. So because of that, he gets all of the most memorable one-liners, all of the funny things. Ethan, especially, and Sarah have to like be serious and problem solve, whereas he can just be funny in the background. And that's very endearing to people, and they really appreciate that in a character.
It's gardening time.
Is that the best you can do?
Pretty much.
So because of that, he was the most popular for the longest time. I would argue in 2022, when the allegations about Atticus Mitchell came out, that's when really things started to shift a bit. If you don't know about that, then please go watch my previous video on My Babysitter's a Vampire. I will also link it in the description. It, at the very end, details the allegations against Atticus Mitchell, which are horrendous, and I'm not going to mention it all in this video because we're talking about the fictional character that he happened to play on that show. A lot of criticism that I get specifically when I say that I don't like the character of Benny Weir, or I think that he's problematic or whatever, is that like, well, you're just saying that because you don't like the actor. And no. Both of these things can be true at the same time. Famously, when my original mbav video came out, I was writing the Benny Weir section when the allegations came out, because I started on that video in October of 2022. So, and I think the allegations came out around November. So I was already writing about how I wasn't that big of a fan of Benny and how I thought he's a very great character to watch on screen, but he's extremely like controversial with his behavior. I was writing that as the allegations came out. So this was something that I believed in way back, ever since watching the show as a grown-up. Even on the podcast, when we were first reviewing episodes in February of 2022, we were talking about how we think he's a horrible person, and we love watching the show because of that. And that's also what I want to preface, is that we need to use our discernment when watching shows like this, okay? Shout out to Khadijah and Bo. RIP to a legend. I meant to do the heart hands, but I was holding my mug. Here, heart hands. RIP to a legend. That was the word of 2025 or whatever in their videos. Great stuff. Yeah, like, I'm gonna say it multiple times throughout this video, but yes, we need to use our discernment when watching these shows as grown-ups, okay? Because I'm assuming you're all grown-ups. Are any of you guys children out there? Let me know, I guess. No, actually don't. Oh my god. So the audience is already intensely endeared to the character of Benny because we find him funny and he's making silly jokes while everyone else is being serious, right? And then something weird happens early on in the movie, which is like the pilot episode of the series. I'm assuming everyone who's watching this has seen the show, but I don't know, I should give context just in case. Early on, these characters are freshmen in high school. They're going to their first day of freshman year at high school. So they're like 14, 15 years old. And the first thing that this character does when he enters the hallowed halls is catcall a girl.
On the positive side, one of these primo high school babes could totally be at your house tonight. Hey, hot stuff. Dude, what?
Ethan reacts negatively in this scene, but he won't really do so further on along with all the other characters, which is an example of how this kind of behavior is so heavily normalized. The fact that it even slipped into the show is proof of this, that it was just something that's normal, because what reason do we have to make the character of Benny a catcaller who is obsessed with women? I understand the fact that he's constantly wanting to date a girl is a core aspect of his character, and is all of this is supposed to make him seem lame and weird and not cool.
Hey, you want to go out? I've got the David Stokowski seal of approval.
Drop dead.
Oh, see? She spoke to me. That never happened pre-headlock.
we're supposed to understand that the main boys, Ethan, Benny, and Rory, are nerds and lame and at the bottom of the food chain. And the proof of this is that he doesn't get the girls, right?
And that is why I'm no longer welcome at the bowling alley. You know, I think you're really interesting. Do you want to talk about yourself for a bit?
But we don't need to show that through the fact that he's catcalling them in the hallways and calling them babes and other terms that a lot of people have said that they do not like being associated with women multiple times throughout the series.
Hey, sup, potty?
Benny as a character is deeply obsessed with women. In the season 1 premiere episode, Lawn of the Dead, he has a huge crush on this character Della, who is essentially the same character from the movie that he actually kisses in the movie. He really wants to date Della, and so how he decides to do so is revive her dead dog. The show is unhinged, and again, all of this as a grown-up, I'm understanding as something that is weird and bad, and I'm entertained by it. I'm entertained by the fact that this brain-dead 15-year-old who is so obsessed with dating this girl that he's like, I gotta do necromancy. Is it necromancy when it's a dog and not a human? I don't know. But he's like, I'm gonna revive the dead.
She didn't even say thank you. Oh.
Like, that is very funny to me. But is that something I want to see somebody, and obviously it's like, I was gonna say, like, is this something I want to see someone reflect in their own behavior? But like, how can that be reflected? It's not like someone's gonna revive their crush's dead dog, right? And this is why mbav gets away with it for the most part, because it is applied to such absurd situations.
Our courtship is on hold. At least until she gets out of counseling.
Oh, I forgot my resources. I gotta get up and get my resources. Why did I leave them on the other side of my room? So when this unwanted behavior is not reflected positively in his face, like he's expecting it to, he reacts negatively. The purest example of this is Smells Like Trouble, which is the episode where Benny poisons his fellow classmates. That's the word I'm going to use, because he puts them under a love potion spell with a cologne that he charmed, and he spills it, and it gets in the vents, and every single girl falls in love with him and Ethan. This is an insane episode, and Benny is literally the villain in this episode. Like, point blank, he is the antagonist of this episode. Throughout the episode, they try and frame the women who have gone feral over the fact that they have been love charmed to be the villains, but like obviously it's Benny because he's the one who put them under the charm in the first place. What's horrible about this episode is how they prop up essentially the two main ships of the series, which is something we're going to talk about in the Vampy podcast. Please check that out. We did a whole extremely long episode where we talked about all of the ships. Even though people don't want to agree with me when it comes to Benny and Erica, they're, as far as I'm aware, one of the only ships that is like in canon explored to a certain degree. Obviously, Sarathan or Ethera is the biggest one that's explored, and when we get to talking about Ethan, we'll talk about it. Don't you worry, okay? But other than what the series would deem joke ships like Rorica with Rory and Erica, Benica is the only other ship that is like seriously considered throughout the series. The straight ships, obviously, you know, well, it was 2011, okay? They want this ship to be taken seriously, and they have it in the series, and it involves a non-consensual romantic situation between the two of them. And I'm calling it non-consensual because Erica is under a love spell. Even though she's the one who kisses him, I would call that pretty definitively non-consensual, okay? If people want to disagree with me, I'm like, all right, weird, okay.
Erica kissed you. Of her own free will.
I know.
And I would argue that this is an example of him reacting negatively and aggressively towards the fact that he is not getting the attention he wants from girls, because they are rejecting his very already creepy, offstandish advances, right? What do we call this, people? We call this incel behavior. These are what incels are, right? Am I wrong? Even if there's not a modern word we can assign to what this character is doing, it is definitely a bad thing that he's doing. And again, as a grown-up, It's fun to watch. It's funny, okay? Smells Like Trouble isn't funny. That's one of my least favorite episodes, if not my least favorite episode for that exact reason. But for a lot of the show, what the guy does is funny. I think it's funny when he tries hitting on those girls and they shove a bunch of Cheetos up his nose. Like, that was a good fun time to me.
Ladies.
And one could say that all of that reaction, the girls throughout the show constantly rejecting him, is the example of this behavior not being normalized, right? That's where the satire comes into play. Well, here's the thing about that, okay? That's what I said on our podcast all those years ago, I'm pretty sure, was that, well, the show agrees that it's bad because he never gets the girl. He never wins, right? Because that would normalize and say that the behavior was okay. Like, this is what you need to do to get a girl, right? And the show doesn't do that. At least this show doesn't do that.
You have to act like me. Girls love the whole bad boy thing I've got going on. I choose to believe girls respond to charm and sensitivity, and you really are the sister I never wanted.
I want to talk about Zach Martin for a second, okay? Listen, clearly I have a lot to say about The Sweet Life on Deck. Another promotional thing that I should have mentioned at the beginning of the video, but I couldn't segue well enough, is that I kind of have like a little limited series sort of podcast thing on my second channel called the School on a Boat podcast, where I just ramble and rant and rave about The Sweet Life on Deck, because one 2-hour video apparently wasn't enough. So yes, please go check that out. I haven't gotten around to talking about Zach Martin yet specifically because I've been absolutely deconstructing the hell out of the Cody Bailey relationship, but I want to talk about Zach Martin because these characters are like twin flames, I swear. They both exemplify this specific behavior. This is where my notes come into play. So Zach Martin is another example of a character who has an interesting relationship with women. His whole thing is that he constantly wants to date women and is constantly thinking about them, specifically in The Sweet Life on Deck, because the character evolves a lot throughout the series. He starts as like a 12-year-old in The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, right? He's a twin to Cody Martin. You guys know that already. And yes, a lot of the material that is given to the character of Zach revolves around his constant revolving door of girls and dates that he's going on. He has his black book and everything that he flips through and...
Let's see. Tall blondes? Bodacious brunettes? Spunky redheads? Ah, here we go. Pity dates.
When he finally does get a girlfriend and she asks him, how many girls have you dated? He, like, doesn't remember, first of all, and the fact he's like 17 at this point, I think, so that must mean it's been a lot.
Truth or dare?
Truth.
How many girls did you date before me?
Dare. Starting with A, Erilyn, Abigail, Abyssinia, Adelaide, the other Adelaide, Tiffany, that's a T, yes, but she was A Fox. Audrey, Ava, Azalea. Azizika?
Azizika? Are you ever gonna get to the bees?
It's funny, okay? I find it funny because the character essentially just becomes Disney Channel's Barney Stinson. This was something I argued in my original video about The Sweet Life on Deck. And it's funny, but why is it funny? Why is it funny that Zach Martin pulls? I hate using modern terms. I'm never saying that again. I think the reason why it's funny is because it's already expected. It is so heavily already understood that this is something a cool character would do, and Zach is supposed to be the cool one, whereas Cody is the nerdy one. So it's the fact that this is expected for a cool character, and then the bit is heightened to an extreme degree, you know, to make it funny. That is itself what the problem is. I read chapter 15 of the book Queer Media Images, LGBT Perspectives, specifically chapter 15, written by Zoe Kenny, hope I'm pronouncing that right, titled The Play's the Thing, Representations of Heteronormative Sexuality in a Popular Children's TV Sitcom. This chapter doesn't really pertain that much to my discussion here today. I'm only going to touch on it lightly, but I am going to review the whole thing in my podcast on The Sweet Life on Deck, the School on a Boat podcast, I think. I'm planning on it, if people aren't extremely bored by that. But one of the big things that this chapter touches on is how society regards sexuality as a generally inappropriate topic for children, yet heterosexuality is extremely well presented and well represented in these shows, and yet homosexuality is not, when apparently the concept of sexuality in general is already no-go for kids shows, right? It's a great double standard to point out, I think. It uses The Sweet Life on Deck as an example, specifically season 3. Was this written for me? Considering the role of media as a socializing agent, it is of critical sociological importance to understand the content of media produced for young audiences. It is important for scholars to critique which moral and normative messages are present in TV programming and how socially relevant information is effectively communicated. Youth-geared TV shows can be especially powerful tools for communicating a society's values. Analyzing the content of media products for children provides insight into the values and roles they are socialized into understanding. The very values and roles generally assumed to develop naturally from characteristics inherently bound up in sex and essential gender differences. The chapter then goes on to analyze how the mass ritual of television, and television being in everyone's homes, at least at the time this was written in 2013, as an example of mainstreaming. How these shows, because they are such important pillars of American society, or at least they were at the time that this show we're talking about was made, it is a form of mainstreaming the ideals that is put within the shows, whether intentional or not. Then do a bunch of analysis on all of the episodes of The Sweet Life on Deck that have made me go insane, but due to heterosexuality's privileged and deeply embedded position in society, it was valued and promoted as not one representation of sexual identity, but the representation of appropriate sexual identity. And even though mbav is a bunch of, monsters and vampires and stuff that it has to deal with, I would argue it's a lot of the same. But see, here's where we get into fan theories and headcanons, because famously, the character of both Zach Martin and Benny Weir are heavily headcanoned as being compet, or compulsively heterosexual. With Zach Martin specifically, I can see where this comes about because it doesn't even seem like he really likes girls all that much. It is more about the competition and the hunt, the chase. And usually when that's the case, that means that they don't actually like women. They just are doing it for male or societal validation. When it comes to Benny, though, the thing about this that makes it really, really fascinating and interesting is Betty. Betty Weir, as we know, is the character's cheerleader persona, trans identity, I don't know. So much of the fandom has headcanoned Benny as a trans femme character because of how exuberantly joyful the character is while in drag. And again, using our discernment here, okay? As much as I love this, and this is a fan theory that I actively participate in because I think it is generally just like a very good time. We all know why the character of Benny liked being a woman so much in the show, right? Again, it is another example of them making fun of the fact of men in dresses. Like, haha, isn't men in dresses wearing makeup funny? Right? That's the whole reason why that scene and that whole plotline exists in episode 2 of the series. As I've said in my video on the queer implications of My Babysitter's a Vampire, again, I talk about this series all the time, man. I got so many videos to recommend to y'all throughout this series. As I said in that video, not only does headcanoning Benny as a trans woman like a really cool thing in general because it's awesome, it also fixes all of these problems about Benny, all of this constant weird energy towards women and how he interacts with all of the girls in his school. It can all just be basically like swept away as gender dysphoria and sexuality, like confusion in sexuality. I also do not in any way intend to imply that this is some sort of holistic trans experience before actually transitioning. That is not what I intended at all, and I realized I wasn't super clear on it specifically. And also, this is all, within fan speculation and a little bit of, just fandom stuff that we do over here on the internet. The fact that the actual show itself has all of these essentially anti-trans jokes, even if the writers themselves didn't realize that they were anti-trans jokes, was mainly what I wanted to highlight, and how people have taken that to their own personal opinions to agree that the character is trans. I like that personally, but also I think instead of doing that, we should be liking more shows with actual trans people in them. Also, they should be making more of those, because there's not that many out there to begin with. But anyways, but we know where the origin of the jokes are from. This was something I think I kind of touched on in that Queer Implications video, but yeah, like, we all know as grown-ups here that it was wrong for them to make fun of gay and trans people. So I bring this up to further show and highlight how things that were intended as jokes by the writers were actually taken literally by the most often younger audiences that were watching, and in this case spun it into something positive for themselves, like feeling represented in the way certain emotions are being portrayed within this character, and how he can find joy in changing his identity. But you can see how this can be taken in the opposite direction, right? Here's proof of mean-spirited gay jokes specifically, which can be seen as satire on how a leading man ought to be, more on this when I get to talking about Ethan one day, being taken not as jokes, but as the sincere truth, and becoming representation for the characters, and possibly being a place of reference for future behavior for themselves. I literally see trans men all the time recreating Ethan's fits on my online feeds, and I love it. It's amazing. But what about the more negative aspects of Benny's character that this show is quote-unquote critiquing? Who's to say that the audience isn't doing the exact same thing with that behavior as well? I can picture it now, young boys on the playground calling their peers babe and hotties, just because the funny Magic Man on Disney Channel did so. And that's really only the, pardon my pun, elementary. Okay, so I've been giving all these examples and saying all these things about how the character of Benny is an incel or whatever, problematic, all the words you want to use to describe something as bad. Thing bad is what I've been saying so far, right? Well, why? Why is it bad for a show to depict a guy having a weird relationship with women? It isn't, actually. There is no problem with that whatsoever. Many a show has done such a thing. I think of shows like Mad Men, for example. I mean, you probably could use the show How I Met Your Mother as an example as well, although I would argue the character of Barney Stinson, you're supposed to know that what he's doing is bad. It's not really questioned as like something that needs to be stopped. I mean, none of his friends, apparently the high and mighty Ted Mosby, thinks that all of this stuff is fine. So fine that he's even telling his children about it, right? Where I have a problem with it is where these shows throw up their hands and they claim satire.
Satire is the art of making someone or something look ridiculous, raising laughter in order to embarrass, humble, or discredit its targets.
Here's the thing about satire. I have been thinking about it way too in-depthly, specifically because I was in a class that was about major British writers, and we focused on the concept of the rise of the novel in the 18th century, and how a lot of the early novels of the time centered around young women, specifically. A great example is the novel Evelina, written by Frances Burney. It is a satire making fun of a lot of the marriage plot stories that were popular at the time, popularized by the first ever novel, possibly, Pamela, which has to be here somewhere. Where's Pamela? Right there. There it is. On the shelf. That's Pamela. Sadly, I don't have a copy of Evelina, even though I like Evelina and I despise Pamela. That's because I just forgot to buy it in time, and then I found a free copy online because it's in the public domain. So I just went with that. It's a shame though, because I actually quite like Evelina and I would like to own a copy of it. But yes, it's an 18th century satire. And in my undergraduate college class, our professor posed the question of how, when we found out it was satire, because the professor did not lead the discussion of the novel with, hey, this is a satire, or even say that in like the reading list or anything. So when did we find out it was a satire, and how do we feel about how satire functions as a story element, right? And this is where I started spiraling, okay? Because at the exact same time that I was, reading this book and we were discussing satire as a class, FD Signifier, one of my favorite current creators, he published a video called like The Manosphere or the Incels and the Failures of Satire or something like that. And he went into extreme depth talking about how satire has basically fallen on deaf ears when it comes to many a TV show and a movie. 2 of the 3 examples he used I had not seen, which was Attack on Titan and The Boys. But the final one, The Joker, is the one that I think is the most prescient. Basically, all of these series, I'll use The Joker as an example, was written as a satire. It's making fun of people like The Joker. And yet, all the people who love the movie and gave it all the money to make it like this huge success are the people who can relate to the Joker and see themselves in him and see that as good, positive representation of their lifestyle.
So satire is very context dependent. And it also depends on the audience recognizing it as such. For satire to be effective, it must be received as satire. There's always the risk that the satire will be read straight or superficially.
So in almost every sense of the word, satire failed. That was a failure to understand satire. And specifically what FD Signifier says in that video is that all of these leftists go, ha ha ha, you're wrong, you don't understand Fight Club or whatever, right? And then that does nothing. It does nothing but make the person saying such feel superior, which is why when I knew I was going to make a video about Benny Weir, I couldn't just do that. I couldn't just say, see, your comfort character from when you were 12 is bad. Like, I couldn't just do that because it doesn't accomplish anything, right? I think the problem with satire, which is the same thing that FD says in that video, is that when it comes to a visual medium specifically, it is always going to fall on deaf ears because the visual medium of television and TV shows requires that you visualize the characters doing the thing. So because of that, it immediately can be removed from its context of the entire series, right? Especially online with edits and tweets and clips and all that stuff. So you can take a clip of the Joker baby saying some absolutely unhinged wild bullshit and put some aggro hyper pop over it, and all of a sudden it's this cool edgy thing that you're like, yeah, like that inspires me, you know. That's what I want to get the power to be able to finally say those things, because that's what I'm thinking, right? It empowers people and it feels like good representation. So I was bringing all of this up in my class when we were talking about Evelina, and I said, but this book doesn't have that problem, I found. Like, it's so obviously, the only reason why you would not interpret it as a satire is because it's an ancient text from the 1700s, and so even having, like, to decipher that version of English can be difficult for a lot of people. So in that sense, I can understand why the professor asked, like, when did you figure out it was a satire? Because, like, you could just assume that all of the wacky, insane, crazy stuff that's happening in the novel as like just what it was like in the 18th century, right? But when you have the historical context and you understand the language, it's very clearly making fun of books like Pamela, books that, you know, prioritize women getting married at such a young age, and the absurdity of said marriage plots and all of the twists and turns and ups and downs and stuff. Evelina doesn't have this problem because it's a book. And the fact that it is written text, it makes it 10 times easier to parse through the fact that it's being satirical. Do I have my copy of The Women of Color up here? Oh, here it is. I do have it. Yay, I can show it now. The Woman of Color is another satirical novel from the time and has actually no definitive author. It is written by Anonymous. And this book is so insanely fascinating and interesting and well written that I can't speak any more on it because it deserves its own video. Honestly, someone please make a video about The Woman of Color. So satirical novels and written text specifically is a lot easier to parse through if done correctly, of course. This is all under the guise of if it's done properly. It is much easier to parse through and understand as satire because of the way language has to be, you know, developed and understood, in my opinion, okay? And on top of all of this, when I said this in class, one of my classmates so adeptly said, also because the kind of people who would relate to these horrible characters who you're supposed to understand are being made fun of, they're not the type of people to read books. So yeah, fair enough. In Evelina specifically, there is like a group of men who are displaying basically all of the very, very similar behavior that characters like Benny and Zach portray in their shows, and they are bad, and the main character does not marry them. And it is much easier to understand their behavior as bad because of the way that they're described, like very specifically. I also have to clarify that the book Evelina is written as an epistolary novel, so specifically that means, for those who don't know, big scary book words, an epistolary novel means that it is a series of letters, so you're reading like letters that were sent to somebody, and then like reading letters that were sent back to that person, right? It's like a lot of these stories, especially in the 18th century, because like the novel was so new at the time, it was novel, one could say, that they were like framed almost like you were reading actual letters in the real world that existed, right? Like they would always have some preface like, I dug these up, I, fake name here, dug these up in a vat in the middle of nowhere. It was buried in the sand and I'm now publishing it for you guys to read, right? Like there was always like that immersion tactic at play. And so because it is an epistolary novel and we're reading letters that Evelina is writing to somebody, we very, very clearly understand what Fanny Burney is trying to say with this type of man that existed at the time that she, I'm assuming, interacted with a lot, and which is why it is represented in her novel, which is that it's gross and weird and unwarranted and not a fun time. The novel isn't perfect, by the way. There are many things when it comes to class that you can analyze it and you know, give criticisms of, but overall it was what opened up my third eye when it came to satire, because another moment that opened up my fourth eye, I got four eyes now, what really enlightened me to the fact that like mbav is supposed to be satire was a very, very obscure promotional clip that was like uploaded unlisted to fucking Vimeo, and I don't even know if it's on there anymore. It was a promotional video for the mbav video game specifically, where they call the series a satire / spoof of horror movies and the horror genre, which to an intense degree, yes, it is. Okay, so that video actually doesn't specifically call mbav a satire, but it does call it a spoof.
The hit Teletoon and Disney XD show, My Babysitter's a Vampire, is a special effects live-action comedy spoofing retro horror movies and the Twilight series.
The definition of spoof is honestly very similar to satire, but I'm not even going to get into that or unpack that. As far as I'm aware, mbav is a satire, in my own personal opinion, since as far as I'm aware, there is no direct evidence that anyone who worked on the show called it a satire. Specifically, I would call mbav a Menippean satire, and I'm just not going to get into that. If you guys want more discussions on satire on this channel, hit me up. Maybe I'll describe that more. Anyways, I was trying not to get too English major up in here, but you know what? I think I failed on that mission.
Finally, there's Menippean satire, reserved for prose works that still resemble that original connotation of satire as a miscellany or containing multitudes. While technically the life story of the eponymous narrator, the novel's far less interested in any kind of linear plot than it is in accumulating incidents and characters and materials that gently mock and comment on the absurdities of what was then modern life and love.
They're making fun of all of the tropey vampire stuff while still taking the character development and the arc of the story seriously. That's kind of why I've come to terms with like the toilet gator and the vampire ghost car, which again in my first ever video on mbav I criticized and said were not good. I've come to terms with them because I've understood that it's camp. Okay, it's camp that the car is not only possessed like that one movie, Clarissa I think is what it's called, but it's also a ghost. You know, it's a ghost possessed car that is a vampire. It's a vampire ghost car. Like, and then the original title of the episode was just Evil Car. Camp. What can I say? Same thing with the toilet gator. Is that supposed to be a Sharknado thing? Was Sharknado out at that time? I don't know. There is an element of analysis towards mbav where it's not a satire at all, and it is genuinely, wholeheartedly trying to more pay tribute to this style of horror rather than make fun of in an endearing way, right? That's something that we could really, you know, look into maybe one day next year. But overall, I like to call this a phenomenon of satire not coming through in visual media, specifically the Fight Club effect. Fight Club is another great example of a movie where people did not get that it's making fun of aggressively aggro men and saw themselves in it and decided to like reclaim it as their own. But famously, Fight Club is adapted from a book, from a novel, which has all of that same satire baked within the loaf. And I don't see many people saying the same for Fight Club the book, that it glorifies, aggressive men or anything like that, right? Because at the end of the day, when you have these insane lines of dialogue that are supposed to be not taken seriously, but you have peak Brad Pitt saying them, people are not going to be looking at the words, is all I'm saying. And then when it comes to the perspective of this being a kid's show, like Fight Club and The Joker are one thing, because those are rated R movies, right? mbav is a PG show, and it aired on a kids network, on 2 different kids networks, both Teletoon, who made it, and Disney Channel, where it was the most popular. Leave a comment down below if you watched this series on Teletoon. I would love to know, because famously it bombed on Teletoon and was very successful on Disney Channel, which is why the show is so well remembered by Americans, by people from the United States, and not Canadians, even though it is a Canadian TV show. Yeah, it being a kids show changes the context, because immediately any sort of like jokes that aren't the most obvious and surface level, for a large batch of people, it's gonna fly over their heads. And especially when it comes to children, because their brains are gooey and malleable and absorb information in a very interesting way, which is something that I really picked up on with The Play's the Thing. It can be argued that this satire is still doing the work of mainstreaming. And again, I say it can be argued. I'm not going to definitively say it is the case, because this is something that people have been debating for like forever now, for a long, long time, when it comes to violent video games and rap music, all that stuff.
I blame video games.
Yeah, that and the rap music.
Nice.
So it's very possible that Benny Weir is the reason why we have Andrew Tate today. There's the clickbait title that I really wanted to put at the beginning of the video, but because I have self-worth, I'm not going to. And also I don't actually believe it, because Andrew Tate is his own monster and beast on its own. And same thing with this whole manosphere incel culture. We can't just say it was TV that did it, okay? I'm not willing to put that out there, but it works for great clickbait, so that's why I did the advertising, okay? I think that's all. I feel really good about this. I was so concerned that I wasn't going to eloquently get my point across, and I probably didn't. I stumbled a lot. But without a script, because I'm trying to avoid copyright, and I'm trying to avoid using clips in my videos from now on, because famously, my original mbav video, the one I'm stripping for parts, I have not seen a single cent of, because it has been copyright strikes to hell and back. So I will show the occasional clip on the screen, but next to me and small, so the bots don't notice it, I'm wearing a lot of loud jewelry today, so I hope that doesn't hope that's not too obvious or annoying. So Ethan Morgan is the de facto leader of the Fang Gang. He is essentially the main character of the series. We follow him and his journey the most, which is why it might feel a little bit difficult to make an entire video on him. At least that's how I felt at the very beginning. Because in a lot of ways, he is supposed to be a sort of audience surrogate. So he fills the role of the audience member themselves. And a problem with that is that they can end up just like amplifying very generic, personality traits. But I would say that Ethan is a pretty well-developed character and does have a really interesting arc throughout the series. I said that about every character, though. I bet I've said that exact sentence in every single fucking video I've made so far. I also think that his character does represent the way that the series was attempting to, or trying to, portray its characters within the context of like action-adventure TV shows at the time. Because even though it's like a vampire, paranormal story, it is still, in a sense, in tone and in framing, leaning more towards the, like teen boy action adventure TV show genre. Or like children's horror fest, It's more Goosebumps than it is Vampire Diaries, is what I'm trying to say. Hell, even more Power Rangers than Vampire Diaries even. So within that context, I feel like characters and their arcs are supposed to fall under specific sort of formulas, and I would argue that mbav directly either spoofs that or just outright ignores that. In my video about Benny, I had talked about how essentially the show self-proclaimed itself to be a spoof of classic schlocky horror movies. That is most seen in the villain characters specifically, and how they basically represent like over-exaggerated personas of classic horror villains. Like the creature feature of the rogue alligator, you know, monster creature, but it lives in a toilet at a high school. Or the evil possessed car, but it's also a vampire, right? Like, you know, that's where the spoof comes in. But I would also say that it's emblematic specifically in the way that the sort of like protagonist action hero that is Ethan is a spoof, if that makes sense. I think Ethan is a very earnest version of a sort of spoof of the classic action main character hero of 1980s and 1990s action movies specifically. And this is shown through his relationships, emotional struggles, and specifically homoerotic relationships with one specific person. We'll talk about it. I would argue that all of these things are present within the classic 1980s action movie, which I would say the creators of these shows were heavily inspired by. But it is heightened to an intense degree and done intentionally, and I think that's where the spoof comes into play for Ethan Morgan specifically. So yeah, we're gonna dive straight into it. If you all are interested, keep watching. Like and subscribe. I haven't said like or subscribe in any of these videos, and apparently I'm supposed to be doing that. So like and subscribe. While I'm on my promo bullshit, go buy my merch. Oh look, my autofocus is actually working on this camera. At least I think it is. Yeah. Look at this cool bracelet. Don't you want this cool, awesome bracelet? This specific top one. Not my Zeke and Luther one, or my effervescent snail bracelet. Don't you want this cool, awesome, eclectic candy charm bracelet? You can get it at my store. I've also been saying the URL wrong in every single video, which is insane. It is comicbookddr.myshopify.com. You'd think I'd know my own URL. Also, there's been a delay with the podcast episodes. I'm so sorry. This month has been absolutely chaotic. I mean, every mbav-tober that I've done, which this is like technically the second year I've done it. The first year I did it, it was also chaotic. But this year's been even more, because I've been a bit distracted, to say the least. But that doesn't matter. On to the video. I forgot to mention this in the video, but I was specifically very inspired by a video that Renegade Cut released in 2019 talking about queer theory and masculine action movies of the 80s and 90s. So I highly recommend you check out that video. I tried to not just outright copy it. I also read a chapter from the book From Mouse to Mermaid, The Politics of Film, Gender, and Culture, specifically Chapter 10, The Curse of Masculinity, Disney's Beauty and the Beast by Susan Jeffords. So I'll be referencing that occasionally. Sorry I sound so crazy. It's really late at night. Is anyone gonna take me seriously when I'm in Ryan Ross cosplay? I mean, I wanted to do like a Halloween costume at least for one of these videos, but like I couldn't commit. And then the next video we're gonna make is gonna be kind of serious, so I didn't think it would be the time for a lighthearted costume. So I chose this one. But like, I don't know if this was the vibe or not. So this video is going to be a little bit similar to my queer implications of My Babysitter's a Vampire video. Yo, autofocus. Hello? Hello? In the sense that I'm going to be applying a very, surface level, more lighthearted angle of queer theory to My Babysitter's a Vampire. I didn't want to get into the whole thing behind queer theory because that is such a big topic that I would love for it to be its own video. Maybe next year from mbav-tober, I'll do a whole queer theory mbav video, even though technically I kind of did that already, but that was more with like the relationships and stuff and the fan dynamic. But what queer theory can be described as, to put it simply, it's a way of taking an alternative look at pieces of media that is not the inherently heteronormative and patriarchal view that is like the standard way to view any piece of movie or text at all. I pretty much already read mbav this way when I bothered to analyze the queer implications of all of the characters. And I want to do that more specifically with Ethan. and go more in depth about Ethan as a character, because I think that this enlightens a lot about the show creator's intention, I guess, and also why he's such a beloved character, because I love Ethan. He's one of the best characters in the whole show. So his social presentation is a huge part of how masculinity is defined within him, I guess you could say. Insecurity with one's masculinity is a pretty common theme for at least Ethan and Benny specifically. I talked about how that can manifest in somewhat toxic ways with Benny's video, so go check that out. But with Ethan, I would argue he represents elements of masculinity that are positive and, you know, a good thing to see replicated among young people. And whether or not that matters is up for your personal decision. I say it does, but for a lot of people it doesn't, which is why they got mad at me for my Benny video. Which, fair enough, everyone's entitled to their opinions. But he does hold some positive masculine traits. Specifically, he's a great leader and he's very protective of the people he cares about, which in our society, because we live in a society, is seen as a masculine trait. And it's something that he does well as being smart, of having a lot of knowledge and being extremely aware of his context and his surroundings. Of course, his second sight is a big part of that, which his superpowers, again, a whole other video. mbav-tober 2026, we already got the whole schedule planned out. His second sight gives him the ability to literally see things that other people can't see, and he gets these premonitions which cause him to be able to lead the group in, you know, solving the problem. And he does so with compassion and care. He's not an aggressive character. He's a very soft, you know, well-meaning character. This is one element of his character that I think he tries to hide or kind of shrink away from, because it's not traditionally understood as being like the proper masculine thing to be. I would never describe Ethan as shy. We had a whole rant on this in our podcast like 3 years ago, because it's been that long since we started the podcast, which blows my mind. But on our podcast, I think when we were talking about the movie specifically, we talked about how Ethan is not necessarily shy. He's not afraid to talk to people or go up in front of class or do things that, you know, traditionally shy people would probably struggle with. But he is reserved. He's a very reserved person. He's not for, you know, just like out front showing intensity like Benny is. And I think a lot of it has to do with his self-esteem. He is quite an insecure character. He's afraid of seeming a certain way, if you know what I mean. Most people's, and especially characters within shows, especially the classic action hero of the 1980s and 1990s, their way of proving their masculinity is to disavow whatever is considered by society to be the anti-masculine. He disavows his friends talking about nerdy stuff in the hallway of fear of getting beaten up.
He's a huge, awesome robot. All you have to do is yank on the warp engine nacelles.
Okay, that's like saying a dude could fight a boat.
Guys, just... can't we do this in a girl-free zone?
Showing passion is like essentially the opposite of being stoic, and I feel like being stoic and, you know, not being super animated is weirdly something that is seen as anti-masculine. Like, let guys have fun, maybe. That's not just like punching things. I mean, having fun punching things is great too, you know, as long as it's not like a human being. Read Fight Club is what I'm trying to say. And of course, getting beaten up by jocks in itself is a disavowal of them as the anti-masculine by the masculine standard doing the beating up.
Hey, we'll miss the status that team got us, though. I don't know. Hey, we'll still have the status. Or maybe not. That's okay, guys. I'm good. I'm good.
But as the show goes on, he is supposed to, at least, learn to embrace his importance as a leader and the importance he fulfills within his society and community as somebody who can help defeat the evils of the world. And he's able to rise the ranks and stand up against the evil foes against them. Of course, you know, that gets cut short because they all die at the end. Sorry, I think that joke is funny. I like it when we say, oh, they all exploded at the end of the show. But, like, that's not actually true. Canonically, we don't know what happened after Stern lucifractored the entire town. Like, we'll never know what happens. So they didn't die, they didn't blow up. I don't give a fuck what stinky-ass Atticus Mitchell said on his Twitter. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's an asshole. But yes, the masculine traits that Ethan does exemplify are accredited and praised in the show. Yay! positive examples of masculinity. I want to dive a little bit more into this whole idea of disavowal, of proving masculinity by disavowing what is considered anti-masculine, because this is a huge thing in 1980s and 1990s action movies. I don't know what else to call these movies, like mid-budget action movies, which automatically dates them to the 80s and 90s because mid-budget movies don't exist anymore. You know, anything that wasn't a Terminator movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because these movies are by men, starring men, for men, and there's like basically not a single ounce of estrogen present in any of these films, it can be easily assumed that these movies are a bit gay. Because anything that is exclusively by men, starring men, for men, can be read as homoerotic inherently. And I think it's important to analyze when something that is accidentally queer or wasn't meant to have queer subtext. It's important to analyze when audiences recognize that. Because knowing why people see Beethan hugging and say that's gay, it says a lot about what we in our society understand as homosocial versus homoerotic. To clarify, homosocial specifically just means platonic friendships between two masculine people, versus homoerotic, which is, you know, taking it to a more sexual connotation. I think there is an intense devaluing of homosocial relationships, aka buds being buds, best friends being best friends. Guys who are friends can't say I love you or hug or nap together in a cage. Okay, that one's a bit weird, but still. They can't do any of those things without being called gay. But obviously there's something wrong with being called gay, right? The beauty of classic movies like Predator is that they get to have it both ways. They get to have this sexually charged man-on-man energy while still no homoing their way through the entire thing, so guys don't feel weird about it. But it's still there and it sits in your mind. So I think Beethan is the best ship in the entire show. I bought this shirt for mbav, but I specifically didn't want to wear it in my Benny video lest I get accused of being a hater and not have anyone listen to what I'm actually trying to say in that video. So I'm wearing it now. God, I better get some good ad revenue back on this because this shirt was way too expensive on Redbubble. And also I had to buy it on Redbubble. Yikes. I got it in black too because obviously I don't own any color, but this was made for a white shirt, so there's just like a weird white border. Anyways. Yeah, so it might be weird to consider Beethan the best ship. I mean, it was the most popular, and the reason why it was the most popular is emblematic of all of the worst traits of 2010s internet fandoms. Don't make me pull out the block list, okay? It's not a fucking game, bitch. But I think that there's something beautiful, something serene even, about the Beethan of it all. Like I said, they're able to no homo their way through the show enough by showing attraction to girls, with Benny in a very negative way, and in Ethan with his very cute, pining, romantic, you know, interest in Sarah. And what's funny about this in a traditional reading of the show is that because these characters like girls canonically, that automatically X's out the possibility of them being queer in any way. According to the creators, whether it's subconscious or not. I think it's mostly unconscious, but like, that's the whole point is what I'm saying. Queer theory works to kind of end this assumption that every character inherently is heterosexual, and that just because a character is shown pursuing a heterosexual relationship does not mean that they are heterosexual entirely. Oh, and by the way, saying a character is either fully straight or fully gay is also perpetuating this stereotype by saying that Ethan and Benny only like each other and they would never like girls. Fuck Sarah. That is also perpetuating this same stereotype, okay? Let them like them both. As we famously say in the fandom, Ethan has two hands. He can hold both of their hands. And he literally does in the finale.
Dude, are we having a moment?
That was what I mean by like being emblematic of the worst traits of 2010's internet fandom, specifically on Tumblr. It was like these people would yaoi so hard that they would somehow end up being misogynistic. And it's like, y'all, we've lost the plot. I was gonna take off the shirt now that I'm basically done with the Beethan section, but you know what? Fuck it. It needs to be said more. So to kind of circle back what I was saying earlier about Ethan at the beginning of the series, he is sort of trying to prove himself to be the right and correct version of masculinity within his culture. You know, being a freshman in high school on his first day, he sees it as a fresh start to like define who he wants to be. And you can see this intense desire within him to not be seen as the other. I think it was Tim Burns specifically who on the Facebook group page, which I've gone on many rants about, go watch my previous videos if you want to know what the Facebook group page is. It was run by Teletoon, and a lot of the people who worked on the show, including the main showrunner and writers and editors, would respond to people's comments quite often on there. Very crazy and unprecedented. Like, we don't see shit like that anymore these days. I feel like that was very pioneering for its time. But it was either Mike Kiss or Tim Burns. I can't remember. Mike Kiss was one of the lead writers, so was Tim Burns, and he was technically considered showrunner. I don't think he ever had that title. I think he was actually given the title of executive producer, but he whatever, it doesn't matter. No one cares. One of them said that Ethan was supposed to kind of start out as a character who wanted to fade into the background and not really be seen or perceived. And over time, he grows to understand his importance within the world and to help others. This is what I mean when I say he's not inherently shy. While this could be interpreted as being shy at first and growing confidence, it's more of just like fear of being perceived in a specific way that you don't want to be perceived in. So one interesting thing about The Curse of Masculinity as a chapter is that it talks about Kindergarten Cop, which is a very interesting and insane movie starring classic 80s star Arnold Schwarzenegger, which before I get into all of that, let me just clarify and define the importance of the mid-budget action movie that was very common in the 1980s. Not only was it an important standard of box office appeal, but I would argue it was very, very influential when it came to people, specifically Gen Xers, creating children's television programming in the 2000s. I feel like a lot of that intense, extreme, quote unquote, energy that was present in a lot of, you know, comic book adaptations and animated TV shows in general was a sentiment that is like very, very present within these classic movies, which makes a lot of sense because the creators were heavily inspired by them, in my opinion. And My Babysitter's a Vampire, even though it doesn't seem like it, fits perfectly within that niche of like young boy action adventure TV show. Obviously it's slightly different because it focuses on vampires and it's live action, but it was basically created by the same people and companies that were creating all of those projects as well. So I think it's important to acknowledge that energy in history, and that is why I decided to use like that genre more specifically as a reference point for this video rather than like a specific movie or something, because I think there's an importance to the genre itself that is inherent to this series, in my opinion. People can disagree with me. But back to talking about the chapter, which this book was published in 1995. It talks about how what was defined as the proper masculine thing to do had shifted from like the yuppie, you know, I got mine, you know, intense aggro male to the family man, and how that's present within a movie like Kindergarten Cop, starring someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was in those crazy, intense movies and was now learning the importance of being a family man and decides to no longer be an aggro police officer, but instead a kindergarten teacher. Again, look at the comparison between the first Terminator movie and the second one. In the second one, it has a very similar message of learning that the importance of community and family from a literal robot who does not seemingly have human emotion. I think this sentiment is deeply, deeply present within the character of Ethan Morgan. This is the shift of masculinity is what we see within Ethan. And I don't think I articulated it properly in the video, which is why I'm talking about it now into my phone microphone at 4 a.m. To directly quote Jeffords, retroactively, the men of the 1980s were being given feelings that were presumably hidden behind their confrontational violence. While 80s action-adventure films gloried in spectacular scenes of destruction, 90s films are telling audiences that these men were actually being self-destructive. And isn't that what I've been saying all along? And what's kind of sad to think about is that, like, when it comes to this representation of men in shows, have we really come all that far? I feel like with Ethan as a character, we've made like one teeny little step of progress from like Arnold Schwarzenegger shooting at things with machine guns and saying you've been pushing too many pencils and doing the, you know, the the arm thing. How does someone even do that? How does someone do a handshake where your muscles look like they're about to explode out of your skin? Crazy stuff. Like from that, where, you know, we're full on saying slurs just to prove that we're not gay, to showing softness and sensitivity and showing love for your close male friend, and that not being seen as inherently weird or bad. Benny can say shit like, but I'm his best friend, to when his grandmother responds with, Sarah's the one you care about the most.
Sarah's the one you want to protect the most.
But I'm his best friend.
To be fair, that moment in and of itself is probably somewhat of an anti-gay joke. And that not have to be followed up with an anti-gay joke immediately after, like it probably would have in the 80s or 90s. To continue quoting Jeffords, at the cost of their personal and family lives, 80s heroes were rescuing armies, corporations, and ancient artifacts. Now they're out to save themselves. But didn't they bring all this loneliness and suffering on themselves? Were they not the ones who picked up the guns and went for the high-powered jobs? Were they not the ones who spent their time at the office or firing range instead of at home? According to these films, not exactly. 90s films had already carved out a space for their heroes that allowed them to always be reacting to some outside force, rather than acting from their own internal needs for violence or action. Reagan was always, quote-unquote, defending the US against Soviet aggression. In each case, it was their jobs, their nations, or their friends who made it necessary to enter into these violent confrontations. It was not, these films conclude, the wishes of the men themselves. This highlights the point that a lot of these action lead main characters were basically placed in the position as the victim, which was how they further justified their violence and brutality. And that in of itself is a problem for reasons that I don't have time to explain further, but I hope you are at least slightly aware of and kind of understand. Something, 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 men are victims of the patriarchy, something, something, something. That doesn't mean we shouldn't hold them accountable for still upholding patriarchy. Words, backstory, plot relevance. But I feel like we're still here. We haven't made much progress. You know, something I really want to highlight throughout this series is that as much as I love the representation that the fandom and all of us have sort of like imbued into My Babysitter's Vampire, I really do think we need to be finding, making, and watching shows that actually have queer people in them. So it's clear that deep emotional bonds that are just platonic between men is seen as not a societal standard. Because if it was, then we wouldn't get people shipping characters purely because one of them dies and the other one is sad about it. I feel like that's a common trope in like a lot of these action movies, is like these two guys have a rapport and then one of them dies and the other one is sad that the other one died, and they're like... Also, I'm sorry, can we just talk about all of the phallic imagery that is present in a lot of these movies? The cigar smoking, the fucking way they hold their guns. It's like... It's there is all I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with phallic imagery, okay? I guess the male gaze has a lot to do with this. The masculine gaze, as we all call it, is basically, to horribly simplify it, again, it could have its own video, and many videos have been made on it. The masculine gaze is the concept of the camera, by being controlled mostly by a man, is presuming that the person watching the movie is masculine, and so it is making the film for a masculine audience inherently. And problems arise from this specifically when women are depicted, because usually they're depicted in a misogynistic way, assuming that the audience is that's how they see women, and it is difficult for women themselves to actually understand and appreciate these films because they feel objectified. This concept is why I think so many normal male-on-male relationships get interpreted as gay. Because again, I said it earlier, if the audience is a guy and the film assumes that the audience is a guy and we only see guys... The famous example is the Top Gun volleyball scene. I saw that in theaters. They did a rescreening of it or something like before the new one came out, and so I went to go see it and I was like, dang, this is so gay. What makes it feel so gay is the fact that there's no like audience perspective. We're not given a clue as to who is supposed to be watching this volleyball scene other than just us. So if this scene, because of the toxic understanding of the masculine gaze, is assumed to be made for men or masculine people in specific, And the scene itself is a bunch of sweaty dudes flexing their muscles. It's homoerotic. It can be seen as gay. That's the problem with excluding women so much, is when you're so misogynistic that you end up making yaoi. I would say, and this is one teeny little thing, it's basically nitpicking, but you know, what is my channel if not nitpicking about mbav? One teeny little nitpick that I have about the show is that I think it is made from this perspective. The inherent assumed audience is young boys, which is why the show can feel like the Ethan and Benny show for so much of the series, because they're the characters the audience, which is assumed to be like 11 to 18-year-old men, are supposed to be associating with the most. And that's why the female characters like Erica and Sarah are not as much connected with in that sense, because they're not supposed to be like an audience surrogate character, unlike Ethan or Benny. I could see it now. Kids on the playground saying, who are you, more like Ethan or Benny? God, I hope none of them said Benny. That would be horrible. I think a symptom of this is characters like Sarah having really, like, the intention behind them is to have these really complex and in-depth, like, stories. The most compelling story within the series is Sarah's emotional arc and the struggles specifically that she goes through that are literally debilitating. But they don't get as much focus because we're assuming that audiences cannot inherently relate to a woman's struggles. Today is the Sarah Fox video, one that I promised I would make all the way back in March of 2023, and here we are in October of 2025 and it's finally happening. This is something that I heavily scripted and took me a very long time to feel comfortable with doing, and it's still not something that I think is a fully encompassing video about Sarah Fox. I just don't think I'm at a point in my career right now where I feel really comfortable saying that I'm an authority on this character, because I definitely am not. And I would love to see other creators make videos about this character. One thing that is sad about this series is that it honestly isn't taken that seriously, and you know, YouTube video essayists who would make a video that I think that would honor Sarah in the way that she deserves as a character, those types of people are not the type of people to watch a show like this and take it seriously. So this is an angle that I decided to approach this series from, talking about Sarah with, in a way that I felt a little bit more comfortable doing, and the broader, more, you know, important topics, I guess I could say, relating to her character as, you know, as she's a black woman, is something that I just don't feel like I can comment on in a way that would be worthy or eloquent of a video essay, I guess you could say. So what I'm trying to say is this video is heavily scripted, and I struggle with speaking with a script on camera, so bear with me if I look weird or whatever. And if this video is shorter, that might also be why, because I'm going to very strictly stick to what I wrote, because I think what I wrote and what I researched is somewhat competent. So yes, today we're going to be talking about Sarah Fox and debility, or debilitation. So the vampire condition has been used as an analogy for disability for as long as the character of the sympathetic vampire has existed. The give and take of having to sacrifice for comfort, the melancholy of not relating to one's peers, of not being welcome in certain normative spaces, these are situations that can be experienced by disabled or debilitated individuals because of different societal norms. Each piece of work with the vampire will create their own world and rules for their characters to exist and interact in, with some leaning into the abject and horrific, and others which can turn the vampire into something clean and simple. One text that finds a happy medium between the both is the Canadian TV series My Babysitter's a Vampire, which pulls from many different inspirations of new and old media to meld a unique world which creates the creatures that feel fresh and updated for the modern day, while still playing off of traditional vampire tales of the past. Some shows would feel embarrassed to include the more quirky vampire flaws like garlic and mirrors, but this show fully embraces it. While the show has magic users, a seer who gets visions, of which itself could have an essay written about how said powers relate to debility, and plenty of other supernatural characters that the audience and characters interact with, the vampires are the most interesting ones and get the most screen time in my opinion, just from the fact that there are 3 of them in the central cast alone. There is plenty of emphasis placed on their abilities and how they interact with their seemingly normal world. Sarah Fox, the character whose last name was famously invented by Vanessa Morgan, her actress, and was never actually said within the series, is the titular vampire babysitter, whose life gets entangled with other main characters, Ethan Morgan and Benny Weir, who are a seer and magic user respectively. If you want the videos about them, I uploaded them previously in the month. How Sarah is turned into a vampire and how she deals with her vampirism throughout the movie pilot and subsequent 2 seasons bring about a familiar and unique angle to the vampire story that has rarely been seen in other depictions of the creature itself, both in different texts at the time and within the show itself. Creating an analogy between supernatural creatures and debility is the common thing, but I would argue with the vampire specifically, and especially within shows like mbav, that is a rare thing to see. Sarah's experience and interaction with her vampirism can be read as a form of debilitation, with how she is turned and how she must exist in the narrative after she is turned. With the framework set by many disability scholars, a picture of Sarah as a character who exists within and moves throughout the status of disablement can better be interpreted and understood. This video is going to be in parts, so part 1, Sarah and the vampire. While Sarah is a main character in mbav, her story arc and character development is usually sidelined to make room for the other main characters of Ethan and Benny. This pattern of main characters of color and female characters being sidelined in narratives is a tiring trope that can usually render a show to being a lower quality piece of media, with mbav at least having the minuscule excuse of being a mainly episodic series with very little serialized elements overall. The moments of the story that are serialized are the storylines that are given to Sarah, so the show does set some time aside for her to stretch and grow as a character. It's just that said time is relatively short given the total length of the show, which in itself is also quite short. Sarah is introduced within the context of Ethan's coming of age, being the babysitter that Ethan's mom hires at his narratively framed old age of 14. Sarah is in, to grossly underestimate it, a complicated relationship with a vampire named Jesse Black, who is estimated to be hundreds of years old and is planning on massacring up to 200 people to resurrect his old vampire religious order, because it's pretty hard to have a vampire story without a little bit of biblical allegory present. Much of My Babysitter's a Vampire works intentionally within the realm of double entendre, directly connecting the text back to the sacred storytelling style of the teenage coming-of-age narrative, all with its child-friendly supernatural twist flavoring the series and creating an engaging environment to dive deeper into a plethora of more serious topics. From Sarah showing up to Ethan's house to bring him a book with information that's important to stopping the villain, where the two want to privately discuss the supernatural, in which of course Ethan's mom interprets as them wanting to be involved romantically. She leaves the door open only for Sarah to close it behind her as soon as Ethan's mom leaves. To another vampire character named Rory Keaner being bitten at a party where he's clearly only been invited to be food for the vampires, where he interprets the bite as a hickey, and how the setup evokes the popular kids inviting nerdy kids to parties just to make fun of them. Since the show allows for this style of non-spoken implied language of association to take place, even actively encouraging it in these specific moments in my opinion, it is then both easy and important to read into unspoken elements of the text as deep, valid interpretations that can have a lasting impact on the viewer, especially in regards to Sarah's story and her struggles with being a vampire. This is basically the case for every video I've made so far up to this point about the series. I'm very fortunate to get very nice comments most of the time, so luckily I haven't got a lot of "it's not that deep bro" comments, but if I do get any of that, just know I've called you out in this part of the video. Her relationship with Jesse is the most important example of this throughout the series, since Sarah was turned against her will by Jesse and never wanted to be a vampire in the first place, which happens off screen before the start of the movie. The physical language imbued throughout an interaction they have together in the movie, where Jesse grabs Sarah's arm and says,
"Come on, Sarah. Can't you feel it? Your body knows what it wants."
with Sarah responding,
Lucky for me, I think with my brain.
You're not going anywhere.
it directly implies a dangerous nature to their relationship and brings in the innuendo of assault into the foreground of the narrative, heightening the manipulation of Sarah's life on Jesse's part by way of turning her into a vampire against her consent to an intense degree. This relationship of theirs is framed directly next to relationships present within other popular paranormal romances of the 21st century, notably Twilight, which is right there by the way. with which mbav has been stated to be a spoof of in its intention and execution. Comparing and contrasting the relationship of Jesse and Sarah with the concept of the Edward Cullen and Bella Swan relationship that has been held in the public consciousness is another important concept to understand when it comes to Sarah as a debilitated character. Since this narrative commentary on Twilight becomes seething in seeing how the relationships between a 17-year-old girl and an ancient vampire are portrayed in this specific piece of media, which the creators of mbav clearly wanted to highlight with this involvement, along with other more obvious tongue-in-cheek jokes like the existence of dusk. This element of plot points present in Twilight being mirrored in mbav will come back in the series later on to bookend Sarah's relationship with being a vampire and her mid-series arc throughout the series. Part 2, The Vampire and Debility. Jesse has the goal of restoring the previous power he had throughout the town of Whitechapel, where the series takes place, and he attempts to enact this by turning new high schoolers into vampires to join his collective. Sarah being turned is this exact tactic employed by Jesse onto her, and because of this, her vampirism is more debilitating than it is a disability outright. The interpretation of vampirism as a disability without a specific real-world connection to an already existing disability is a valid interpretation and will be discussed later on. However, vampirism functions as a form of debilitation in mbav through the ways and reasons why Jesse turned Sarah, along with how she has to eventually exist after he is defeated and killed. In the preface of Jesper Puar's book, The Right to Maim, Debility, Capacity, Disability, the difference between disability and debility are made more clear. To quote Puar, "I contend that the term debilitation is distinct from the term disablement because it foregrounds the slow wearing down of populations instead of the event of becoming disabled." While the latter concept creates and hinges on a narrative of before and after for individuals who will eventually be identified as disabled, the former comprehends those bodies that are sustained in a perpetual state of debilitation precisely through foreclosing the social, cultural, and political translation to disability. In this tension, the tension between targeting the disabled and targeting to debilitate, the tension between being and becoming, this is the understated alliance that I push in this project. Puar uses the very specific and pointed example of Palestine as an example of how this exact system has been enacted in the real world. Soldiers shooting to maim and not to kill. And the book very eloquently asks the question, who has the right to maim? I highly recommend you check out this book if you want more information on this topic, and I'll be leaving a link in the description below to donate to help Palestinian children during this current turbulent time. This effective debilitation of Sarah works to signify the ways in which larger systems enact similar on other marginalized groups that are continuously depressurized by the state to stay within captivity. It is an act by Jesse to control his subjects to make them beholden to a lifestyle which is actively not acknowledged and shunned by a wider society, which in this case involves devouring human blood and not being given the privilege to let die, an element of the vampire that is way too deep to dive into in this specific video. This is an element of the vampire that it is common to see throughout more modern post-Anne Rice interpretations. A character being turned in a dubious context and not being aware of what their actual existence implies, so being extremely beholden to the person who turned them. The other ways where Sarah's vampirism is a debilitation is through her not being a full vampire by the end of the movie. She is literally in this constant state of being and becoming. It's an awkward realm between not fully being human, but not fully being a vampire yet.
Undead is the perfect word for me. Not dead, but not really living.
In the show's lore, when a person is bitten, they are turned into a fledgling, in which they have 30 days to drink human blood and become a full vampire, or else they'll die. Sarah is at the end of this 30 days in the movie, and is shown feeling both physically and mentally fatigued as the day goes on and she feeds on rodents to try and quell her hunger, all because she refuses to take a person's life and drink their blood, even if it results in her own death. This is halted when Benny's magical grandmother, Evelyn, creates a human blood substitute for her so she can stay alive as a fledgling throughout the duration of season 1. The show's episodic nature leads to Sarah acting as the muscle of the team as they work to defeat evil ghosts and stop the zombie apocalypse from spreading across the world, all with the quiet acknowledgement that she is secretly miserable and deeply desires to be human again. Puar goes into further detail regarding the ways power is upheld through active debility on these systems' part throughout the book, and details the reasons how and why these systems can continue to process. To quote Puar again, disability is a product, not a byproduct, but a deliberate product of exploitative labor conditions, racist incarceration and policing practices, militarization, and other modes of community disenfranchisement. Jesse intentionally preys on impressionable teenagers like Erica Jones, for example, who deal with bullying because of her documented obsession with dusk, which is the reason why he's enrolled in high school as an ancient vampire, which is probably another subtle point of commentary on the show's part against Twilight once again. An induction into a collective that fights and aims to grow in power, which creates disablement and disability, is what the military-industrial complex is and aims to do, and is a system being enacted by Jesse until he is defeated by Ethan, Benny, and Sarah. And the vampire council he created is reworked into a different, seemingly less dominating, but still authoritarian regime that the other vampires must live under. This is an extremely interesting topic that I would love to talk more about, maybe in mbav 2026. So if you guys are interested in that, please let me know in the comments below. I really would love to expound upon it more, but then this would be a 2-hour video, and I don't have the kind of time to turn that over by Halloween day. Part 3, the vampire and disability. Vampirism as a form of disability is not one that has a direct comparison to a specific real-world disability, which is a concept that Sammy Shulk speaks about in Chapter 3 of her book Body Minds Reimagined: Disability, Race, and Gender in Black Women's Speculative Fiction. Shulk discusses this topic within the context of the main character Lauren in the book series Parable of the Sower, which is also somewhere up here. It's off camera, but it's up there. Lauren's hyperempathy condition is dissected in this chapter and can also apply to Sarah's, since, to quote Shulk, one's experience of a disability is not only about physical and mental manifestations, but also about one's environment and the interaction between body, mind, and society. Since hyperempathy and vampirism are both fictional conditions that have no real-world parallel to them, it forces the audience to accept these conditions on the main character's own terms. Especially in regard to the other vampire characters we see present throughout the series, vampirism is not a disability for characters like Erica or Rory or any other vampire characters we meet as far as we're aware. But for Sarah specifically, that context is very deeply important to understand, because it frames the way her character reacts to her being a vampire. It, to quote Shulk again, demonstrates that totalizing approaches that seek to understand hyperempathy, or in this case vampirism, as primarily positive, negative, or metaphorical do not do justice to the complexity of Lauren's or Sarah's experience in this non-realist disability. While this truth permeates all of Sarah's existence, there are also elements of her experience that do connect back to real-world struggles that many disabled people have to deal with. The blood substitute that Sarah has to drink to stay alive changes in formula halfway through season 1 and becomes unbearable for her to consume, with a long list of side effects that make her so weak that she struggles to get energy to start hunting rodents again even. She seeks help with getting an alternative blood substitute, but the plotline is never resolved, and she is still seen actively struggling with her life as a fledgling as the season goes on. Sarah's experience as a fledgling is greatly contrasted against her vampire peers like Erica. Again, Erica Jones, her last name was also never stated in the show and was created by Kate Todd, her actress, along with Rory, both of which become full vampires by the end of the first act of the movie. Erica actively hunts humans and drinks human blood indiscriminately, whereas Rory sticks to smaller animals and rodents as a whole, although he is not fully against drinking human blood when he has access to blood donations. Both of these vampires are seen as being stronger than Sarah because of her fledgling status, and the term fledgling itself is used as a derogatory term on multiple occasions by older one-off vampires that appear throughout the movie and series against her.
At least I know whose side I'm on. Fledgling.
You're not a real vampire yet. By the way, you smell like junk food.
While the series takes a colorblind approach to its characters and their dynamics, especially since this is an early 2010s TV show, this was a common thing people did at the time, Sarah being played by a woman of color adds a specific context to the way she is treated by those around her in the narrative, specifically a black woman, especially with what has already been discussed about her relationship with Jesse. Another topic I would love to see somebody who has more authority on the matter speak about. I feel as though I haven't done enough research and my personal opinions don't matter at the end of the day. So I leave the room open for somebody with that perspective to comment on more, maybe in the comments below. The brewing thematic tension of Sarah's struggles with vampirism culminates in the season 1 finale, where Jesse is revived and proposes that Sarah become a full vampire and join him in companionship. When she rejects him as a retaliation and in one last attempt to gain control over her life, Jesse bites her now closest friend and companion, Ethan, saying,
"Now, either you become one of us, or he does."
As Jesse flees, Sarah immediately runs to Ethan's side and goes to drink his blood, sucking the venom out of his bloodstream so he won't be turned into a vampire himself. A moment which reflects the end of the first Twilight novel, except with the genders swapped. And also which represents how Sarah once again makes the choice to save a human life and sacrifice her own. At this moment, Sarah becomes a full vampire, and the tension between being and becoming has finally been released.
Hi everybody, I'm in the library, so apologies for the disheveled look and weirdness, but I also wanted to highlight this idea of sacrifice and choosing when to go full into the disablement versus just debilitating. One of the main reasons why systems debilitate and maim rather than kill is because the maiming causes the community to band together to help take care of those who have been debilitated, and so they're too busy taking care of themselves to actually fight the powers that be. So when these powers at play then choose to disable, to fully disable, or even to kill, it is because what they needed from the situation has no longer been extracted. Because Jesse no longer sees himself needing Sarah, because she fully disavows him, other than her at the time slightly entertaining maybe joining him, which was just an excuse to then kill him again, but whether or not he was actually convinced is up for discussion. Now that he has confirmed that she will never be with him or be one of him, is when he is able to then fully disable instead of dragging her along and keeping her debilitated. It's quite evil. Very evil, in fact. So this concept of Sarah sacrificing herself and putting other lives above her own is a huge example of the specific phenomenon that systems at play like Jesse target people like Sarah with. Just wanted to clarify that a bit.
Her full disabling in the end through this lens causes there to be a shift in the way Sarah's character exists at the start of season 2, where she is given the opportunity to evolve her understanding of her vampirism and change her overall view on the matter. Relatively. Part 4, Growing Within the Vampire. Gina Kim and Sammy Schalk's joint article Reclaiming the Radical Politics of Self-Care, a Crip of Color Critique, discusses the origin of the term self-care, penned by Audre Lorde, and how it has proliferated in pop culture throughout the years, which was drastically taken out of context and consumed by capitalist systems as a form of performance in a world on constant perception that works in the opposite way that the term was originally created for. Something that really pisses me off, honestly. To quote the article, the actual meaning of self-care is thoughtfully taking care of oneself to ensure both quantity and quality of their remaining time, which is seen through Sarah's own spoken thesis statement on how she wants to live her life in the first episode of season 2.
I have some new challenges, but I've accepted it, so let's just move on, okay? It's Whitechapel. Vampires are normal here.
Fine. Just what matters is that you're back.
I've commented extensively on my podcast and in my channel in general that Sarah's arc as a character is relatively cut short by this development in season 2, and we don't get much more movement on how she's evolving as a character, because at the beginning of season 2 she's decided, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Basically, the most interesting and important part of her character development, if it was actually true that she fully was over all of the trauma that was established throughout the movie in season 1, all happened off screen, which is not a very satisfying thing to do. So it really does make me think that we were supposed to circle back to this topic eventually, and that for season 2, they just didn't want to get into it more, which is fine, I guess. But a problem with that is obviously that the show got canceled, so they never got to circle back to it at the end of the day. So we're supposed to understand and interpret that Sarah grows to accept herself as a vampire, and she decides to focus her attention towards helping her friends and others in her community, which manifests in them catching mutant toilet gators and defeating a vampire ghost car. 2 episodes that apparently I can't stop thinking about because I always reference them. The finale sees Sarah embracing the people who chose to uplift her rather than drag her down or typecast her. In the season 2 finale, when she's on her way to Ethan's date, she specifically states to Erica that she's not ancient yet. She's still living her life as a 17-year-old as far as she's aware. So she might as well do things that 17-year-olds do before it's too late or whatever, before she doesn't feel like it's right anymore.
You're not like him anymore. This isn't a dust novel, and I'm not 1,000 years old yet, so relax.
Which I think is a general thesis for how kind of they dropped the ball a little bit with her storyline. I understand not wanting to focus on it because you didn't want the show to be too dark, but considering the finale is extremely dark and extremely depressing, something with which I would love to talk about more, mbav 2026, mbavtober. I would love to see how or why she reached this conclusion. But we don't see it. There are still signs throughout season 2 that she isn't fully comfortable with being a vampire. When she dates the mummy Hottie Hotep, she specifically says that she's uncomfortable with saying that she's a vampire because who would want to date a freaky undead thing? Which of course is a setup for a joke, but it's like that's how she sees herself still. And in that relationship, he was just using Sarah as a means to an end. But with her relationship with Ethan, it's true that he truly loves her for who she is. That final scene in the finale where her, Benny, and Ethan all hold hands and prove to each other that their love can literally triumph over death and all of the scary evil in the world is truly beautiful. The love she has for the people closest in her life, Ethan and Benny, is what gives them the courage to move forward, both in despite of and in favor towards her existence as a vampire. And that's about all I have to say for this video. Definitely not all I have to say about Sarah. That is 100% true. I could probably talk about Sarah for hours on this channel, but I just don't feel confident enough in myself. I highly recommend you check out all of the materials I referenced throughout this video. They will be cited in the description below. They're all great reading material that I was actually assigned by my professor in a disability studies class that I took, which I thought I would use that knowledge that I built in my real academic life and apply it to this show, which is basically what all of these videos have been. Surprise. This looks suspiciously very like 2013, 2014 vlogger. Probably because this is shot the exact same way all of those videos were. I'm sitting on my bedroom floor with a desk lamp and some fancy lighting in the background. So yes, today for the character of Rory, I want to discuss the concept of existentialism and vampires, because this is a very, very rich topic that I think plenty of people have discussed and sort of unpacked, but not in the specific way with characters like Rory, who I would argue live a very authentic and pure existence. Rory is an extremely happy character, and as a full-fledged vampire, that seems to bristle against that understanding of existence, right? It was actually quite hard to do research on this because my original thought was I want to make a video about happy vampires and the existence of the sunshine vampire in pop culture. And that became increasingly difficult to research because apparently no one finds this very interesting except me. I think the concept of characters who are vampires and yet live happy, authentic existences is very fascinating, and I want to partially dig into why I think it's like not a commonly researched thing, or at least maybe I wasn't looking up the right search terms, as well as get into the concept of existentialism, because the crumbs that I was searching for when looking up, you know, sunshine vampires led me down the path of existentialism. So even though I am not a philosopher and I very, very rarely engage with philosophy in my fields of research, I thought it would be interesting to kind of dip my toe into it with Rory. So yeah, keep watching if you're interested. Is post-existentialism the existence of the new vampire? I guess we'll try and answer that question. You guys like my mug, by the way? It's a mug with a mug on it. Look at that. I like it on this side more because the handle's on the wrong side and that just looks so funny to me. I specifically used this mug when I did my Max Russo video because I feel like these two characters are very similar in a sense. I even mentioned that in the Max Russo video. It's one of the first things I said was that Rory's my favorite character, so obviously Max Russo is my favorite character. One last thing before we really get into the video, okay? Look at these cool bracelets that I have. I make them and I sell them on my Shopify store. This is specifically the Rory bracelet, and I have a bracelet for each character of the Fang Gang. And you can get one with their name or without their name if you don't want people to know that you specifically rep mbav bracelets or whatever. They're all at my store, which is comicbookddr.shopify.com. So I will have the products linked in the description. You can, go to my store and shop all the mbav stuff. And one very important thing about Rory Week is that for the entirety of Rory Week, so from October 9th to October 15th, everything in the store will be 25% off to celebrate all things Rory Week. So yes, make sure to grab your stuff, pick up all the items that you've been wanting. I have some bundles on there if you want to get a bunch of mbav related merchandise. Mbav famously never made really any merch, so you can't even find anything like secondhand. So this is your way to get your fill of My Babysitter's a Vampire merchandise. And also I may be coming out with some other things like stickers in the future, and you might be getting some fun little freebie stickers in the meantime. So yes, please check it out and buy something. I hand make everything and it's a great way to support the channel if you're interested in throwing a couple bucks my way. Nothing is too expensive over there in my opinion. So with that, on to the video. Okay, so first off, yeah, why is the happy vampire not really something a lot of scholars have dug into? Again, I could just be shit at research. That's a very strong possibility, okay? But after looking through so many different journal articles and published books about vampires, very little of them talk about the archetype of the vampire who is happy. And maybe that's because when it comes to real media, it isn't that common of a thing. Specifically, I mean, a lot of the more famous vampire works of fiction always have the vampire being existential and living in existential dread, essentially. The only medium where I can think of happy or positive vampires is children's media. Right now, actually, Disney Channel is actually taking a swing at the concept of vampires again. My Babysitter's Vampire is not a Disney Channel show, as we know. It was not made in-house by Disney Channel. It was made by Teletoon, which is a Canadian animation network, and it was then just brought over to America and aired on Disney Channel. So this is technically the first time Disney Channel has ever actually attempted to make a vampire series, but it's also technically like the second time, if that makes sense. It's called Vampirina, and the main character's name is V, and she seems like a very happy, optimistic, bubbly, standard Disney Channel main character girl. Also, she goes to performing arts school and she sings because of course she does. And it is actually, weirdly enough, an adaptation of a Disney Junior cartoon, which I'm assuming has the same plot. I don't know, I've never seen it before. So this is the kind of realm where the happy vampire exists in, right? A children's show essentially has to have sanded down all of the harsher edges of the vampire, which virtually renders it completely separated from what the vampire actually has always existed as. So to a large degree, I can understand why people would say that, like, vampires aren't supposed to be happy. That's not the point of their existence as an archetype. To make the vampire happy is to sully its existence as an archetype, which reflects our inherently doomed existence or whatever. I think that's wrong. I think it's uninteresting and boring to say that one specific archetype or character has to exist in one specific way. And Rory is a great example of this because he's so fascinating and so interesting as a character, in my opinion. Even if you're just watching as a basic everyday person, it's bizarre to watch him just like move through life throughout the series. An example of this is that one day during like a family party after it had been going for way too long, I was in the living room with a lot of my little baby cousins and I decided to put on the show because I have a problem, and also because I figured it was a nice, fine, lighthearted show to put on for some tweens and children, right? But eventually they all went to sleep, and my uncle was then deciding to lay down on the couch and kind of rest for a bit after putting his kids to sleep. And he ended up watching the show with me, and he was like, what is this guy's deal when it came to Rory? He was like, is he trying to screw them over? Is he trying to be their friend? Like, what is happening here? So he's a very interesting, intriguing character within the series. So even if you find the concept of the cheerful vampire to be boring, Rory is interesting, which I would say, bristles against and is conflicting that initial opinion that people have. I would argue that series like What We Do in the Shadows is a conflicting message towards that, which I'm not going to be talking about in this video because I didn't watch it. I'm sorry, I'm a bad YouTuber, guys. But I do think a lot of people who write about vampires and write vampire characters in their series don't necessarily see the vampire as being happy as interesting, and that's completely fair. Everyone's allowed to use the vampire in whatever way they see fit. But let's get into some of the proof, I guess I could say, about Rory living a pure existence as a vampire and being happy. The only time Rory ever really has problems with his vampirism specifically relates to it inhibiting his ability to have fun, which really only happens like once throughout the entire series. Specifically, Pranksy comes to mind. He decides one day to start a prank channel where he uses his vampire speed and inability to show up on camera to paint people's faces really fastly, which is an extremely 2011 understanding of internet virality. And he ends up getting like millions of views on his YouTube, I guess, channel, right? And the problem with this is that he wants to boast and show off how cool this achievement is, but no one believes him that he's Pranksy because Pranksy's never revealed himself. And Rory specifically can't reveal himself because he doesn't show up on camera, because the lore with these vampires, I've gone over in previous videos, many a video I've talked about the lore. In this lore, they don't show up on camera. The evil demonic presence of the vampire blocks their souls, which in this universe mirrors are like a reflection of the human soul. And so because the vampire dark energy is blocking their souls, they don't show up in a mirror or on camera. That's how the show explains it, okay? They don't explain it in depth. They just kind of one-off, offhandedly mention it in random scenes, right? Also, I would argue this would bring a lot of problems into question if Rory were to ever try to become a modern-day public figure, because it would be revealed that he's a vampire so quick. Like, someone's gonna try and take a stealthy video of him and then all hell breaks loose. Although whether the concept of vampires even being a secret in this universe is its own thing, like it seems like after Jesse kind of royally screwed up his whole vampire coven council situation thing, vampires are like an open secret in Whitechapel. We never really see Rory be concerned or upset with his existence as a vampire. He never seems to question it or be upset with it. There's only very quick, instantaneous moments of displeasure that are quickly, rushed away once the small problem is solved.
You're already a soulless undead creature of the night. How much worse can you get?
Dude, if my mom knew I was a vampire, I'd be grounded for like a month.
He has a rat in a bag that he is going to eat for lunch. I love the fact that he's like packing his lunch, and that means putting a live rat in a brown paper bag. Hilarious. And Erica swats it away, so he has to run down the hallway chasing the rat again. Like, that's about as much struggle we get with Rory and being a vampire. And this is weird, right? Because the boy is like 14, 15 years old. One could just say that like the sadness and dread of immortal existence just like hasn't caught up to him yet. He famously isn't the brightest character out of them all, so people could just like chalk this up to his stupidity. But I don't want to stop there, okay? I think that there's some different layers here that we can expound upon, aka I'm about to take some crack. I'm about to hit the crack pipe and just start going off the rails and talking about existentialism, okay? Let me philosophize. Is that even a word? Philosophize? Let me do philosophy. So, existentialism. It's kind of hard for vampires in general, I would say. What is existentialism? I don't know, I'm not John Green. This isn't Crash Course. I'm not here to give you a history lesson. Generally, it's the idea that humans are not born with any hardwired purpose, and that it is up to humans individually to create their own essence and existence and morality, etc., meaning in life. It was not up to the being that created us beings to imbue meaning into our lives. It's up to ourselves, right? Now, this is hard for vampires because they live inherently selfish and demanding lifestyles that bristles against the society that they're supposed to live in, which is our human everyday society. I found one really good article about existentialism and vampires, specifically relating to Interview with a Vampire, written by Anne Rice. Pardon me, but I've never actually read Interview with a Vampire. I'm sorry, I'm working on it, okay? Right now I'm currently reading American Psycho, and it's a lot. So I haven't gotten around to actually reading Interview with a Vampire, but I've seen the movie multiple times, and fans of the novel can roast me all they want, but I would argue that they're decently comparable in adaptation-wise. This article that I found from the early 90s helps kind of fill in the cracks a little bit from, you know, not reading the book. It is called Post-Existentialism in the Neo-Gothic Mode, Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire by Barbara Frey Waxman. This article supposes that Interview with the Vampire addresses a lot of the real-life issues that people face in a post-modern world, and that the characters are distinctly neo-Gothic and represent themes of the post-existentialist perspective of their main characters, specifically Louis. This article really helped me understand existentialism a little bit more when it comes to the vampire specifically, and also made me draw a lot of parallels, specifically to characters like Sarah to that of Louis, and Erica to that of Lestat. Again, the character of Rory doesn't really exist in a lot of these stories, so comparing how Rory reacts to his vampirism compared to characters like Sarah and Erica, you can kind of draw the parallels between Interview with the Vampire with Louis and Lestat, and then kind of understand how Rory exists within this existentialist framework. Now, post-existentialism is a term and phrase that I'm not quite sure is something that like really exists. I don't know. Post-existentialism as a title, as a phrase, is what existentialism has evolved into post-World War II, specifically because of the horrors of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, kind of, you know, reshaping people's understanding and kind of re-emerging existentialism in the popular culture, right? Other people don't call this like post-existentialism, they just call it like how existentialism has evolved and still call it existentialism. So I don't know. I'm gonna probably be using both terms interchangeably. If I'm wrong about any of this, please call me out in the comments below, okay? So Waxman discusses how the vampire is no longer like anthropomorphized evil, but is now a sort of like sad, depressed figure that waxes philosophically about the world and is a reflection of the evil damnation of our society. If I'm looking over here a lot, it's because those are where my notes are. Okay, so existentialism can be a very scary topic for a lot of people because it essentially is an inherently nihilistic point of view, which is to say that there is no meaning, there is no inherent understood ideology and thing that exists, that whatever being created us didn't create any meaning, and that we all are absurdly just here floating and nothing means anything, right? Lighthearted material to talk about in the YouTube video. Quote Waxman, "What pulls the individual back from the edge of suicidal despair, the freedom of choice, and the ethic of responsibility. These empower one to choose actions, to shape a meaningful moral life, to judge oneself, and to take responsibility for the consequences of one's actions." Post-existentialism recognizes that there are internal and external constraints on the individual's ability to build a good life. The vampire Louis is like that still hopeful existentialist who must confront the compelling post-existentialist outlook, which fears that freedom itself may be a chimera. One final quote from a few more pages down. Rice's post-existentialist addendum is to emphasize the naivete of the existentialist assumption that one could obtain supreme comprehension and shape his/her own fate. This is essentially the kind of existence that Sarah lives in. that she has to create meaning and purpose in her own life, and she can't because what she understands to be the meaning and purpose that she's supposed to live by is 100% conflicting with the actual existence that she lives as a vampire, which, you know, means immortality and drinking human blood. Louis, to a certain degree, is a lot of the same. So here's the thing about nihilism. Nihilism is easy for the vampire because what kind of meaningful world would allow for them to be gifted with immortality, right? Gifted with it, with, you know, the conflict being that they must commit manslaughter against their fellow humans and have meaning be thrown to the wind, you know, by senseless murder consistently, just for your own existence to continue on. I mean, to a certain degree, egotism is what fuels all vampires, especially according to Louis in Interview with the Vampire, as he observes Lestat's behavior.
She's not dead. You're in love with your mortal nature. It was just the one thing that could bring you peace. You peace. We're predators. Those all-seeing eyes were meant to give them detachment. Regardless that, they take her, Louis, and that hunger. No.
I'm just trying to do something. Something so I can feel, I don't know, normal? You don't fit in with humans anymore, Sarah. Why keep fighting it? Come over to the hot side. Everybody looks better with fangs. Put those away.
He rejects this notion from Lestat and sees it as a cardinal sin on his part to fall into this, you know, such ego. So how could there be any meaning in a world which allows the vampire to exist? But there's the rub. There is no meaning. You're supposed to make it for yourself. So how characters like Sarah and Erica and Louis and Lestat live is probably how Rory should or could exist at one point in a different story or a different narrative or whatever. Rory doesn't have any of this problem. I would argue that he has fully already embraced the absurd and has already decided to start making authentic choices. It's understood that meaning is only derived from somebody who decides to give it to themselves. He is extremely unbothered with his abundance of freedom. This is another thing that a lot of existentialists bristle with, which is that humans, if there is no meaning made for us, then we have too much choice when it comes to what we should decide is meaningful in our lives. Right? I think Rory doesn't care about this at the end of the day. I mean, this is reflected in the fact that he does not consume human blood. He exclusively hunts animals. Past the movie, the only time he ever engages with human blood is from donated blood, which in the context of the show was going to go to other vampires anyways. Pretty much all vampire shows have to kind of decide what their stance is on donated blood and blood bags, because a lot of them will say that it's wrong because humans donate blood to save other human lives, not to feed vampires, right? Because the vampire is unknown to the world, any donated human blood that is going to vampires is essentially taking it from a human being who would probably use that blood to live. That is the no blood bag stance that some places hold. The pro blood bag stance, which mbav has, is rather it be a blood bag than a body bag, right? Would you rather Rory be killing a bunch of people or take a blood bag or two from the blood truck? Also, I'd argue it somewhat excuses Erica's behavior because we see that she steals a bunch of blood from the blood bag. And again, because this is all in the context of the blood drive episode, where we specifically find out that the nurses that are there collecting the donated blood are vampire nurses. So it is to be assumed that they are like selling this blood to other vampires, or maybe they're just gonna live off of it for themselves. I don't know. It's never explained where the blood goes. It's just that it's definitely for consumption and not for saving people's lives. So it's like, if this was always the intended use of the blood bags, might as well go to our main characters. You still confront the problematic element of the people who were donating this blood didn't know that's what it was going to, but this ain't true blood, okay? We're not here to ponder on that, I guess, you know? So to acknowledge that one's ethics are related to the givens of one's situation, that is how the vampire is able to reach a meaningful existence, right? Because again, the context of the vampire situation is inherently contradicting to what us normal humans have decided is a meaningful existence. The factors that you need to survive influence the way you create meaning. Rory has come to terms with already, I guess, right? Or maybe he hasn't even questioned it yet. But I would argue he has. His choice to abstain from live human blood and to only drink animal blood and hunt animals is him deciding what his own parameters for morality are. And he comes to this conclusion very succinctly and very quickly. It's in a small little scene in the movie, basically.
I'll quit, I swear. Do you think they make a patch for vampires? Gotcha.
He's already accepted that morally he does not want to kill humans to drink their blood and would much rather drink animal blood. And for those of you who are uncomfortable with the fact that Rory consistently hunts animals, yeah, I think that's the point. The vampire will and always has been a reflection of our moral qualms as humans. So when you see Rory killing a cat and mummifying it, it's so unhinged that he does that in an episode. I love that they go to the museum to visit a mummy and Rory's like, can I do that? And they're like, no, don't do that. And he's like, okay, I did that with multiple creatures. I've mummified multiple creatures. I think that that is a pointed reflection of how humans consume animal meat, right? And we have morally justified that. And that's why so many people are vegan, because they're like, I've decided that my own parameters for morality does not include killing animals. But again, vampiric existence has to live on its own moral chain because they're not human. And the fact that they are trying to force themselves to be human and follow the same morals as humans is what causes the sadness to happen. And I would argue that's the big situation for Sarah, at least. But this isn't a video about Sarah, so, you know, that's a thread to explore another day. So that is why I say specifically that Rory lives an authentic life, because the only authentic moral choices that one can make is if they choose to make them themselves and attempt for the most part, to not let the outside world influence them. And yeah, he has to do these things for himself because none of the bozos around him are going to, that's for sure. One of the main things that Rory has conflict in his life with is the fact that his friends are kind of mean to him, and the fact that he remains optimistic despite all of that is a huge feat, honestly. You couldn't see me doing that, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the fun starts now.
Rory, now's not the best time.
Wait, you're not gonna invite me in?
Sorry, the fun can start later.
Aw, come on!
For a lot of the show, it feels like for the other characters that they're basically stuck with Rory because he's a vampire. Specifically, Ethan and Benny never really seemed to want to be friends with him early on in the movie. And when he's turned into a vampire, they're kind of forced to like keep him in the fold of the friend group. In the same way that like Erica doesn't really want to be friends with any of the rest of them, but maybe Sarah. And the only reason why she hangs out with them is because she's a vampire. So she's inherently kind of like in the fold with the rest of them, right? But again, discussion for another day. All of this possible angst or anger that he may feel towards the people around him who actively reject him because he's annoying or cringe or whatever, which is silly, is quelled pretty quickly because he's inherently self-satisfied. He doesn't need other people's validation to be happy.
I'm laid back, dude. Why stress?
If I may go on a completely unrelated rant and tangent, I think this whole thing of like, I hate this person just because they're annoying or just because they're cringe is an extremely annoying and exhausting existence to live, because how are you ever gonna be in a community with somebody? Everyone's always so isolated these days, and they're like, oh, I wish I had the friend group from Friends or whatever the fuck, or like, you know, the Fang Gang, like, oh, I wish I had a friend group like this in real life, when it's like, you can't even deal with somebody for meowing once as a vocal stim or whatever. How are you expecting to build community if you can't handle someone being just a little bit annoying or a little bit cringe? Is that really a crime? It really isn't. It genuinely isn't. The only reason why this friend group even is a friend group, at least by the start of season 2, is because they've accepted each other's eccentricities and extra quirks and have decided that their connection as a group matters more than these little things that might annoy you for like half a second and then you move on with your life.
If there's a fight coming, I want to be here with my friends.
I'm not going to leave Sarah if that guy wants to wipe us out.
There's a reason why I talk about the specific pieces of media that I do. That's because anyone who would find a video that long about that piece of media, specifically cringe, is not going to engage in it, and I'm not going to get weird comments about it. Like, it's all intentional, y'all. All of this. It's on purpose, okay? But yes, this understanding of existentialism removes itself from the individualistic sort of mentality that it runs within and frames it more within the community and within the society that you specifically live in, right? Within the world of vampires, Rory has found himself a proper way of existence, a proper meaning to his life. And he's chill because of that. I think what mainly made me realize this was the season 1 finale when Sarah officially becomes a vampire. I mean, just seeing how the 3 of these people interact and understand a vampiric existence is proof of this to me. In my opinion, if you're not at a place of acceptance with vampirism specifically, it might take you a while to reach an equilibrium of, you know, meaningful existence.
Welcome to Team V, Sarah. It might not be awesome at first, but after a few decades or so, it'll be...
Welcome to the rest of your life, girlfriend. When you're ready, we will be there for you.
Not for Rory, though. If you want to make killing humans a morally okay behavior on your part, go ahead. That's essentially what Lestat and by extension Erica end up doing.
You'll get used to killing. Just forget about that mortal coil. You'll become accustomed to things all too quickly.
It just means that you're not going to be accepted by human society. But like Erica and also Lestat, again, have no reason to want to be accepted by human society. They have no reason to, and they aren't, by all means and metrics. And it's Erica constantly pushing what her morals and meaning of life onto Sarah is what causes so much conflict between Sarah specifically, because she wants to live by the moral judgment of humans. And Erica says that's bullshit. And Rory can't be a help in this situation because he's already moved on to being an authentic existence. And I don't think he has the means to explain that necessarily, so there you go. We are going to tackle the topic of what I guess I'm deeming gothic femininity. Certain terms like female gothic main characters, gothic female characters, you know, gothic femininity, these are all terms that have been, you know, tossed around in a lot of literary spaces, and is something that I want to try and define and sort of apply to Erica to somewhat explain her behavior, because I'm not here to defend it, I want to say that right away, but it's really well known that, like, she behaves badly, okay? She's a famous bad behavior within the series, whereas a lot of the other characters are on a little bit more of good boy mode. She just kind of does whatever she wants, and you know what? Good for her. This is not going to be a I support women's rights and women's wrongs video necessarily, okay? I just want to unpack her behavior and kind of explain why it's happening, not condone it in any way. So if you're interested in that, keep watching. It's still raining, by the way, so if you hear little rain pitter-patters, not much I can do about it. Maybe it'll be nice and calming. It's not as bad as last year, when it was raining and I was recording mbav videos. I had a full-on, like, thunder sound effect happen. Like, I swear, that was just, like, a huge coincidence. Where I attempt to make a video a week about My Babysitter's a Vampire. Is Erica a victim of circumstance, or is she somebody who has chosen to behave the way she does as a way of rejecting society who did not accept her in the first place? These are all questions we're going to try and answer today. Hey y'all, yeah, the video was bad. It didn't record it. It wasn't recording. So I just have the audio of that first clip. So I put some Erica footage over. Hope that's okay. I don't want to refilm it though. So we're just gonna move forward, okay? It's really hard. It's really hard to get a video out a week, is all I'm trying to say. So let's start with where Erica starts as a character, because she's one of the characters that has the biggest transformation throughout the series. Sarah has already started out as a fledgling and struggling with her vampirism, and Rory we see transform, but as I explained in my previous video, go check out my Rory video, he already lives an authentic existence and is existentially sound, so Erica is the one where we really see transform and evolve as a character. So Erica goes from being a reserved, kind of nerdy, insecure person into someone who is overly confident and a bit aggressive. I think it's safe to say that a lot of the personality that we see throughout the series after she's become a full vampire is still what was inside of her when she was still a human. It was just insecurity and uncomfortableness that was like not letting that come out. You can tell that she's really insecure, specifically when it comes to talking with Sarah. You can see that it's kind of a sore spot for her that Sarah has a popular boyfriend and that she's spending more time with than her. As we all know, as the audience, Sarah's spending more time with her boyfriend because she has to go to vampire cult ritual church. And is basically being forced away from Erica, like being separated from her human life, which she does not want to do in the first place. But you can see that Erica is really insecure at this fact that she's not cool enough for Sarah now that Sarah's had this transformation. We always like to talk about that maybe Sarah wore glasses before she got turned, because we never see what Sarah looked like before she got turned into a fledgling. So we would assume that like Sarah was a little bit more nerdy looking, and now that she has dated Jesse and has had a glow up, if you know that's the framework that we're seeing it through Erica's eyes, you can see why she would be a little bit insecure about it. And turning into a vampire for her is her reclaiming her own narrative and evolving into the best version of herself. I mean, she's obsessed with dusk, and it could be safe to say that she sees vampirism as an escapist sort of fantasy for her, right? I think that was the big appeal for Twilight for a lot of people. A lot of people's insecurities kind of get fixed or cured, one could even say, with the idea of vampirism. I'm getting a Discord notification. That was me, I promise, guys. I'm sorry. And this ties into what I've been describing as the feminine gothic or the gothic feminine. I'm going to be using both terms interchangeably. They mean the same thing, because this is a similar transformation that a lot of feminine characters in gothic novels specifically go through. And specifically, I want to talk just a little bit about the feminine grotesque, because we don't get too much of that in mbav, because it is a kid's show at the end of the day. Theology of the female gothic grotesque. I'm not going to quote anything in specific from this chapter, just because it talks a lot about other works and texts. I'm not going to quote anything in specific from this chapter, just because it talks a lot about other works and texts interweaved with like the discussion. So I feel like bringing up random characters' names and random plot scenarios when trying to talk about Erica is a bit distracting. But in general, it describes feminine characters entering the grotesque, entering the world of the grotesque and the abject, is a way to escape patriarchal view. It provides the ability to truly be free, essentially, because once the feminine is grotesque, they are no longer under the watchful eye of the men in their lives in the context of these gothic novels. I get the sense that early Erica, before she is turned, has a lot of expectations and standards that she holds herself to that she would want to achieve but can't. In these early stages of her being a vampire, she basically has no rules for herself, no restraint, one could even say. And that in itself, in a certain frame view, can be seen as the feminine grotesque. Things that come with that, like, you know, not being an egotistic maniac and being a bad friend. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Erica being a bad friend, okay? Don't worry, guys. I'm in no way attempting to defend Erica's behavior of being a bad friend, but I think it's an element of her character that makes sense, and is one I'm just going to try and explain and justify, but not endorse, okay? I want to make that very clear. I can see, for Erica specifically, the only way for her to be free is to throw away any sort of fear of transgression and basically do whatever the hell she wants. It's a very hedonist lifestyle in a similar way that I described for Rory in a sense. I can't remember if I cut that out or not. I'm trying to get these videos to be like within the 25 to 45 minute range. 30 minutes is like the golden spot, and sometimes I ramble a bit too much, so I cut out rants. So I might have cut out my rant about hedonism. It's a worthy philosophical question. Shouldn't we only try to seek out pleasure and never seek out pain? The problem with a hedonistic lifestyle, from my perspective at least, is that when you only seek out pleasure and pain inevitably does come your way because we live in a society it causes a very adverse, negative reaction towards displeasure. We should be, you know, bracing ourselves for said displeasure because it is very likely to actually happen. And yeah, we do get that with Erica. She does seem to be very mild-tempered. Is that the right word? She has no temper, is what I'm trying to say. She gets very mad with the, you know, the snap, with the switch. She is upset. It's one thing I will criticize the show for doing. They basically, it seems like for certain plot lines, don't really know what to do with Erica, or only have a simplistic viewing and understanding of her character. So whenever they want to have her interact with the villain, they pick one of two modes, which is be jealous if the villain is a girl, or want to date the villain if the villain is a guy. I said to make it interesting, they should have at least swapped it for one episode, but you know, maybe that's the case for Serena. We haven't really analyzed their relationship that much, have we? And it is very true that Erica's direct repulsion for polite society is what makes her relationship clash with Sarah specifically. From an ideological standpoint, they're on the polar opposite spectrums of what the vampire existence should be. Sarah's a lot more to like the Carlisle side of things, where she's like, we should just pretend to be human. We should, you know, ingrain ourselves in human society and act as human as possible. You know, drink animal blood, never even think about consuming human blood, and feel normal. That's a pretty common word for Sarah. She says normal quite a lot in the first season.
I'm just trying to do something. Something so I can feel, I don't know, normal? You don't fit in with humans anymore, Sarah. Why keep fighting it?
Versus Erica, who loves being a vampire and sees vampirism as the thing that basically saved her life and made it meaningful, has no interest in human society and the silly little games that they play, to a certain degree. Because she says that, oh, you're not human anymore, you don't fit in with humans, yet she's still going to high school, and she still cares about things like looking good in her yearbook picture, even though she literally won't even be able to take a picture because she won't show up on camera, and being in the school play. She really wants to be in the school play. She famously has a bucket list, which Sarah makes fun of her for because she'll never kick the bucket. So not only from an ideological standpoint do Sarah and Erica clash, which is why Erica ends up being like a bad friend, because to a degree, she feels as though she doesn't have to budge from her point, and Sarah is the one who has to move, which, like, yes, that is true, but it is also, it's not supportive. It's not helping Sarah out. It's not helping her, you know, actually reach that point. I think we can all agree on that. Basically, what was supposed to happen for Sarah, which is accept being a vampire and become a full vampire, was done to her in the most traumatic way possible, which is everyone makes fun of her for it, and then she's forced to against her will to save the life of another human. That's traumatic as shit. You'd think it would be, you know, a little bit easier for her, or that her friends would want to make it the transition a little bit better, and after she's turned, Erica's all lovey-dovey, but, you know, before, there's a clash, and part of me really thinks, you know, Erica, you should be nicer to your friend. You should be a little bit less harsh. I mean, you're speaking truth, but it's not what she wants to hear right now. It's not helping. And again, I think this comes from embracing the female grotesque, embracing the feminine gothic, and truly being able to exist within her own understanding, and not understanding when your best friend isn't doing much of the same. It can cause you to be transgressive. So transgressive that you inspire a whole series of stories. Specifically, like Carmilla. So Carmilla, to me, is an obvious example of, like, the gothic feminine in that sense. For those of you who haven't read it, I should have done this for when I talked about Interview with the Vampire. I just assumed everyone knew the basic bones of the story. But Carmilla is older, way older, and also a little bit more obscure, so I'll kind of, like, you know, walk through the light details. Carmilla is a queer-coded vampire who slowly ends up draining the life force of the main character of the story, Laura, starting at least from when the character was 6, and I think is around 16, or just like in their late teens by the start of the story. And Carmilla does not have a good ending. Spoiler alert for this ancient, literally ancient novel, but she ends up getting brutally killed. Specifically, Carmilla describes being angry and vicious towards human society because she feels as though she's been robbed of a human identity by being turned into a vampire against her will. At least that's what I interpreted from reading it. It's also been a while since I read Carmilla, if I'm being completely honest with you, so I'm fully willing, to admit that my interpretation is wrong. Carmilla has very big Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way energy is what I'm saying. Like, she's literally at a funeral, a Catholic funeral, and she's like, ugh, disgusting. Obviously because I think like crosses actually do make her skin boil or something like that. But like, yeah, she's just very, very rude and transgressive at it, and everyone's like, oh, why are you so like anti-religion? That's freaky. She was just a goth icon, what can I say? And it also, there's an inherently predatory angle that is a bit offensive in the modern day, which I am fully aware of. Let me just read from my notes directly. Let me quote myself here real quick, because if me trying to paraphrase, I'm just going to sound unintelligent. Carmilla obviously isn't heroic and isn't necessarily acting properly by essentially almost killing Laura, but that doesn't change the fact that she cannot and doesn't want to fit into society because of the way she had been rejected by society already, and is upset that she can't participate in it properly like she wants to. There's a large air of jealousy present in her character through the way she preys on Laura and drinks her blood, as she lusts to both be with her and be her at the same time. The optics aren't good, okay? I know this promotes a lot of negative stereotypes of lesbian-coded characters being domineering and corrupting figures to innocent young women, quote-unquote. That's just the interpretation that I see present in the novel. So, at the end of the day, I think the character of Carmilla is a vampire who really seeks human connection and is very lonely, and only knows how to find such companionship in hunting their prey, essentially. And that transgressiveness is the only way she knows how to be. And to a certain degree, I see this with Erica. I would say it's the reason why she still is in high school and hangs out with the rest of the characters, because there is a sense of community and friendship that she really wants at the end of the day. And I wouldn't necessarily call her lonely in that sense, because she is a new vampire and does enjoy being a vampire. This is another kind of fold that we don't see as often, in the same way with Rory. Most of the time, vengeful, bloodlust vampires also don't like being vampires. It's a very, depressing existence, but this show liked to be a little bit more lighthearted when it came to 2 of the 3 vampire characters. And I see a little bit of this in Erica. I would argue that when she was still a human, she felt rejected by human society because she didn't fit the conventional standards of beauty. She was too obsessed with dusk. She cared too much. She was annoying, one could even say, probably. I hate that people are made fun of just for being annoying. Like, just deal with it. Let people be a little bit annoying. It's not a crime. I know I said this in my Rory video, and I'm saying it again. Some people just hate teenage girls, and they just hate women in general, and so they can't stand the fact that women are happy, I guess. And that's if I'm interpreting that, like, the Twihard hate in our real world existed in the mbav universe, but with dusk, right? That Erica was seen as super lame and hated on because of her deep obsession with dusk. Like, God forbid a girl be passionate. So she must embrace the grotesque to truly be free, and I think there is a beauty in that at the end of the day. It is nice to see just how chill she is throughout the series. She is a really fun time, specifically in season 2, where they make her really funny and they have her, like, cracking jokes all the time. I think that's a really good space for her. She could be like the female counterpart to Benny in a lot of ways. And here I go on my Benica shit again. Listen, I'm one of the only people in this world who cares about Benny and Erica possibly being together, because I pick up on the teeniest little crumbs of it existing within the show, and nobody gives a fuck, okay? Everyone's Serica and Bethan, which I agree there literally is more proof of in the show than there is the actual straight ship of Benica, but let me have my shit, okay? We actually talk about Benica in depth on the podcast. Check out the Vampy Wampy Campy podcast. We are going to do a full deep dive into the ships, as well as rank every My Babysitter's a Vampire episode, as well as review the Halloween episode of Gravity Falls, because we're currently trying to review every episode of that show. We already previously reviewed every episode of My Babysitter's a Vampire. So yeah, go check that out. Me and Sal are basically the 2 resident Benica shippers that still exist in this universe. So we talk our shit in that episode. So I won't get into it too much here, but specifically season 2, episode 2, Say You'll Be Maztec, the episode where, like, all the boys are charmed by Lucia and are, like, being her minions. Sarah and Erica have to do the job of Ethan and Benny, and they basically fill that exact role where, like, Sarah is the serious one and Erica is the aloof one who doesn't care and is just cracking jokes the whole time. And I think that's a dynamic that works for those 2 characters, and I think specifically for Erica is something I would have liked to see her do throughout the rest of the series, if it wasn't canceled. Because in early season 1, she actually isn't in 2 episodes, and I think that's specifically because there basically was no reason for her to be there. The problem with having a character who is aloof and doesn't really care that much is that they start not being involved in the plot, which means you just don't get them around as much. At least with Benny, it's like he is literally surgically attached to Ethan by the hip. Like, they are so close together and like intertwined that like it would not make sense if Benny wasn't with Ethan. So he's just like problem solving, quote unquote, just being there, doing nothing, not contributing, that's for sure, because he would be hanging out with Ethan anyways, right? But with Erica, she really starts to like distance herself a little bit from Sarah and from the rest of the gang because she's not friends with them. It's one of those things where it's like Sarah has become friends with Ethan, so like Benny and Erica kind of hang out, but they're not really friends, and Erica isn't interested in being friends with Ethan or Benny or Rory, so she just kind of like awkwardly exists on the fringe of this friend group. And it's in season 2 when they all actually start to seem like friends with each other. And I think a large part of that comes with the development of Erica as a more community-driven person. You can definitely see with the Vampire Council actually establishing itself in season 2 because it crumbled in front of everyone's eyes once Jesse was vanquished. Once it is reestablished and Anastasia becomes the new member, the lead member of the Vampire Council, you can see that Erica really does value community. She likes the Vampire Council. It's something that she really connects herself with. They host parties and they do events, and she wants to be the Vampire Council party planner specifically.
I want to run for Vampire Council party planner, but I need 2 other vamps to sign for me. In their blood. Speaking of which... Ow! Wait.
And we see that also in how her relationship changes with characters like Ethan. They actually like talk to each other and have a fun rapport with each other in season 2. It's great. One of my favorite character dynamics, that and Rory with anyone. And I think this is proof that they were trying to evolve the character past what I've been describing as the Gothic feminine, because famously, the Gothic feminine does not have a happy ending. These characters usually die tragically or just live horrible lives. Again, with Carmela, she is brutally slain. If you guys have ever read the play Aura by Joanna Bailey, that character is literally scared to death, like genuinely scared to madness. She goes mad by the end of the story. And the sort of framing of with these characters is that they're at least set free. They're no longer held back by their horrible situations that they've been put in from a patriarchal and misogynistic society. But that doesn't mean that they're happy. And with the character of Erica, I could tell that they wanted her to be a lighthearted, fun character. So she needs to essentially reach a place of content. This active conflict of her being a horrible friend and rejecting society and community can't continue on if we're going to have a cute little Fang Gang Monster of the Week mystery to solve every day. Proof of this is Evil Car, which is the real name of the episode, actually, by the way. They changed it to Fanged and Furious, which is horrible. They should have just kept it as Evil Car. It's so bland and uninteresting, and I love it. That's one of the first, real and true, ensemble episodes where all 5 of them are working together to defeat the vampire ghost car. And I would never see Erica doing that in season 1. I think about season 1 episode 9? Dipod? 6? I can't remember broadcast order versus production order. They're different. But in the season 1 episode Dipod, she has the chance to get involved in the plot, and then she fucks off.
Erica, run! Save yourself! No, wait!
That episode would have been so much more fun if she was there, is all I'm saying. It would have been fun if she was there. But I guess the writers didn't really know how to fold her character into the trio dynamic as much. They kind of knew how Ethan, Benny, and Sarah were, but they didn't know how the whole gang would be. So it makes sense why they did that, and it just makes you sad to see all the wasted potential with the show getting canceled, because they would have been such a cool friend group. Now that Erica actually wants to be in community and have friends. Proof that community does equal sacrifice, like I said in my previous Rory video, because Erica has to deal with people like Rory and people like Benny, who she finds annoying, but that means that she's within a community and she is contributing to society in a way that fulfills her. In the finale, she doesn't want to just run away. She wants to stay and help the fight. Sure, she specifically says for Sarah, but her and Rory immediately decide that they are going to stay and fight, and it's Anastasia who glamours them and forces them to stay, so they're not with the main trio when everything happens. again, the finale is its own beast. Maybe one day I'll make a video just talking about the finale because it's very fascinating. It's just that the way they chose to do certain things, to separate Erica and Rory, and I understand they were trying to do the whole, like, love and friendship thing with Beefera, but still, it's interesting how they did it like that, how they separated them. They specifically chose to separate them. So there we go. There's the Erica video. This might be my shortest video of the entire month, just because at the end of the day, like I've said previously, Erica isn't like the most developed character out of everyone. And any problematic behavior that she does is not on the level to where I find it concerning enough to talk about it for 45 minutes, like with Benny. In the same way, they're basically foils of each other, you could say. I'm getting on my Benica shit again, sorry. Because you can see that Benny also has a huge insecurity with himself and wanting to prove himself as, you know, worthy of love and acceptance, and that manifests in very negative ways that I talked about in that video, but it's still something you can understand and relate to. Like, you specifically see that his humor is a coping mechanism and is a way of, like, hiding a lot of that fear that he has, as well as his magical powers. I think famously the cyberdontist thing in Independence Days, they're all given what their biggest fear is. Ethan's is being alone, but it then becomes stern McFire hands. For Sarah, it's being a bloodlust crazy vampire killer. She values human society so highly, and she does not want to ever kill a human being. So her biggest fear is the version of herself that could be that way. And Benny's is cyberdontist. Just like a scary movie he watched once when he was 4 or whatever. But to me, it's clearly the fear of not having magic and not being able to protect himself, because we see him try to use magic on the cyberdontist, the robotic dentist, and it's specifically stated that dentists are immune to magic. So to me, like, that's actually what his fear is the inability to use magic, because it's become such a crutch for him in his everyday life now. And Erica and her vampirism is very much of the same. This is an Erica video. I don't know why I went on a Benny rant for a good chunk of time there. Oh, it's because the two characters on the surface level don't have a lot of character development that's obvious, you know, right in front of your face, like with characters like Sarah and Ethan, which is why I've saved their videos for the last, because they're going to be the hardest ones for me to do, and I'm just delaying the inevitable, if I'm being completely honest. And I think Erica as a character, to relieve herself of this fear and insecurity and uncomfortableness with herself that she has, she uses her vampirism as that shield. And it's when she gains her confidence, she's actually able to fully reintegrate herself back into the world. And so that's why her humor is a lot different from Benny's. Benny's is a coping mechanism, so he doesn't have to face his actual feelings. And for Erica, it's because she's finally confident enough to be her true authentic self. Okay, I'm gonna add a little extended part to this conclusion where I get a little bit further into maybe some, you know, problematic elements of Erica's character possibly being recreatable, because that was my biggest problem with Benny and his behavior. It's not the problem that he's doing it, it's the problem that it's extremely easy to replicate and see as normal and fine, and in a kid's show, that can cause people to develop very interesting traits, which we probably don't want reflected in our society anymore, so we should not really be, you know, learning from media that still has those elements, right? With Erica and her being a bad friend, specific examples like her ditching Sarah to see a guy when they're supposed to be hanging out together is wrong, and I think is a thing that she puts her own self-actualization over her community, which was kind of what the point of me saying that, like, by season 2, she's realized that community is important to her, at least through her actions. It's not outright said or anything. As I've said before, so much of this analysis is me just hitting the crack pipe, and it feels like I'm making stuff up, but there is textual evidence, I swear. And I guess in the comments below, you guys can let me know if you think it is something that a lot of girls saw and wanted to be like Erica, so they decided to be aloof and ditch their friends at the movies for a boy or something like that. You can let me know if these two things are on a similar playing field as, like, catcalling your local classmates. Like I keep saying, and people keep misconstruing me, probably because they're not really watching the video or they're busy playing Subway Surfers while it's on in the background, but there's nothing wrong with having these elements present within a show. I don't like calling stuff out as being problematic just because it doesn't align with my worldview. How woke a TV show is has nothing to do with my own personal beliefs and parameters, but I want us to just be aware of the subtle things that could be present within our TV shows and use our discernment so that we can, you know, understand what we really are learning from our world and our pop culture and stuff, because a lot of it can be very subliminal in ways that we don't understand. On to the rest of the conclusion. I love it when characters reach actualization on screen. It's so fun. And it also, if the show were to have continued, it would have proved that, you know, characters can conclude a story arc basically and still be fun to watch on screen. So many, you know, like supernatural, paranormal shows that have these like really intense plots or whatever feel the need to basically traumatize their characters over and over again and just put them through the most horrible shit imaginable because they wouldn't be interesting to watch if they weren't constantly going through some shit. And I say that's wrong. Let's have joy in our TV shows, please. I mean, obviously not like all the time. Like I need some struggle, okay? I do appreciate when the characters go through some shit, okay? I want to see my favorite character almost bleed out on the concrete every other episode. Don't get that twisted. But also, I think denying characters conclusions to their arcs because they just need another couch gag is annoying, and it's not a fun thing to watch. And Erica is probably the most fun character to watch in season 2, in my opinion. If only she was in it more. I realized last minute that I'm kind of trying to mirror and almost strip for parts my original first ever video, a deep dive into My Babysitter's a Vampire. I mean, technically it isn't, but like it basically is. And I gave Jesse his own part in that video, so theoretically I should also do so now. So yeah, as soon as I realized I had this discrepancy, I very quickly came up with some thoughts about Jesse for his own video. But this one's a lot more casual. As you can see, I'm on my webcam. I could not be bothered to set up my actual camera. So, apologies, but you know, whatever. It's par for the course at this point. I think you guys are used to seeing me in like 380p by now. So, specifically, I want to get into the sort of origin of Jesse Black as a character and how he's basically a spoof / commentary on Edward Cullen, who is the main character in the series Twilight, although I'm pretty sure you already know that. I would say that this commentary is most obvious in his relationship with Sarah and the religious implications of his vampire coven, along with some other miscellaneous things that I'll probably get around to mentioning at some point. Also, Edward Cullen as a character is not new or special in itself. He himself has an origin that traces way back to essentially the beginning of modern literary history. So first we need to talk about who Jesse Black is, for those who are unaware. I'm assuming most of you guys have seen mbav. If not, I'm here to plug Ethan's upload channel. I'm going to leave in the description of this video a link to a YouTube playlist with the entire series uploaded in HD, including the movie. So please just watch the entire series. It's only 26 episodes and a movie pilot, so you'll breeze through it real fast. And it's such a good watch, trust me. Although I really don't see anyone who hasn't at least heard of the show clicking on this video. But for those who need a refresher, Jesse Black is the main villain of the My Babysitter's a Vampire series. His real name is Horace Black, and he ran a cult, a vampire cult. We're going to call it a coven, just because that's what the Cullen Coven is called in Twilight, and it'll just make more sense to draw the parallels that way. He calls it his flock in the series, but I don't like that term, so we're just not going to use it. Jesse is running his little coven, as we're going to call it, in Black's Church, which is a town that was named after him in the 19th century. We don't know his origin previously to this. We just know that he is the ruler of a town of vampires that feed on the local townspeople. So because of this, the Order is created, which is a group of spellmasters, earth priests, earth priestesses, and they defeat Jesse and his coven. They form and create the Lucifractor, which can kill a vampire. It's like canonically the only like magical thing that can kill a vampire, other than your classic like steaks and garlic and holy water and stuff. They create the Lucifractor and defeat his entire coven, and he escapes, and they rename the town Whitechapel. So that is the sort of origin of the town of Whitechapel, which is where the show takes place. It's in Ontario, by the way, for those who don't know that it's Canadian. We cut to the late 2000s and early 2010s when Jesse is back and he's trying to rebuild his coven and specifically resurrect all of the vampires that died back in 1894. So he's turning a bunch of high schoolers into vampires because they're gullible and don't know any better to join his coven, which is then he's going to use to kill 219 souls to sort of trade in the underworld or some bullshit for the 219 fallen vampires. And of course, two 14-year-old boys thwart this after knowing about it for like 2 weeks. God, I love this show. All that lore about the Order and the Lucifactor and stuff doesn't come in until the season 2 finale, and it's quite rushed, I will say. So we don't know that much on how that whole dynamic works. I famously have had a crash out about the fact that there is just like random lore dropped within the last like 2 minutes of the show's entire existence, and then it's canceled. So we never get a resolution or more depth on what any of that means. What the fuck is the collar? Oh my god. The collar? The collar? There's like fucking 5 minutes left in this episode and they introduce the collar, the way that other vampire councils communicate with each other. What is this bullshit?
Collar.
Also, to me, the fact that his name is Horus is notable. I'm wondering if that is connected to the poet in any way, the famous poet from the 200 BC range. Is that supposed to be a hint at the possible time period he was turned? I wouldn't think so. Again, we don't know much about Jesse before the fact that like he's running Black Church. Oh, and that he's a pastor or priest. I can't remember exactly what they call him. He's a reverend. He's Reverend Horace Black. There we go. So that means he's Catholic, right? That'll be important later. And I would argue how Jesse behaves throughout the series is where the Edward Cullen comparison really comes into play. So why was Jesse as a villain created? I think it's because of Edward Cullen, obviously. I already talked about this in my Sarah video, which was released previously, but to give a quick recap, the relationship is very clearly supposed to be commentary on the Edward-Bella dynamic, which is to say that I bet the writers of this show were screaming at their televisions when they watched the first Twilight movie, saying that it's the most toxic thing they'd ever seen in the entire world. They probably wondered, why do people see this as romantic? I'm going to prove just how unromantic it is and put it as a storyline in my show. Which is going to be for kids, so no one's going to actually get it, and then they're going to forget the show even exists because it gets canceled early. It's a rough fate, I must say. That was one of the only valid criticisms of Edward at the time. Most of them were just like, boo, show for girls, and boo, we don't think to analyze it further beyond that. If it's for girls, so that means it's bad. My question is, why is Edward the way he is? I'm gonna try to explain why. Please stay with me, guys, okay? We're gonna go on a bit of a tangent. There's a literary precedent for this kind of main character, which can be found all the way back in the first ever novel, or at least what is theorized to be the first ever novel. I actually have it on the shelf. Can I reach it? Got it. Haha. So in the mid-18th century, Samuel Richardson published the book Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, which is the most loaded title probably ever. This book can be considered possibly the first novel of all time, and details the life and times of the titular 16-year-old Pamela. It is described in intense detail how she tries to survive her job as an embroiderer and mender for the Andrews family. Said life and times involve her getting kidnapped and sexually assaulted multiple times, and a constant wave of salacious accusations of performing virtue, all while her employer and eventual husband, Mr. B, who inherits her as a servant and is 10 years her senior, does all of this to her. Like, he's the one doing all of this. He's the one kidnapping her and assaulting her. While someone may say, despite all of this, Pamela was very successful, the proper response is something more akin to because of this, or in tandem with all of this, since Pamela as a novel exists as a conduct book. Meaning that the elements of the plot were the reasons for its success, not despite of it, and one of the contributing factors to the rise of the novel as a genre in the 18th century. This, of course, is not without some backlash, even within the time of the book's original editions being published. If one were want to search for a 21st century Pamela, I would argue Twilight would be an adept comparison. Why don't I have it? It's right behind me. I gotta have the prop. Here it is. A modern comparison. Twilight. Even though Twilight is not a conduct book like Pamela, and critically has had a much different reputation, the reason for said searching goes back to the ways in which both novels have impacted the literary history, along with what lessons have, or have not, been learnt by its context, content, and success. Twilight became famous for its paranormal romance between 17-year-old Bella Swan and 104-year-old vampire Edward Cullen, who is physically frozen at the same age as his future partner, an aspect of the power imbalances and controversial pairings being evident. In case you didn't already know any of that about Twilight, which I'm assuming you do. Yeah, so if I may repeat about Pamela, it is a book about a 16-year-old who is impoverished and is hired by an elderly lady to be a mender and an embroiderer. And then that elderly lady dies, and her wealthy son inherits Pamela, grows a weird infatuation with her, and tries to kiss her and does assault her multiple times. And he tries to pay her off to not say anything about this assault. She doesn't say anything about this assault because as a servant, she is constantly being questioned whether she is actually virtuous or not, or is actually a slut trying to woo Mr. B. He's 26, by the way, as far as we're aware. Since this thing is long as hell, it's goddamn 500 pages, we get so much more drama, but what's mainly important is that they end up getting married at the end, or at least at the 2/3 point. And then more drama happens, and we find out he has a secret love child from, like, a dark past life. We don't need to get into it. Yeah, a couple semesters ago, I wrote a paper where I compared these two books, and I had a lot of fun doing it, and so I thought I would bring in some of the research I did for that into my discussions on Jessie, because if Jessie is a foil, one could say, to Edward, and Edward is a foil to Mr. B, then what does this say about My Babysitter's a Vampire, is what my question is. Again, I did detail this in my previous video, but for those who didn't watch that one, or for those who just want more of me talking right now, Jesse is also a manipulative, power-hungry guy who finds women to enact this power fantasy onto. He finds Sarah and decides that he wants her to be his companion for forever with this whole coven thing he's trying to grow. So he forcibly turns her, even though she was in no way interested in being a vampire. It's done against her will. In the same way that the multiple sexual assaults that happened to Pamela were against her will. Specifically, what happens in Pamela is that Mr. B will push her onto a bed and start kissing her, and she'll freak out so much that she'll pass out. And Mr. B will go like, ew, whoa, 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 and walk away from the situation. At least we assume. This is written in an epistolary format, which means that it's letters that she's writing to her parents. So she describes herself as passing out, writing this as a letter from like what happened the day before. And as far as we're aware, what the other servants tell her when she wakes up is that he did nothing to her and that he stepped away. But we don't know for sure. Again, a big part of the conflict when it comes to the criticism of Pamela specifically is that people don't believe Pamela. They think she's an unreliable narrator. Because at the time of the novel's conception, the epistolary format seemed to be the only way to get a true insight into the main character's mind. But the epistolary format, because it is being written for an audience, like the letters are being written to someone, that automatically implies that there is like hidden things in between the lines. And so many people will theorize that Pamela is lying, that she's a slut, or, you know, that it's actually much worse than she's describing, etc., etc. That's actually specifically discussed in, oh god, where is it? Right here. 2 parody spoofs of Pamela called Anti-Pamela and Shamala, which I have copies of in this compilation here. 2 great titles for parodies. They don't make parodies like they used to. I swear, satire was at its peak in the 18th century. Is Jesse a good satire of Edward? Yes, because he's basically Mr. B, and Edward is like accidentally Mr. B in a sense. Edward crosses just so many lines and does so many bad things to Bella, like stalking her, watching her sleep, making her feel unsafe and being, I'm just doing it to protect you. And she just has to be okay with all of it in the same way that Pamela is. The only difference is that Bella seems to like it. Famously, it's described as the lamb falling in love with the lion, or whatever the fuck he says in the book. It's been a while, y'all. Although, you know, it hasn't been a while. Me reading Midnight Sun, which I also have a copy of, and I was just reading today. Again, I think this is my favorite Twilight book, y'all. This thing is absolutely insane. This thing has probably ruined my life. But this is a video about mbav, isn't it? The biggest unanswered question, or at least not justifiably answered question about Twilight and Midnight Sun is, why is Edward in high school? I agree. He seems to hate it. It's just because him and the whole Cullen coven have just decided to cosplay humans because it's Carlisle's way. This is what the patriarch of the coven believes, and so they all follow it, and they've convinced themselves that they believe in it too, even though that requires them to go to high school for forever, which sounds like hell. Edward describes it as hell, yet he still thinks it's the way. Literally every other vampire in the universe thinks that they're weird for doing this, but it's the only explanation we get for why Edward's in high school, because he's 17 and he's cosplaying as a human, and 17-year-olds go to high school. For Jesse, the reason is because he's trying to build a cult, and the best people that you assign to cults are the vulnerable and the ill-equipped, and I would argue that teenagers are more likely to be in that place. Since they're children, they're more easily manipulated, but they're not like infants, so you can boss them around and tell them to go do things. Like they can drive a car, but their brains are still squishy. So what would happen in real life if a vampire decided to approach a teenage girl and begin a relationship with her? It's like if all the toxic elements of Twilight were done on purpose. And I think that's delicious. I think that's just so tasty, even though there's a lot to get into there. But see, making Jesse the villain changes the context of things that is not present in these novels, which I'll get to in a little bit. So there have been many theorizations on why these romantic interests behave the way they do, since their contributions to the narrative are one of the many active elements that are dropping the quality of the story for many readers, contradicting what the product said it was going to be on the tin, which is, for Twilight, sexy romance, vampire, paranormal romance, and for Pamela, how to be girl. In my opinion, the function that these men should hold in their story is that of good lovers to the protagonists for said product to produce its intent successfully. An explanation for this constituted behavior is an amalgamation of power control fantasies and psychosis for both, and is likely either an accident on the author's behalf or smoothed over to serve a larger purpose of discerning how relationships of this caliber should go. Edward Cullen is riddled with mental health issues and has an intense superiority complex when it comes to dealing with humans, since his mind-reading abilities cause him to despise everyone. Did I not mention that he can read minds? Because he can. The same can be said for Jesse. Instead of mind-reading, it's mind-controlling, because he has that ability to glamour people. He's the only vampire besides Anastasia that we see glamour people, and we can assume that they're both from around the same time period. So there you go. Also, Jesse can do telekinesis, but we don't know if that's a vampire power or not. He can just do that. Since Edward isn't privy to Bella's inner monologue because of her own unidentified powers at play, he both infantilizes and overanalyzes every action she makes, and uses this information to try and control her for her own good. I'm going to quote a line from Sarah Elizabeth Gallagher's book, Why We Love and Hate Twilight, since it goes into immense detail about the inner psyche of Edward, and I pre-ordered it before it came out because apparently this is just my life now. Also, I should have grabbed it off the shelf before I sat down. Oh god, I'm gonna have to actually get up for this one. Midnight Sun reveals Edward to be deeply insecure, plagued by overwhelming self-loathing and anxiety, and morally gray at best in the way he justifies his actions. So yeah, he's not that stand-up of a guy. Who would have thought? It's possible that these main characters and readers didn't know that what their hero was doing was outright abusive, but the more possibly accurate interpretation is that the benefits greatly outweighed the downsides. Good looks, money, influence, and an escape from a previously unsupportive background could all seem worth having to deal with the constant violent emotional outbursts, and the restricting forces of being shackled to said emotionally volatile person. This description could easily describe both Edward Cullen and Mr. B, with Bella and Pamela's happy endings evidently having a lot more addendums than was previously interpreted. Patriarchy, yay! But see, that's the thing. These characters are the romantic leads, and the ones who we are supposed to root for getting with the main characters. But Jesse is straight up the villain in mbav. This heavily changes the context. The message isn't just put up with it like it was before. It's now, this is something that villains do, and is something that is bad, which makes me just feel 10 times more sane. Next, I want to talk about the religious aspects of Jesse as a character. Again, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be a Catholic reverend, and previously I had assumed that this side of him greatly clashed with the vampiric existence. But now that I'm a lot more versed on Twilight, I could definitely say that these are probably easily in tandem with each other when it comes to his character. You could say that a lot of Jesse's coven actions are similar to the Volturi, which to a certain degree are a Catholic metaphor because the author of Twilight is very Mormon, and famously to Mormons, the Catholic Church are evil. I grew up Catholic. That's all I'm going to say on that. This idea of control through sheer power and exuding one's power to enforce dominance, you know, you get it. This seems to be the way that Jesse is sort of running things. He's running the show. He is clearly the de facto leader, and all the other vampires we see around his coven work for him. The only other two vampires in his coven that really get names are Wes and Gord, both of which are killed by Sarah and Ethan respectively. Besides all of the Mormonisms that are present in Twilight and all of the Methodist affiliations and allegories that are present within Pamela, the most obvious religious angle of both of these novels comes from its platforming of their female counterparts' roles of getting married and being caretakers for their masculine counterparts. In the sense of organized religion, I'll just say. For Bella, it's the price she has to pay to be with Edward, because it's important to note that she has no desire to be a wife or mother. And for Pamela, it's her ticket out of adverse poverty, which is the whole reason why she's a servant at such a young age to begin with. She starts at the age of 12, which is where both can fulfill their virtuous feminine role and be rewarded. Twilight is ridiculed by critics and rabidly adored by fans, with its inherent religious connotations seemingly not being discovered because of a lack of care placed towards the novel as an actual piece of credible media that should be analyzed in a way which uncovers layers and depths of nuance, and also give an actual tangible reason to not like the novels. Sure, the take Twilight is bad is not a hot take anymore, but Twilight is bad nuance definitely is. So why are these stories like this? Something that's important to know is that all of these male characters are not the main characters. The main characters are their female counterparts. The same goes for Sarah to a certain degree. To get some perspective on that, I'm going to quote from the book Revising Women, 18th Century Women's Fiction and Social Engagement. Specifically, I'm going to quote the very beginning sort of like introduction, which was written by the person who edited this all together, Paula Backschneider. Hope I'm pronouncing your last name right. This is a crucial point. The narrative point of view is that of the other. Since the dominant social genre privilege point of view is indeed dominant, familiar, expected, writers had to devote a large proportion of the narrative and plot space to the rival perspective if it were to be comprehended or even recognized. In these texts, it was, however, cast into the role of competing for approval, and therefore the characters of its heroes were tested, and so was their discourse. Thus, fiction asked those in that ruling position to accept telling or authoritative judgments about them and their ways of governing the family and society from those below them. Those they had legislated to be silent. Twilight and Pamela do this, yet come around to still upholding the status quo at the end of the day. A strikingly obvious element of both Twilight and Pamela is how normal and plain their main characters are before their whirlwind marriage plots. Said plain nature is contrasted with their continuous suffering that is eventually alleviated by their abusers eventually accepting them, so that they can no longer be the other in their society and relationships, aka get married. So the message of these novels, which provided interiority into a previously understood to be unnecessary perspective of the other, did the work of providing said interiority in a way that showed the system they were suppressed within was a place they needed to be, and that one needed to better fit the mold to no longer be suppressed, instead of try and change what was suppressing them in the first place, which was their romantic partners. Edward and Mr. B's behavior and their conduct within their relationship makes this observation the most clear. And see, that's why I like Jesse so much as a character, because this is all true. This is what Jesse was going to do. This was his plan, to enact this whole situation. And for that, he's the villain, not the romantic love interest. Which is why it really, really makes me very upset, actually, when I get comments from people being like, they were meant to be, they're the best romance. I would say yes in a heartbeat to him asking me to run away with him. Like, no! Run away! While Pamela could so obviously have this discrepancy present in its story in a much easier way due to its early existence as a novel and being a part of the long 18th century, Twilight had to rework its adoption of this trope with the supernatural and the character's desire to become a vampire just like Edward. As Kelly Budruitt, hope I'm pronouncing that right, wrote in Twilight's heteronormative reversal of the monstrous, utopia, and the gothic design, which is an article so I don't have it physically. What they wrote is, since these outcomes are contingent on becoming a wife and mother, the object of desire in the series is deeply embedded in the traditional structure of gender roles. Becoming a vampire seems the perfect solution for solving the problems of female identity in a post-feminist world. Bella chooses all of this stuff, although I would argue she does not choose to marry Edward. She just wants to dick him down so bad. She wants it so bad that she's willing to do something that she would never do, which is marry the man just to get it. Then she wants to keep her child, but once she actually gives birth, she does not have a single interest in her kid. All she cares about is boning Edward. Again, that's all she cares about, which, good for her. So Bella's story becomes modern because she got to choose her outcome. But did Sarah get to? The show was a big success on Disney Channel like we've already talked about. So after the season 2 cliffhanger, many people were wondering how the show ended and when an announcement on a 3rd season would be happening. This is where things get depressing, okay? As the years went on, people said they were being patient, and then eventually people got worried. And then after that, people just officially just decided that the show was over and that it wasn't coming back. In 2013, you get a lot of people harassing people who worked on the show, and I say harassing lightly. It wasn't actual harassment, just like, you see a lot of comments of people being like, hey, where's the show? But by 2014, people are getting more desperate. They specifically aired My Babysitter's Vampire on YTV, which is like the Teen Nick to Teletoon's Toon Nick, if that makes sense. So really the place where mbav should have originally aired and not an animation network, because YTV was known for having like children's sitcoms at the time. Famously, the TV show Life with Boys aired on YTV, and an episode of Life with Boys actually had Cameron Kennedy in it. It was one of the last things he ever acted in. So as the show was airing on YTV, there was a whole social media campaign made by people on Tumblr to try and get the show renewed. This is famously the mbav social media challenge, and many people still participate in it to this day. It's a really fun thing that, you can do once a week and spans over a few months. And it was originally created in hopes of getting the show renewed, 2 years after it had been off the air. But of course, in 2015, there was some somewhat official news about the show's cancellation that finally came out. There was never an official statement made by Teletoon or Fresh TV, ever. Just people who worked on the show, who for years had probably already known that the show was never going to come back, finally coming out of the woodworks to explain what happened. I want to talk about the official decree of mbav being cancelled, and this happened in
2015.
There is surprisingly a lot of misinformation about where this statement from Tim Burns came from. So Tim Burns made a statement in 2016 about the cancellation. Where did it come from? When you Google why was My Babysitter's a Vampire canceled, the first thing that comes up is a blog called the All Things My Babysitter's a Vampire blog. And on there they have a post talking about how Tim Burns said this statement, and then it includes the full statement. So whenever people talk about why the show was canceled and they try to do research into it, this is what they find, and then that's as far as they go. I've heard so many crazy things as to where this came from, whether it was like an email or like a response to a letter that he got in the mail, and none of that's true, okay? The mbav Facebook group page is where this comment is from. And, I completely understand why people don't know this information. Not everyone has a PhD mbav like I do, so I don't want to shame anybody who had made videos spreading this unknown and misinformation around, but it is the case that this has happened, so that's why I'm here to do the research and provide all this information for you guys. And by comment, I mean literal comment. Like, it was a comment he left under a post that somebody had made in the Facebook group page. I have found the link, and I will leave it in the description below. Go look at the post yourself. It was made by somebody called... Ow! I hit my hand on the counter. I found the post, I scrolled, I spent hours going through the Facebook page to find this official post because I knew that this was a comment left under the Facebook page because I did my research and I figured it out. It is kind of like a conversation that people who were there at the time when it happened have been talking about. And the problem is you can't look up his comment because only posts show up when you look things up in the keyword search, not comments. So you had to know what was in the original post, which no one does. But I found it. Here it is in its entirety.
To Christine Thompson, the producers, and all the fans of My Babysitter's a Vampire. Hi, I'm a fan of the mbav series from Italy. I hope you can answer to my questions, very important to me. Personally, I really love the series, and I accept sadly that it has passed over 3 years since the final cliffhanger of the show. I searched everywhere. Forums, Facebook groups, Facebook pages of the series and producers, Teletoon website, but nothing. Since 3 years, every month, every time I think about it and how much I miss it, I search the news of the show. When I heard the idea to do at least a second movie, I was happy. I think a final movie was very much for all the fans in the world, because in the world we are, in USA, Italy, France, and Germany, Russia, Spain, South America, and many other countries. All of us, like me, have always searched news about the show. There are people that can't resign to the idea of the cliffhanger, so they make fan fictions. One day I have found that website, Humans vs. Vampires. In this, there was a game and some information about the show. It was good. One day, weeks ago, I couldn't find the website. It was deleted. The game is now only available on Play Store, iTunes, etc. That was like I realized the show was losing always more and more importance. It's sad today to find only news about the show that are of 2 years ago. People don't hope for a more continuous, very few people talk about that. Anyway, I understand if you can't do very much because you can't find a broadcaster. Now, I just want an honest, definitive answer. Are you actually working to create a second movie? I know you can't make a third season, but a movie, just one movie. Please answer sincerely. I hope you are still working to make a second movie. If you have deleted all the projects from mbav, I'll understand, sadly. I know all of us seems crazy. You adults maybe think how can a show matter so much for us teenagers? I don't know. Finally, I don't want to seem angry with you because maybe you have decided to finish off the mbav for internal problems. I would say to you thanks for having created that fantastic show. Maybe in the future when you have free time for that, can you tell us more of the guys? I mean, I know you aren't writers, but you can try to write on that website, or where you want, to continue for the series, like a book. What happened after the Lucifractor? New adventures with Jesse, Sarah, Ethan, Benny, etc. I emphasize Jesse because it's an infrequent character but my favorite. I know you are a professional, so that request is really, really stupid, but at least I tried to request to you that. Hope for your answer. Greetings from Italy. P.S. Sorry for my wrong English, I do what I can.
Hey Laura, I like your post and I feel your pain. As one of the executive producers and the head writer quote-unquote showrunner of the series, all I can say is that we tried very hard to make a season 3 or a second movie happen. The Lucifractor storyline was my idea in the first place, and I did have some solutions in mind for how we would continue the story. I even created a few different scenarios for the second movie, but we hit nothing but problems with broadcasters, budgets, and some difficulties keeping the cast together. It's not surprising that such talented young actors want to move on to other things. All I can say is that it was just as sad for us as it was for you to see the series cut short at the season 2 cliffhanger. I haven't completely given up hope that the story will continue someday, even if it means doing so with the next generation of characters. It's out of my power, I'm just a writer. But the entire team of writers, actors, and producers who created the show are proud of the series, and it means a great deal that loyal fans like you still keep the flame alive. I wish I had better news, but all I can say is thanks for your support, and sorry that we left everyone hanging. If we ever find a way to raise MBV from the grave, I hope you and the other loyal fans aren't too old to still enjoy it. Thanks for being a fan. P.S. Your English is fine, and I know where the Lucifractor is now. It's on my desk.
Thanks for your answer, Tim Burns. Really glad to receive it from one of the executive producers. I understand that problems. mbav will always be in my heart. Thanks again for your satisfactory answer. Bye.
Hey Julie Giles, are we getting any closer to hearing MBV Season 3 news?
No, I know I promised an update mid-January, but we are not there yet. I know that everyone has been more than patient. Hang in there. Hello, I saw a tweet of Vanessa Morgan that say My Babysitter is a vampire. Someone in my question is if you're planning on doing a movie or a season 3.
No, she wants us to, but we aren't working on a new movie.
But what is the problem in not making a movie? So many people want to continue with mbav.
It costs many millions, so you need partners to get together to make it happen. They tried to get the series launched again a few years ago, but there wasn't enough interest.
Okay, time for the big juicy one. Okay. I can promise you that Disney isn't waiting. Even though this show was huge for them, in many markets, they have other streams of revenue. This means that not only can they just move on, but also that they would air this show in 10 years if they could make a buck off of it. Anyway, here's what I saw. This was a sort of live-action experiment for Teletoon, an animation network. They weren't quite sure if it would work and wanted to see its performance before committing to another run. By the way, in Canada, season 1 usually airs, and then a 2-season run is ordered off the back end of that season, to take the total to 3. Rare that season 2 is immediate. mbav takes a lot longer to post than most shows, so Teletoon had to wait for that. They aired 4 eps as a test several months after production. They pretty much died. The show then went into limbo. There was talk about 26 more episodes, which was cut to 13, but only once the show was a hit on Disney. I don't know for sure, but it felt like the idea was that they'd go for another season if the show was a hit. Season 1 did nothing for Teletoon. Understandably, they weren't in a rush to renew. We were already done with season 2 by that point, so Teletoon decided to wait again. It's easy for everyone, including myself, to say that it's an easy decision. The show was huge. You make more. But it wasn't successful for the people who made it. I, admittedly, have no idea how season 2 did for Teletoon. That would likely make all the difference. I'm 35. I manned up a long time ago. Also, people are talking, still talking, about this show's future. If the relevant parties wanted this show dead, it would be dead. It isn't. I honestly don't know what's happening, mainly because I'm running another show, as much as I'd like to eat ribs and wait for a renewal on this one. Go off, King. Anyways. And this show was the most fun I've ever had, ever. No one has their hopes up as high as I do. The stuff Cameron and I worked up for Rory, I'm gonna drown my sorrows in candy if I don't get to do it.
Is it fully in frame? Is it fully in frame? I think so. I hope so. So let's attempt to do it right here, right now, and answer the age-old question. Why was My Babysitter's a Vampire canceled? Why do I have so many hair splinges is another age-old question. The short answer is low ratings. It didn't perform well, so it got canceled. Now the long answer is a lot more complicated and a little bit more interesting. So as we've already established, My Babysitter's a Vampire was created on Teletoon and in Canada. And as we already know, Teletoon was an animated-based network. So My Babysitter's a Vampire was their first attempt to create live-action programming. You guys remember CN Real? When Cartoon Network tried to do a bunch of live-action programming and it pretty much failed? Well, this is the same case for Teletoon, except they didn't get as far into their live-action creating career before getting canned. I forgot to turn the lights on! No! mbav very much could have been just another one of these failed live-action programs that no one has seen and no one remembers. I don't even have any examples to give you. I'm gonna have to put some examples right here on the screen so you know what I'm talking about. Shows that people watched at the time and then got canceled and got forgotten to time and no one remembers. My Babysitter's a Vampire could fully be one of those series if it wasn't for the fact that Disney Channel bought the rights to air it on their network. It seems that however Disney Channel found out about the show, they realized that it could do really well and get them some really great numbers on their network. So that's why they bought the rights to play it. Of course, with a little bit of tinkering here and there. Because while mbav wasn't the first ever PG movie to air on Disney Channel, I think the rights to that goes to Holes. It was the first ever PG television show to air on Disney Channel. Mike Kiss made plenty of comments alluding to this fact, that the show performed horribly in Canada, but did amazing in America. So it was a huge success for Disney Channel, but a huge failure for Teletoon. And the problem with that is that Disney Channel was not funding any of the production around mbav. They had nothing to do with the creation besides what happened to it after it was already fully made when it got censored. And for season 2, we don't even know if that was the case. Season 2 was the first season, as far as I'm aware, that was made with the knowledge that it was going to air in America. So as far as we're aware, there is no like uncensored version of season 2. They created it with the knowledge that it would need to have certain jokes not included at all. My evidence for this is that they did a bunch of behind the scenes stuff for season 1 while they were filming season 2 for Disney XD. So if you watch some Disney XD bumpers that have been uploaded to YouTube, they are filming on the set of season 2 talking about behind the scenes information from season 1.
Hey, we're about to reveal some secrets about the upcoming episode of My Babysitter's a Vampire, the series.
Ever want to be a cheerleader? Ethan and Benny have.
I think they both look better with wigs on. We can see less of their face. You don't think I've been tortured enough?
You know what? I can do this. Giant feet, the Adam's apple. Yeah.
I just had a terrible vision.
Ditto! That's a good look for you. I like it.
Join us for My Babysitter's a Vampire, the series.
Right now on Disney XD.
Cheerleading's my favorite.
So they fully knew the show was airing on Disney Channel and Disney XD while they were recording season 2, and assuming that they knew the case while they were making the scripts, or they just made changes on set to further reflect that. There's this very eerie comment made by Mike Kiss before he deleted his Facebook page, I think, that really speaks to this. Like, yeah, Disney Channel doesn't care if the show doesn't get to reach its full potential. They still got all the pennies they needed out of it, so it doesn't matter if it ended on a cliffhanger. Why would they bother investing money to continue the series when they're already making as much money as they probably possibly could off of it with the ending that it already has? Like, if the ending really sparked people to not want to watch the show or to boycott Disney Channel, then maybe they would have considered picking it up. But in 2013, the whole series was uploaded to Netflix, and at that point, it's like it just exists as this forgotten shell of a possibly big television show that got ended too early because of money issues. So as far as I'm aware, during the writing of the film, it was already decided that they were going to greenlight a TV show that continued the story. As season 1 was airing in Canada on Teletoon, it pretty much died. That's what Mike Kiss said. But as far as I'm aware, since it was doing well in other countries on Disney Channel, Teletoon decided to greenlight a second season because of buildup of hype. But when season 2 ultimately also performed poorly on Teletoon in Canada, they decided to cut their losses and they canceled the show. Showrunner Tim Burns decided to create the Lucifractor plotline and the 2-part cliffhanger at the end as a way to encourage the production team to continue the show or at least make a final movie. I think the idea of a final movie was essentially only pitched as a compromise since they were already like, you are not getting a third season, it is not going to happen. So a movie was then pitched as a compromise, and that also ended up not happening as well. I think this is a thing that a lot of writers end up doing. They're like, well, because of artistic integrity, they can't cancel the series. They can't get rid of it because it'll leave a lot of people angry. And the people who are funding the show basically say, so? Who cares? We're not getting our money back on this investment, so we are canceling the project. Television networks, executives, producers, they don't care about artistic integrity. To them, this is not about creating art, this is about making money. So if the show isn't making money, then the show needs to stop existing. It's also the reason why so many projects go on for too long, because these networks are like, this is making us money, it needs to continue forever. Because there was potential for there to be hype about the show, that is why they greenlit season 2. And you see this a lot with streaming services in the modern day. People will go to watch a TV show in its first season, the whole thing drops at once, and they sit there and they watch the whole thing in one sitting and they go, this is the best show ever. And then 5 days later they stop talking about it and it's already yesterday's news. But because of that initial fan hype, the network decided to greenlight a second season. So when the second season comes out and people are less hyped about it, season 2 underperforms. And because these streaming services are all working on a loss, they're not making any money with their streaming model because it was never created to make money, which is its own issue unto itself, by the way, but that's a discussion for another day. Because season 2 underperforms, they just decide to cut their losses and continue on with another project. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of behind the scenes, you know, trying to work out some sort of deal to get the series concluded, and that eventually just didn't end up happening. Although who knows, maybe there was one meeting and it was decided, and all of the back and forth on the Facebook group was just people refusing to admit the truth. As for Tim Burton's sentiment that actors did not want to come back to the project, that is something that I fully believe because, well, these people had all just graduated high school. They were thinking this was just going to be a minor blip in their career and they were going to go on to do better things. And for some of them, they did. And for others, they definitely didn't. Also, it's hard to play a character who is frozen at the age of 15 when you're now in your early 20s and more yoked than a great Italian pasta. I can't think of a better joke, so that's just the one we're going to have to keep. Some DMs that we have of somebody communicating with someone who worked at Fresh TV, the person who probably just managed all the social media. Vanessa seemed to be the only person who actually wanted to get the show back in some way. Everyone else was fully willing to just admit, okay, it was a failed project, now we have to find our next job. Not that Vanessa wasn't also doing that, but she probably was the only actor who was like actively advocating as much as she could for the continuation of the series. Atticus Mitchell, very notably, very soon after the cancellation of mbav, was in another sitcom which also got canceled after one season. So a part of me deep down thinks that like this actor said no to coming back purely because he thought that this show was going to be like the next big thing and something he'd be able to work on for another few years and he wouldn't have time to come back to mbav. But that also ended up just like ending. I tried to watch a few episodes, it's bad. It's a bad show. So even though the show was canceled, Disney Channel continued to air it on their network and get a lot of money and hype out of it. Previously I had said that my theory was that a majority of people actually watched mbav on Disney XD and not on Disney Channel because a lot of people remember it around the Halloween advertising when it initially first aired in Disney Channel Summer when there was no Halloween aesthetic applied to it at all.
Sizzling series.
Disney Channel Summer is Ant Farm.
My Babysitter's a vampire.
So random.
And I don't want to rescind that comment, but I want to add to it, because for the many years, up until the modern day, Disney Channel has aired mbav on their network for Disney's Monstober. So because the first time the series ever aired, it was all within like a month in June, I would not be surprised if most people watched it on reruns during Disney Channel's Monstober. I know for sure that I would always make sure to DVR it every time and I would try to watch it on Halloween Day. It became a tradition of mine until I eventually got Netflix and then I could just watch it on there. I realized why I don't stand while I record. I am all over the place in the frame. I'm just jumping around over here. Oh. Okay. I almost knocked over my CD player, that's why I stopped, if you're wondering. I need to get like an X on the floor. I need to stand on my mark and not move. I'm just gonna stand here, stiff as a board. So yes, My Babysitter's a Vampire was created to fulfill an expectation, and it did not reach that expectation, so it was prematurely canceled. And it's such a shame, because apparently this show was a lot of fun to work on, and everyone who worked on the project loved it immensely. All of the writers who were commenting on the series all had nice things to say about the progress of working on the show, even though they had bad things to say about the network they were working for. All of the actors had nice and wonderful things to say about their experience working on the show. So many people said it was their favorite set experience ever. A lot of the cast became friends outside of the show. There's a plenty of tweets from Cameron Kennedy and Vanessa Morgan talking about how they're all just like hanging out outside of the show, going to see movies and just like getting coffee together. It's honestly truly so adorable and nice to hear about, because so many projects that dealt with actors at this age range and were made for places like Disney Channel have horrible experiences for everyone who works on it. So there. That is why, inevitably, My Babysitter's a Vampire was canceled. Do you ever feel like you've reached a point in your life where you're at a point where everything is different afterwards, that like after this moment nothing is going to be the same? That feels what I feel like right now. Like filming this right now, I feel like things are different. Now that I've finally said it and I've admitted it and I've understood, I've done all the research, I've kind of gone a little bit insane trying to figure out what happened with mbav and its cancellation. And now that I've found out and I've finally told it out loud, it hasn't just been something that's been stewing in my mind. I feel like I don't know where to go from here. Not really, like I do. Like I definitely do know what I'm going to do with the channel and stuff. I'm going to be talking about more Disney Channel sitcoms in general, pop music, everything. Like I have no issues about thinking about what's going to happen with the channel. What I do have issues about, though, is when it comes to mbav videos. Am I going to continue to talk about this series now that I've very possibly almost said everything I have to say about the show? I mean, who knows? I might still come up with a video every once in a while, next Halloween or during Disney Channel summer, but yeah, I feel like this is it. Like, I'm done now. Like, I can pass on, even without doing all these other plans I have, and still be like, I finally set the record straight. And all me and my friends have done all this work together and created a beautiful community and have resonated with each other with this knowledge. And that feels good. Like, I feel happy. Like, I'm glad that I was able to do this. And I feel really stupid with this fucking axe in my head right now. Let's just take that off, because, yeah. So for those who don't know, Teletoon doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it died. It actually died the same month that I dropped my first initial mbav video, which is crazy. I think it was literally the night after I had dropped my mbav video. I was up late, still doing research about mbav, because of course I was. I was essentially writing what the script I have been saying right now has been. I was just doing some casual writing for eventually what would be the script for this video, and I decided to look up Teletoon, and I got scared. Like, it freaked me out. Like, I wish I took more screenshots, because when I clicked on the Teletoon Wikipedia page, it said, on 5 hours from now, Teletoon is no longer going to exist, and it is officially going to become Cartoon Network Canada. And I went to bed. The next morning I woke up and I looked up Teletoon, and everything that came up when I looked up Teletoon was now Cartoon Network. And then with a little asterisk, like, in Canada, if you're looking for Teletoon specifically. And it was scary. It was like I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It was spooky. And I started freaking out because I was like, oh no. Like, I just uploaded a 2.5-hour video about this whole thing, and this has just happened. What is going on? Luckily, I only briefly mentioned Teletoon in that video, so no one, like, commented or even bothered to care about the fact that, like, hey, Teletoon is dead. Did you know that? You're talking about the thing that Teletoon is probably most known about? Well, no, that's a lie. You're talking about one of the series that Teletoon is most known for creating, and it's dead, and it's gone, and it's your fault. Like, I thought people were going to comment that, and no one did, because no one fucking cares, I guess. As far as everyone's aware, 16 and Total Drama are Cartoon Network shows, and My Babysitter's a Vampire is a Disney Channel show. Because Teletoon, who cares? Who cares about Teletoon? I care about Teletoon. You want to know why? The reason why I care about Teletoon is because I care about mbav. And to understand what happened with Teletoon is to understand how mbav got canceled. Teletoon was
merged with
Cartoon Network in 2013, barely a year after mbav was canceled. And this was already after the point that CN Real had flopped, as far as I'm aware. And then within a decade, within 10 years, Teletoon would cease to exist. Well, that's not entirely true. The name and brand of Teletoon does technically still exist. However, it is now called Teletoon Plus. That's correct. Teletoon Plus is now a streaming service. And no, My Babysitter's Vampire is not on there. It's essentially just a bunch of Cartoon Network shows. Like, if you wanted a place in Canada to watch Adventure Time, you know, some actual Teletoon shows like Total Drama and 16, then that's where you go. In 2013, mbav was added to Netflix, and on the 10-year anniversary of the show being canceled, it was removed from Netflix. Yeah, in October of 2012 is when the finale aired originally, and in October of 2022, it was deleted off of Netflix. And it occasionally will pop up on, like, Roku channel or some other, like, free streaming service, but it's fully gone. It's not on any streaming service anymore. It is on YouTube. Go check out Ethan's upload channel. I genuinely want people, as many people as possible, to watch this project, because if people watch it, then it continues on and people will keep remembering it. I don't need it to come back or get a requel or anything like that. Personally, like, I've made my peace. But if people just watch the show and still know it exists, then it won't face that horrible, horrible fate that a lot of shows that get canceled prematurely get, which is just being forgotten. And some may say, who cares if it gets forgotten? Who cares if the show doesn't get remembered in time? Well, I care, not only because I've invested so much time, effort, and money to caring about this project, but also because I want all of this mess to mean something at the end of the day, if that makes any sense. Like, what was the point of creating this show that had a lot of creativity and interesting ideas around it if it just got axed and then no one remembered it existed? To make all of this worth it, mbav has to be remembered and honored as one of the best pieces of children's television media to come out of the 2010s. Because it is, goddammit. So just because I've made my peace with it never coming back does not mean I've made my peace with it getting forgotten. Because I genuinely do believe it doesn't deserve that fate. So there we go. There's the point. Is this the end of the video? I'm not sure yet. I haven't started editing it yet. I feel a tightening in my chest thinking about all of this, and I'm just so genuinely grateful and honored that people care and click on these videos and watch them, because it's another piece of evidence. It's another piece of evidence towards this show meaning something and mattering to people, and that is really what I care about at the end of the day. Yes, the conclusion of the video was thing matters, like every fucking YouTube video conclusion is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm that predictable. So it is currently Halloween 2024, the day that I'm supposed to be releasing this video. It's around 1 in the morning, and I'm still debating whether or not I'm actually going to talk about this and I'm actually going to put this topic in the video. But I think at the end of the day, it's important enough that I talk about this because it is so unknown for some reason. So I'm talking about it now. Ian Lynn, also known as Darian Batts on TikTok, uploaded a video alleging that they were groomed by Atticus Mitchell, the actor who plays Benny. I'm going to be saying the word alleged a lot in this video, even though personally I believe everything in these videos, but just in case, because nothing has been proven as fact, in a court of law especially, I am going to be saying the word alleged, but just know that personally I believe everything that Ian says in these videos. In the original video, it is set to the song 29 by Demi Lovato, and they include a lot of evidence of their relationship existing and when it had existed. She was 16 when Atticus Mitchell was 23. On a video uploaded the next day, on November 15th, she went into more detail about the situation. She specified that on Instagram, when she was 16 years old, she would comment under his posts, and he eventually started DMing her after responding to a lot of her comments. And allegedly, for years, they DM'd back and forth, and everything was very platonic, very friendly, until the minute that she turned 18. As soon as she turned 18, his messages towards her started getting more romantic, and they started a romantic relationship. And at one point, he actually flew out to meet her in person, and they spent a few days together. I'm going to be including clips from her statement in this video, but I'm not going to upload the full thing. Please go to her TikTok account and watch all the videos for yourself. They will all be linked in the description below.
I kind of just want to make a video regarding my last video. Just like kind of go from the beginning, give you a little more insight. As a child, I obviously was a really big fan of the Disney show that, I'll name him since I already did, Atticus Mitchell was on. Around the age of 14 or 15, I started commenting a lot on his Instagram, started commenting on his social media, because like I said, I was a really big fan. I was a fangirl, if we're being honest. He followed me back around the age of 15, but he didn't start engaging with me until I was around the age of 16. The fact that he even was messaging me, like, had me so starstruck. Like, I was just in awe, because obviously I really loved the show. He was my favorite character. I thought he was really cute. None of the messages were bad. We exchanged numbers. Wasn't anything romantic or anything sexual at all until the minute I turned 18. After I turned 18, it was very romantic. He was acting like he wanted to be in a relationship with me. Might I add, again, when I was 16, he was 23, 7 years older than me. So when I was 18, he was 25. I'm a child. I didn't see anything wrong with this at the time. This continued. At the age of 20, he actually flew to my state and came and stayed for 4 days. I won't get into detail what happened. A few months after that, he, quote unquote, ended things with me. And that's not why I'm making this video at all. I'm making this video, and I made that video previously because I didn't realize in the 4 years that this had happened that I had been groomed. And it really sucks that I was groomed by someone who has so much popularity, especially on TikTok. And, you know, a bunch of girls my age who just fangirl and, you know, all of that. I made that video because I don't want anyone to go through what I went through. I live my day-to-day life disgusted with myself for what happened, and I know I shouldn't do that because it's not my fault. It's not my fault at all. I never want this man to have control over anyone ever again. And I'm sorry to crush y'all's dreams, and I'm sorry to ruin y'all's childhood, but please stay safe from these predators, please.
So all of those were uploaded in 2022, but on March 11th, 2024, she released another follow-up video. Because it had been a few years, and the original post she had made was her pinned post on her TikTok account, and people were asking her about it. And in this video, she rehashes what she had said previously, and also comments that people had been DMing her and telling her that they also had a very similar experience with Atticus Mitchell in the past. Some of the people allegedly being as young as 13 years old.
I didn't ever want to be making this video. If you've seen my pin video that I made almost 2 years ago, one of the things that I said in one of the videos after that, like posted directly after that, is I hope that this never happens to another person. Since I've posted that video, I've had like 5 people reach out to me saying that the same thing happened to them, and they were all underage. They were all under the age of 18. And people are going to comment, I know people are going to comment, oh, the age of consent is this, the age of consent is this. If someone has teen in their name and you're a fully grown adult, then maybe you shouldn't be pursuing them. One of the girls I'm pretty good friends with now. Like, we're super cool, we talk a lot, and, like, she's great. But, she just sent me a text the other day from a TikTok. And apparently there's a lot more victims than I thought there were. I saw a comment of a girl who said she was 13. I was 16 when this happened to me. And, you know, I didn't know this happened to me until I was like a full-blown adult. But 13? Fucking 13? That's crazy. I saw multiple comments on that video of girls who said that they talked to him and they had been through the same thing. And I commented under every single comment that said that. And said to check my pin video. Because I want these girls to know that I went through that too. And, like, my parents didn't even know where I was. And, like, I was legal, I was 20. But, like, it's the fact that I had to hide it that I now know lets me know that it fucked up. And now I'm finding out that there's so many more people that have been through this than just me. And like I said in my last video, like, that's the fucking last thing that I wanted. makes me feel horrible. And like, I know I can't stop it, but I can at least put myself and my story and my message out there, and hopefully it reaches someone. Or the girls. The young girls. Fuck. The young girls who were being affected by this. Because I was you at one point. If you've talked to this man, I've realized now that I haven't even said his name. If you've talked to Atticus Mitchell, and you were a young girl, and you feel like, not even feel like, if you've been groomed and abused by this man, please reach out to me. I've had multiple girls reach out to me, and please reach out to me. I would love to talk to you. I would love to have your input and your insight and listen to what you went through and hopefully relate to you. Fuck Atticus Mitchell. And anyone who has went through the manipulation and the grooming and the abuse by the hands of that man, I hope you're doing okay. And I am with you and I support you.
This is, of course, all horrible and disgusting and deplorable. So if you're wondering why, in my original mbav video that I made back in March of 2023, why I was very dismissive and did not like Atticus Mitchell, this is why. I get so many comments up to this day, a year and a half, almost 2 years later, asking, what did Atticus Mitchell do? Why does everyone hate him? I can't find anything when I look it up. So I am talking about it now, so hopefully when people Google Atticus Mitchell allegations, this video will come up, or something about this topic will come up. The thing is that Atticus Mitchell was on a children's television show when he himself was a child. And he was then, all of a sudden, in his mid-20s, still getting comments from children who liked him and had a crush on him from the TV show he was in when he himself was a child. And he then decided to interact with romantic relationships with these fans as soon as they turned 18. That is a horrible abuse of power. It is, I can't even imagine doing something like that, I myself being in my 20s now. The reason why grooming is talked about so much these days is because there was no word that a majority of people knew and understood for this kind of behavior. It's very similar with sexual harassment. There was many women who entered the workforce in the 70s who were then quitting, but couldn't really describe or explain what they were experiencing in work. So attaching a name to that emotion and experience is what was then allowed for it to be revealed and become a real thing. So now that people who are grown-ups are learning what grooming is, they are now looking back in their childhoods and realizing that they themselves had experienced this exact thing. And a big problem with this is that the laws have not in any way caught up to social media. This man deliberately went out of his way to do his best to be fully within the law. He did not engage in romantic relationships with any of these people until they were of legal age. And as far as we're aware, he did not ask for anything explicit be sent to him in these DMs. So yes, everything is above board, everything is completely legal. But morally, it's fucked up. To use whatever little power you have as a D-list actor to groom children into becoming your partners is fucked up. Not only as an actor in a children's show do you have a responsibility, but as a grown-up, you have a responsibility to not behave this way, to not take advantage of young people who don't know better. Because of course, if you were freshly 18 and your childhood crush from your favorite TV show growing up wanted to be in a relationship with you, you would say yes. It's only in hindsight do you realize how messed up the whole situation is. When you yourself turn 25 and realize, I would never even think about dating someone who was 18, especially someone that I knew when they were 16. See, the thing is that Atticus Mitchell isn't even that famous of an actor. Every project that he's been in has him heavily typecasted. He has always been the side character, best friend to the main character, never himself an important role in any show he's been in. All the things he's been in has got canceled prematurely. The only thing that's had any somewhat success after mbav has been maybe the Hardy Boys. So you can do whatever you want with this information, but me personally, I have no qualms with no longer supporting this actor because I find his alleged actions to be disgusting. This man hasn't even been in enough stuff to get the Johnny Depp treatment, so like, it blows me away that there are people who still defend this guy out there. And I understand most people don't know about what happened, so they're ignorant to the situation and that's why they still fawn over him or whatever. But me, personally, and plenty of friends that I have online have been harassed by people who are still defenders of Atticus Mitchell. And see, this isn't drama, this isn't like something to like fawn over and like make this salacious thing that we talk about for a week and then forget about. Like, this is real people's lives who are actually affected by this man's disgusting behavior. So the reason why I inevitably decided to talk about this topic and put it in this video is because I did not want to have to make a thumbnail and a salacious title about this subject, because I feel like the people who were victims of this man don't deserve that. And as for the harassment, I have wanted to talk about it for a while now, but also I haven't wanted to because it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Like, who cares that I've been getting anonymous hate spam sent to me on Tumblr for years now, just because some random child thinks that Atticus Mitchell is still cool and doesn't care that he's a groomer. Especially when there are real people out there who have actually been emotionally affected by this whole situation. And yes, some of it did get to me, specifically the time when I was stalked, essentially. I don't want to get too like dramatic, but I was essentially internet stalked, and the person found me on Instagram and a bunch of other social media pages. So like, if you're wondering why every social media of mine besides my YouTube account is like private, that's why. I don't post anything on social media more anyways, and I decided to private all my accounts because I didn't like the idea that some random person who didn't like the fact that I didn't like an actor that they liked could then find out a bunch of personal information about me. And yes, I've wanted to make like funny little YouTube shorts in the past about how like I was actually beaten up and harassed by people who didn't like my Radio Rebel video because the line "Groomer Gabe" set off this person to go internet stalk me. But I think I have finally blocked them and all of their sock puppet accounts, and I have no longer been receiving hate, or maybe they just moved on to something else in their lives, which I hope is the case. You can understand why a large portion of the mbav fandom don't want to talk about the character of Benny or don't want to talk about Atticus Mitchell anymore, because this news disgusts them and they don't want to engage with that actor anymore because of this situation. And to get harassed by that, to get anon hate spam in your inbox because of that, is just stupid. Like, this man isn't worth it, okay? Any actor who was in bunks doesn't deserve this much fan attention and fawning over. So there, I hope people will stop commenting under my videos asking, what did Atticus Mitchell do? Why do you hate him so much? You now know why. I usually don't do this kind of thing, and I notoriously skirt over a lot of serious topics in my videos, specifically because not only do I not feel like that equipped to talk about topics such as this, but I also feel like there's a time and place for sort of things. And I feel like in a fun, silly video where I'm doing character analysis, it would feel weird to like get into this whole thing about sexual harassment. It's also why, even though I promised over 2 years ago now that I would make a video about Sarah Fox, I have not, because I still just don't feel like I'm equipped enough and have enough knowledge and credibility to make a video about that topic. So I don't know if that video will ever come out. And I originally was just never going to talk about this. If people, you know, were to DM me about it, or if I got like genuine asks and not just people being mean to me because they just like were confused momentarily, I would tell them like, here's the information, here's the links, go educate yourself on the matter. But because it has been going on for so long, and because there are so many people who have told me, I looked it up and I couldn't find anything, so you I don't know what you're talking about, I was like, I'm going to talk about it in this video. And I didn't want to like highlight Ian Lynn specifically and, you know, put their TikTok account on this big platform or whatever. Not that I have a big platform or anything, but just like bring it to YouTube. But since they have then said in their most recent video that they are okay and encourage people who have experienced similar things with this actor to, you know, DM them so they can talk about it, I figured it would be okay if I featured them in this video. So where do we go from here? How have I been able to talk about My Babysitter's a Vampire for so many hours on my channel when for a majority of the time I have known this information? Well, it helps that Atticus Mitchell was a child when he was on the show, and it was before any of this sort of stuff had happened or he had engaged in this sort of behavior. There's no way to watch this show and financially support anybody who worked on it anymore. Like, maybe the actors get a $10 check in the mail every time the movie airs on Disney Channel in October. But for the most part, there is essentially zero way you're going to financially help out anybody who worked on this show by engaging in it and watching the series. And at the end of the day, Atticus Mitchell's actions do not affect my personal opinion on the fictional character of Benny, because he already sucks ass in the first place to begin with. I feel like a lot of people looked over this probably because they were children and didn't understand, or they just thought the actor was hot so they didn't care. But the character of Benny himself is extremely misogynistic and problematic, I'll say it. And that's okay. It's okay if fictional characters are bad people because they're not real, and the actions that they do in the show are not happening to real people in real life. So every time that Benny calls a girl babe or Cat calls someone in the hallway is not as serious or important as the actual actor in real life actually assaulting people. Allegedly. The fact that Atticus Mitchell has never commented on any of this and has also deleted a bunch of Instagram posts, I think speaks more than any sort of notes app apology would. And I just really hope everybody who was affected by this horrible person have since grown and healed and have attempted to move on past this horrible situation. No one deserves to go through something like this. This was not any of the victims' faults. They were all young children who were in an abusive, powered relationship with a person who did not deserve their time or energy and abused their situation as an actor on a children's television show to meet young people and engage in romantic relationships with them. And that's gross and disgusting, and I think I'm allowed to make fun of this person in my videos. So please stop commenting about it on my channel. Now you know. I think people need to be educated about the situation, not only so I can get some peace, but so people know and they stop unknowingly supporting this actor. Like I said, you can do whatever you want with the information. If you still decide that you like Atticus Mitchell and you don't care that he engaged in all this behavior, then I don't want you to subscribe to this channel. Like, I'm not a big fan of you, but you're allowed to do that. But I feel like there are so many people out there who would no longer want to be a fan of this man once they knew this information. We're done now. We're now going to try and shift the mood and conclude this video. I'm sorry that things got so serious, but I think it was necessary to talk about. So, thank you for listening. Is my, halo out of frame now? Has it always been out of frame? Genuinely, this video has been years in the making. I feel like my whole life has been leading up to this exact point, which I've already said, but still, I want to emphasize it more. This show means so much to me, and I feel like having a nuanced, in-depth conversation about it is very necessary. That's kind of what I do on this channel, so if you want to hear me, talk about things relating to Disney Channel or sitcoms and movies that people don't take seriously, then feel free to subscribe. So it's really late at night and I ended up falling asleep at like 5 p.m. and woke up like at 10 p.m. So it's the middle of the night, it's almost 2 in the morning and I'm bright and wide awake. And something you kind of do when it's extremely late at night like this and, you know, you're hyper thinking and focusing on certain things that, you know, you regret in life or whatever. One thing I was kind of thinking about is things that I never got to bring up in my many mbav videos that I may or may not talk about in the future. More likely than not, I won't. And I figured, hey, while I'm thinking of these right now, maybe I'll just turn on my camera and start talking and stop talking when the camera dies. So yes, here we are talking about things. mbav related things that I should have mentioned already in previous videos of mine, but I haven't. Am I like really dark? Is it really dark? Because I have 2 screens on behind me. So yeah, one of the big main things that like I really should have mentioned that I for some reason have not has been the broadcast versus production order of the episodes. So the thing about My Babysitter's a Vampire that makes it different from other TV shows, especially the ones that aired on Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, is the fact that it is a more serialized show than those other ones. And what's wild is that on streaming services like Netflix, more often than not, actually majority of the time, the order of the episodes of the TV show are in production order rather than broadcast order. And for shows like iCarly or Victorious, like that's no big deal because those are episodic shows that are only lightly serialized. But for a show like mbav, where it is a majority serialized with slightly episodic elements, that means just randomizing essentially the order of the episodes is really wacky and probably not advised. From a story perspective, it may or may not be that big of a deal, and I'll get into that in a little bit. Now, there is an error that has come up that certain mbav archaeologists like myself, I like to consider at least, archaeologists like me and my friend Anakin, who was my research assistant on my most recent mbav video, things that we have gotten wrong when trying to dig up the past and trying to make our own conclusions and not coming to the right conclusion and only in retrospect starting to realize what the mistakes were. One opinion that I was flat out wrong about was the idea that mbav aired differently in Teletoon than it did on Disney Channel. That the episodes aired in different orders based on the different networks, and that, as far as I'm aware, is not true. There is the production order and then there is the broadcast order, and the broadcast order is how it aired on both Disney Channel and Teletoon. But when the show got added to Netflix, and for the essentially 9 years that it was on Netflix for, it was always in production order, which is the case for most sitcoms. But like I've said already, mbav is not a sitcom, it is an action-adventure comedy. So this is a fundamental flaw, this is an issue. In reality, the differences between season 1 and season 2 are the most apparent in this case. I would argue that season 1 is a lot more leaning on the action-adventure and sort of like Goosebumps, kind of children's horror element of things, more than the second season is, and more than the movie is. I mean, there are outright elements of like horror, of children's horror that are present in the first season that I would say are not present in the second season at all. It's more likely than not that I'll never see the Chucky movies ever, at least without having to take like 15-minute breaks every 30 minutes or so, because of the Guys and Dolls episode where Debbie Dazzle is like crawling up the stairs with a broken leg and a half ripped off face. Like, I think that was a fundamental trauma point in my childhood that I'll never be able to cure. Because yeah, this show did outright scar some people, but I would say that's not the case for season 2. Season 2 leans a lot more on the teen melodrama of things, kind of trying to stylistically be more similar maybe to shows like Vampire Diaries or True Blood. I don't know, I've never seen that show before. But I think the storyline and how they tell the story throughout the episodes also changes between seasons, and that's why this little mini rant goes back to my original point about broadcast versus production. This might be considered a hot take, and you know, my fellow mbav mutuals can let me know in the comments below or message me on Discord or whatever, but it is my opinion that the story makes the most sense in broadcast order for season 1, but makes the most sense in production order for season 2. The production order of season 2 is a little bit more flawed though, because like Flushed and Jockenstein are right next to each other, which makes no sense because Flushed is like the summer beach party episode and Jockenstein is like the winter episode. So in production order, they're right next to each other because they were filmed back to back. They have, you know, the sequential season order number. But in broadcast order, Jockenstein is much, much later in the season than it is in the production order, which makes sense. It makes sense because as far as we're aware, timeline-wise, season 2 begins at the start of a new semester of school. So it would make sense that things are still kind of summery and warm, which is when Flushed airs. But then as the season goes on, it becomes winter. And it gets colder, and there are episodes where like it being cold isn't a plot line, but you can tell that it is cold because they were filming when it was cold. The Mummy episode comes to mind, Hati-Hotep, and that is around the same time that Jockenstein is aired in the broadcast order. So like small fundamental things like that are different, but storyline wise, it's a bit screwy at the end of the season. I mean, obviously, the Day Twandle dates part 1 and 2 are next to each other, but as far as I'm aware, it makes the most sense story-wise that Halloween is before Independence Days, and that is not the case in broadcast order. I'm pretty sure Independence Days is like pretty early on, like near the middle to back half of the season, and then Halloween is the episode before the two-parter. And that makes no sense to me. It makes the most sense for Independence Days to be like the leading story that leads you into the two-parter. And because that's how they did it production-wise. But the reason why they probably shuffled that around a bit for the broadcast order is because the show ended in season 2 in October on Teletoon in 2012. And so it makes sense that like the Halloween episode would air in October because then immediately after, you know, the two-parter aired. So yeah, like it makes the most sense from a logistic standpoint why Halloween is like so late. But I still think that they could have put Independence Days in between the Halloween episode and the finale to, you know, make the story make more sense. And the reason why the story makes the most sense in broadcast order for season 1 is because just like little background things. Like, for example, in the episode that is supposed to air immediately after the Doug Falconhawk episode, you can see on the chalkboard behind them that, like, Doug was here was written. But in the production order, that episode is still later in the season. It does appear after the Doug Falconhawk episode, but it is not the immediate episode after. Also, episodes like Blood Drive are more earlier on in the season. The first 2 episodes, Lawn of the Dead and 3 Cheers for Evil, are still the first 2 episodes, but then immediately after that you get Blood Drive, and that is such a banger of a trio of episodes. Like, that will solidify whether you like or dislike the show, is watching those 3 episodes right next to each other. But production-wise, Blood Drive was the 5th episode, and I still think that's a perfectly fine way to watch the show. Like, personally, I've always watched the show in production order because, I mean, I always watched it on Netflix originally. Honestly, I would argue that 90% of the people who have seen My Babysitter's Vampire watched it on either Disney Channel or Netflix. And that's still, like, giving a lot of credit to the fact that 10% of people watched it on Teletoon. There's no way... It's probably, the percentage is probably even smaller, like probably 5% of people actually watched it on Teletoon in Canada. Because it was a bomb in Canada. No one watched it in Canada. And that's just purely because it aired on a Cartoon Network. Pun intended. That kind of leads into my next point, which is the fact that, like, it is a real travesty that My Babysitter's Vampire is not available to watch anywhere legally right now on any sort of streaming service. Specifically, season 2 is becoming more and more obscure because there are pretty much no DVD copies of the show that exist that are not bootlegs. There are bootlegs out there, and watch out for them, guys, because they're going to charge you a big chunk of money, and it's not going to be legit. And there's no reason to buy the show on DVD if it's not legit, in my opinion at least. I mean, if you just like really want like a illegal bootleg copy of mbav on DVD, and some guy is selling it on eBay, like, I mean, I'm not going to tell you to not buy it, but it's just not a wise decision. You might go to jail. Imagine going to jail off of a mbav bootleg. That's how I want to go out. It's kind of insane that while we were creating the podcast, the TV show review podcast for mbav, halfway through us creating that podcast, the show got removed from Netflix. Luckily, we were able to like continue, obviously, because I had all of season 1 and the movie on DVD, and then I have digital copies in really high quality of season 2, plus the movie in season 1 as well. And those copies were given to me by my friend Anakin, former research assistant, and they used those copies to upload all of them to YouTube. So the show is available to watch for free on YouTube, but for some reason that makes it even less accessible, because when you look up the show, that doesn't immediately come up, sadly. So I'll constantly still see people saying stuff like, where's the show to watch? I can't find it on any streaming service. And it's like, it's on YouTube. So, you know, just get the word out there. Ethan's Upload channel, check it out. Speaking of the podcast, it was something that like I tried not to mention too much in the modern day because like I thought that no one would care anymore, but apparently people are still constantly going back and listening to those episodes and like, you know, listening to the podcast, and I guess that's pretty cool. Like, I'm happy about that. I'm really glad that people are able to enjoy the show, the podcast that we did, because it was done at such a particular moment in all of our lives, both Sal, Shy, and me. And I mean, famously, we watched the show and recorded the podcast in the order of the production order, because we were just going off of the order that was on Netflix. Because even though I knew, well, first of all, I still had the false thought that there were two different broadcast orders for Disney Channel and Teletoon, which is not true. So I was like, well, which one would we pick then if we were to pick a broadcast order? That's why I just thought production order was going to be the most simple. But I did know that there was a different order other than the version on Netflix. But I was just running under the assumption that a majority of people who have ever seen the show ever watched it on Netflix, which, you know, may or may not be true. It's more likely that a good chunk of people actually did watch the show on Disney Channel and then like later went on to watch it on Netflix. But the production order is seen as the most true order of the show, just purely based off the fact for the past 9 years before it got removed from Netflix, it was, you know, that was the way people watched it. And my theory on the reason why it got removed literally the same month as the 10-year anniversary of the show originally airing the finale, because the finale aired in October of 2012 and it got removed from Netflix in October of 2022. My theory on that is because they just like signed a 9-10-year contract, and whoever owns the rights to mbav just like didn't care to renew the contract, and it just kind of expired and then it got ripped from Netflix. But anyways, we're moving on from broadcast and stuff. The third thing I wanted to mention that I only, again, briefly like touched on but never like fully emphasized was the fact that Degrassi is like a huge part of mbav. Famously, like the Canadian television scene just has like only 5 actors, and in every single show they're just like shuffling around the same 5 actors for every project. So a good chunk of like the side like characters and like background cast have been on Degrassi. Famously, the characters who played Jakeward and Rochelle in the like Dusk Twilight parody, those are 2 pretty famous Degrassi characters. And Dave Stokowski is the most famous. The actor played Craig Manning on Degrassi, and he was like a pretty big main character. I would argue like the face of Degrassi in the early years at least. And I'm almost certain that Vanessa Morgan, who plays Sarah, was on Degrassi. I can't remember exactly. But anyways, yes, that's like a smaller point that I wanted to mention, that like Degrassi exists and mbav is essentially just like a Degrassi spin-off show because of how many actors have crossed over onto both. It's pretty funny. Anyways, the last thing I wanted to mention, which I probably should have mentioned before the Degrassi thing, because like it makes the most sense. Maybe I'll edit the order of these differently. But one of the big things I wanted to mention was the idea of a double season order for season 2. So there are like gurglings of whispers of ideas that it's possible that season 2 was supposed to be a double order. I'm pretty sure it was Mike Kiss running his mouth on the Facebook group page that confirmed this, or like started this rumor. I'm gonna have to ask Anakin. I'm gonna message Anakin tomorrow and be like, hey, could you find that post please? Or, you know, can you help me look for it? Because I'm definitely gonna look after I record this. But as far as I'm aware, there are rumors that season 2 was supposed to be 26 episodes instead of 13. Now, this makes sense for multiple reasons. A lot of these shows, a lot of these networks try to get as many episodes, squeeze as many episodes out of the production team as possible with paying the least amount of money. Famously, this is something that Nickelodeon did all the time, like for shows like iCarly or Victorious. for the second season, they would, you know, order 12 episodes for a second season. And then all of a sudden they'd be like, actually, instead of 12 episodes for season 2, we need 24. So then all of a sudden, in the same amount of time, as far as I'm aware, they would have to create double the amount of episodes. And this was just a way to pay everybody less, because if you renew the show for a third season, people are going to want to renegotiate their contracts because clearly the show is popular, so they should deserve to get paid more. But if you just create 2 seasons worth of episodes in one season and then split it up and air it as 2 separate seasons, then you only had to pay all the actors the same amount of money. Disney Channel did a very different thing, which I would argue is a little bit more slimy and confusing for audience members, and that was essentially create spin-off shows. My mbav wallpaper went dark. Come back. I don't know why it's so pixely. It just got like extremely pixelated one day, and I've just been too lazy to change it to the high def version again. For shows like The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, after the 3rd season, the actors were willing to continue on for many more seasons afterwards and become one of the longest running Disney Channel shows of all time. But instead, they ended The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and they created the spin-off of The Sweet Life on Deck. And all they do is they change the title of the show and they build a new set and they demolish the old one. But they keep everybody the exact same and just everything's the exact same. It's just that we're pretending that it's a new season of a spin-off of a TV show. And that's because if The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody were to get a 4th season, then again, all of the actors would want to get paid more because they're on a very successful TV show that's making the network a lot of money. But if they're all of a sudden getting recast for the 1st season of a brand new television show, then their salaries are that of a show that only has 1 season. So very, very slimy way to get around money. Anyways, this is a video about My Babysitter's a Vampire. I'm almost certain that the network wanted to do this with mbav and wanted to order a double season order where they were having to make 26 episodes for season 2, and then we're either going to chop it in half and air it as 2 separate seasons or just air it as a long second season. But I would argue that very, very early on in season 2's production, they canceled the 26 episode idea and then limited it to 13. Now, another theory I have of mine, we're getting a bit crackpot here, guys, so, stick with me on this. But my theory is that they were going to do 2 separate, season storylines because they probably thought that they couldn't sustain a full storyline for a whole 26 episodes, which is a good impulse, in my opinion, for this hypothetical situation. So the 2-parter Lucifractor storyline was supposed to be a mid-season finale instead of a full season finale, which I would argue would really have helped the whole, cliffhanger thing. I think it's very possible, and something that rebuts against my idea that early on they were told they're not getting 26 episodes, they're getting 13, is the fact that they stuck with the cliffhanger 2-parter and that they didn't try to rework it to kind of be more conclusive once they were told it's going to be a season finale instead of a mid-season finale. The other theory is that, okay, they decided to stick with the cliffhanger ending because they thought that there's no way the network would ever cancel a show that had such an unsatisfying cliffhanger like that. And yeah, of course they did, because, this is the industry we're talking about here, But I did talk about that idea of things in my previous mbav video, so. I know for shows like Teen Wolf that have done this, where they've ordered a double season. I think it was season 3 of Teen Wolf, if I'm remembering correctly, and they did 2 different story arcs, so most of the fans and the creators consider it season 3A and season 3B. I know for a lot of fans that's their favorite season of the show, and that kind of storyline, that kind of structure worked really well. So I think it could have worked really well for My Babysitter's a Vampire. Or maybe they would have split it up into season 2 and season 3, so then everything after the 2-parter finale would have been season 3, but they would have actually been able to make it because it would have been in the season 2 production order. So either way, there was a lot of mismanaging happening and a lot of issues with money that caused mbav's demise. And I think one of the questions we should be asking, we really should be asking, instead of why is there no season 3, I really think the true 2 questions we should be asking is, when did season 3 not become viable anymore? And when did the team pivot to pitching a movie instead? Because I think those are much more interesting questions. My personal fan theory is January of 2013, because there's no way you go, what, 4 months? January. 3 months. I know my months. God. There's no way you go 3 months without confirming a 3rd season, without knowing that there's going to be some issues to get that season out. Because usually you announce when you're renewing the show for another season, like pretty soon after the season finale, because, you know, you want it to be included with the fan hype for them to get hyped for the new season. So the fact that they had like waited past December to announce that the show had been renewed means that there were some issues. And I would argue that January was when like the new quarter or the new trimester started, and they were like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, this is rough. And that's when I would say they pivoted to the idea of pushing a movie and making a movie to conclude the storyline instead. But by that point, it had been so many months, I would argue that some of the actors were like, hey, I've already booked another job for another TV show, and that's going to be really successful. It wasn't. I'm shading Atticus Mitchell right now. And there's like no way Teletoon would ever actually want to go for that unless they had like some other form of funding to pay for it. That's my opinion. And the fact that like there's not even a whisper of an idea of Disney Channel wanting to pick it up for another season is a travesty, because like I don't think Disney Channel fucking cares if the storyline is bad. I mean, they made 4 seasons of Hannah Montana. That was me shading Hannah Montana, first of all. And second of all, technically there are only 3 seasons of Hannah Montana, and then there's 1 season of Hannah Montana Forever. Because yeah, they did that slimy spin-off season thing for 1 fucking season. You couldn't pay for 1 more season of Hannah Montana? You're like probably the most successful show of all time for them. What assholes, man. Anyways, that's it. That's it for now. Maybe I'll make another one of these. If you guys can leave some questions. I would love to do like a mbav Q&A maybe. If you have some questions you want to ask me about the show, about My Babysitter's a Vampire, leave it in the comments below, and I'll answer them in another video eventually. Maybe I'll make a post on Tumblr as well, when I can get some asks in and I can flesh out like a full video. But yeah, that's all. Bye. Second channel? Yeah. Bye, second channel.